And we are live. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Alien Spaceship stream. You could be watching from anywhere around the country or the world, and I really appreciate every single one of you coming to you from the spaceship studios from a galaxy far, far away. Alright, so here we have our surprise stream going to be switching over this way. Alright. Alright, hello everybody, it is I, Alien Spaceship. Hope everybody's been having a good day, good evening, good afternoon, and we are here and going to talk about the different things we talk about on here, and including the updates about the hurricane. So, today we had our, no pun intended because of the pirate stuff, we had our trial coverage today, and that was really cool to see. We had there is an obvious guilty verdict today, and that was nice because oh, hello Joyce, it is so great to see you. Welcome to the stream. Oh, hello Abs, great to see you. Oh, you're welcome, Joyce. It's my pleasure. I'm glad to be here for all of you. Oh, hello, Rita. Hello, everybody. Welcome. I'm glad to have y'all come in. And as I said, it was a really... when Dustin was found guilty today, he looked really surprised. He really seemed quite shocked about the situation when it was obvious. Oh, hello, Grampy Dwayne. In bed sick, buddy. Have a great live. Hello, chat. Love and respect you all. I'm going back to sleep now. Okay. Have a good rest. Thank you for hitting the like and telling us hello. Thank you. Yeah, the Folio trial makes you want to pull my hair. Yeah, now the Folio trial... it certainly is a wild chat. It is wild indeed. And I think that certainly it's unhinged. I'm used to it because of the YSL trial, and this time it's certainly the YSL thing was a completely different situation, but it's still a similar type of theme to it. But yeah, the chat, there's a lot of spam and there's lots of wild stuff going on, but YSL, there was stuff like that, but it was a little bit different because it was a different situation. But yeah, there's still different people I talk to there, and I like hanging out with my friends over there in that chat, but certainly not for everybody. It's not for everybody. And y'all, I said I have no problem going live with for y'all. It's what I'm here for. Oh, Abs says, I love having my hair pulled in the right circumstances. Oh, that is true, absolutely. And that is good. That is good. Very a good taste there. So, earlier with Dustin, it's never too early for an unhinged comments. Yeah, I certainly am in agreement with that. I'm a sucker for unhinged comments. It's an addiction. Yeah, so with Dustin today, of course, going to prison is not... I would not think going to jail is not fun. But he did something that wasn't fun himself. Him pulling out a firearm and shooting the mother of his kids really put his children in danger. Av says, Alien said, absolutely good taste. Alright, Joyce says, Moki just went in there to make sure everyone knows about the plea deal. Oh. Okay. And I have been watching Hurricane Melissa all day. Been bad. Yeah. Yeah, shout out to Mokes. Yeah, shout out to Mokes. And... yes, that is Abby. The same as Abby. And yeah, she is still with us. And yeah, so with Dustin, his reaction was priceless. It was, absolutely priceless, and all of us were roasting him. Now with the hurricane in Jamaica, that stream, I've been watching streams on that all day myself, and I think it is really, really messed up what's going on with that hurricane. Oh yes, you could look up Rita. Yeah, Ryan Hall, y'all. He does. He's been doing coverage on it. I think he does very well with it. Yeah, it's also Dwayne. Yeah, yeah, so, yeah. Grampy is Dwayne. That's true. Yeah, I remember they were saying that the eye of the storm would be going over the land for about 2 hours, and then the eye of the storm looks like it dissipated while it went over land. A Fox Weather Channel's, yeah, I would say Fox would be good too. I mainly watch YouTube lives. I know that's not necessarily what you're mentioning, but yeah, I watch the YouTube lives, and it could be very, cool to interact with the different chats. But sometimes there's lots of people. It can cause an issue with, keeping up with the chat could be a little bit tedious when the chat's going really fast. That's insane. Why does nature do that? Like tear Sheila up? Yeah, that is a good question about Mother Nature does that. It's really nature sometimes needs to take a chill pill. It needs to take a chill pill and not do that. Absolutely, it needs to, because nature could do some evil things. All right, let's see what chat's saying. It's like people murdering, but you can't even hold anyone accountable. Absolutely BS. Yeah. Yeah, because there's so many lives are lost when these hurricanes happen, but no one can be held accountable because it was Mother Nature. And this is Fox Weather has one JLR just closed chat. Oh, okay. No, I need a chill pill, but it's too early for my benzo. Right. Yeah, when I hear about casualties from these storms, I think that it's absolutely devastating that no one's held accountable for it. Absolutely. And we're going to see what the hurricane is doing right now exactly. Oh yeah, yeah. It's because of the. Thank you to Sharon for that. Yeah, something with the camera. It's the lighting's kind of dim for some reason. I'm not quite. I think it's the way the sun hitting the room, something like that. But we'll see about improving it over time. Oh, hello Moki. Great to see you. Welcome to the stream. All right, and Joy said, "Here I am was going to complain about 60 miles per hour winds are going to get tonight, but I take that over 150-mile winds." Yeah, someone always has it worse than someone else. Yeah, that is true. That although we may have it bad, someone else could have it worse. Yeah. I told my grandma to flash her neighbors since she thinks they're spying on her with cameras. Also told her to bend over the opposite way with her pants down and spell run out loud. Yeah, there you go. Absolutely. Absolutely. Joyce said she really needs to redo her nails but doesn't feel like it. Ah, okay. Yeah. Sometimes there could be, with all the workloads and life, sometimes the energy isn't always there. Yeah. If no one speaks, flash cheeks. Okay, it's bright. She sees you now. Bye for now, chat. Take care. All right. Well, if I position myself right here, I have to do this because it's the way the light is hitting the camera. Okay. Yeah, and there was some casualties that were happening in some of the islands as it was floating over the land into when it was coming from the sea. And oh my goodness, there was this. Yeah, make sure to hit the like button. Yes, thank you, Mohi. Yeah, probe that like button. And tell the like button, run. The spell run. Oh, the Atlas arrives tomorrow. Good to know. Okay, thank you. Scared. Scared. Oh, hello, Sauce. Great to see you, buddy. Okay, what's this? Okay, and Oki says Elaine is in the chat. Okay, well, hello, Elaine. Welcome to the chat. If you're here, okay. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so yeah, and the hurricane was, floating over and coming into not our direction, but over Jamaica, and we'll see exactly what this hurricane is doing. All right. Going this way. Yeah, Elaine hangs out on weekends too. Yes, yes. No, wrong thing. Yeah, I go live every single day. Yes. Good to see you, Abs. Also, I'll see you again soon. We always pop in to say hello and hit the like for Alien. We call him our internet grandson. Oh, yes, that is true. That is true. Let's see what updates are going on with this Jamaica storm. Okay. Alright, here we go again. I can see you guys talking to Elaine, but can't see her. Okay, well, Elaine is she is a mod now. I gave her wrench, so whenever she types in again, you should be able to see her now. If you weren't able to see her before, because I was when someone's a mod, you see them no matter what. Yeah. So yeah, Elaine will. You'll most likely see Elaine. Okay, so Elaine, I want to welcome you to the spaceship. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate it. It's always nice to chat with you in the chat about different things. All right, so talking about this hurricane right here. Let's see. I go here to talk about these things right here. Fox weather on YouTube's updating now. Okay, thank you. Oh, thank you for the super chat, Elaine. Elaine says, Alien, you've always been kind to me. Hope your channel does well. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yes, Smokey, I have made plans for Friday. Yes. We're going to do some trial trivia and a mystery game also. And we are, and I'm going to see about either the day before, or during Halloween at some point at night. We're going to show you all the Halloween decorations. Yeah, yeah, we're doing a Halloween party. Yes, yes, and I'll be wearing a costume of some kind. All right. And here's what is happening now with the Jamaica hurricane. Moving on, Melissa is now centered in the northern coast of Jamaica after bearing ashore on the strongest Atlantic hurricane in history. It is now a dangerous Category 4 hurricane and heads towards Cuba for additional coverage. There will be more. An impact, we're already seeing reports of extensive damage to homes, hospitals, and schools in southwestern Jamaica. Earlier, Prime Minister Andrew Holness told CNN the storm will cause catastrophic damage. You'll be in your costume, your darn birthday suit. Hilarious. Alright. Already deleted. And deleted is a term that I have used. Oh, hello there, Remy. Nice to see you. Welcome to the chat. Happy Halloween to you too. Alright. Hope you've been doing alright. Are we dressing up? Oh, yeah, we are dressing up for Halloween, yes. Alright, we are already seeing reports of extensive damage to homes, hospitals, and schools in southwestern Jamaica. Prime Minister Andrew Holness told CNN storm will cause catastrophic damage. Already deleted, dead. So deleted is a term that I use sometimes for when something is dead. I use deleted also interchangeably. All right. Melissa is responsible for 7 deletion deaths, 3 in Jamaica during the storm preparations, 3 in Haiti, and 1 in Dominican Republic. All right, and this is tracking the storm as it enters over Cuba. It will, so it's kind of going off the coast of Cuba, and I mean off the coast of Jamaica, and it's heading over Cuba right now, and then it's going to go out into the ocean. Well, not the ocean. It's going to go over some little islands and go out into the sea again. All right, let's see some more updates right here. And Remy says hello to Elaine. That's cool. And Loki says, y'all think there's any value of aliens setting up the room early so people will see it? I don't know. Oh, I could set it up early. I could set it up early. If y'all want me to. Yeah. Because we don't want people to miss what's going on. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, and Joy says, I think so too. Okay, yeah, yeah, yeah. Good idea, Moki. All right, and Denisha, welcome, Denisha. And Denisha says, "Oh my goodness, that hurricane is serious. What is a tornado watch in Texas looks like? Might touch down at some point. What is a tornado watch in Texas? It looks like that might touch down at some point. Yeah, so in Texas there was a tornado warning, and let's see if there's any updates about that. Let's go here and press this button. Did that work? Let's try this again. Interesting. It doesn't do it. Let's just do it manually. Alright. Absolutely, Remy. A lot of the trials that in recent times are extremely horrifying, and I know they're very disturbing to you. And it's also disturbing to myself as well. Oh, thank you, Joyce. It's very sweet. Oh, okay, Moki. Thank you for that information. Okay. Let's go. Come on. Come on. This way. Right? Interesting. That button doesn't work. Let's go. It's okay. Not now. Okay, the keyboard's acting silly. Must have been pressing something. Or might be... Oh, okay, my microphone was pressing a command in the keyboard, and I thought my computer was rebelling against me. Alright, so now we're going to go to the other part. Okay, as of Tuesday, October 28, 25, any previous issued tornado warnings for Texas have expired, though parts of the state have experienced severe weather. So that there's no tornado warnings at the moment. Oh, hello, Shell. Great to see you. Great to see you. And hello, Michael. Howdy to you too. It reeks my soul when people subscribe channels and they don't really support them. Right, and I think that it is good for people to support channels that they're subscribed to. It's cool. Yeah. And a tornado warning was issued earlier today at the Kilgore area in East Texas, but it has since been canceled. Alright, and Joy said something on Canva. Okay, Canva. Alright, said I just popped by to say boo to my pumpkins. Yes, yes. Oh, I missed you too, Remy, and I'm glad that you told us boo for the season. Thank you. A tornado warning was issued earlier in the day, and damage was reported in Kilgore, though it is unclear if it was caused by a tornado or severe storm winds. A tornado watch for parts of East Texas and Louisiana was in effect until 10 p.m. CDT, but it's no longer active. Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, the birthday cake. Yes, I know with my alien machines I use, I could whip up something. Yes. A tornado watch in parts of East Texas, Louisiana, effective 10 p.m. CDT, but no longer active. Recent storms also affected South and Central Texas. The city of San Marcos is investigating why the tornado sirens did not activate tornado warnings in the evening of October 27. Oh, that's very sweet of you, Remy. I feel like I have been friends with Alien for years, but this is the first time seeing him. He's cute. Oh, thank you, Elaine. We missed you too. Yeah, and yeah, Elaine, I've known you for quite a few years now. When I arrived at LC, one of the greatest things that happened to me to arrive at that channel. And as I said, I'm glad that you finally made your way over here. I have, and when I first found the trial chat, I wasn't doing lives just yet, I don't think, but I did it like a little bit later, and then we gradually, over time, came to how we are now. Yeah, so I appreciate the compliment very much, Elaine. Nice to have you with us. I want to say shout out to all of you listening and hanging out with us in the chat. I appreciate every single one of you. All right, so the tornado warnings have expired for now. Moki says I might make a big salad or get meat nuggets. Yes, yes. Here's what to expect going forward for the select cities. All right, so Kingston, Jamaica. Worst conditions now 8 p.m. Eastern Tuesday. Peak wind gusts of 60 to 70 miles per hour. Additional rainfall 4 to 6 inches. And I might be butchering some of these names. Montego Bay, Jamaica. There are ghosts in the system. Scared. Yes. Yes. And Remy says Alien is a ladies' man. Elaine, you'll have to get in line. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Yeah, I have quite the fan base. I quite the fan base. All right. Nice emojis, Joyce. Yes. All right. Worst conditions now. 8 p.m. ET Tuesday. Peak wind gusts of 100 miles, 120 miles per hour. Additional rainfall 5 to 10 inches. All right, in Santiago, Cuba. Worst conditions Tuesday 10 p.m. Wednesday at 8 a.m. Eastern Time. Peak wind gust of 120 miles per hour. Additional rainfall 10 to 16 inches locally, up to 25 inches. Hurricane warning is in effect for Jamaica, Cuban provinces for Grama, Cuba, Guantanamo, Hulgun, and Las Tunas. Elaine said, Remy, I'm married. Oh, he's closer to my daughter's age. Oh, yes. Okay. Yeah, shout out to you and your daughter. Cool people. Oh yeah, Remy. The reason why the YouTube kind of messed up the mechanism is because they're showing our handle names in some parts of YouTube, not all parts, instead of our usernames, because it's something in the code. When they're updating the website, they didn't do something right with the code, so it's. But they'll eventually bring it back. They just put the wrong name format in there. Yeah, and Remy was saying, Elaine, I'm joking with Alien. It's a recurring joke that he's a ladies' man. Yeah, so a lot of times Remy will joke with me about, with all the ladies, I'm a ladies' man, and to make it funny. So, it's add humor to the show. So that is what we're referring to. It's a joke that goes in the spaceship for quite a while. And Denisha said, I met Alien Spaceship in ABL, then he started branching out in the core trial chats. That is true, Denisha. And I remember you from the beginning when I was over there. Shout out to him. I learned so much from him. And we and then I started during the depth trial in the trial chats, and I branched off over there, and then I branched in other areas too, and here we are. So yeah, she saw it from the beginning of my development over time. And Elaine said he's still a cutie pie. Oh, thank you, Elaine, very much. All right. Joyce said Alien is going to get hooked up tonight. Yeah. And Denisha said, I'm old enough to be Alien's mom. Yeah, yes, yes. And Abs, I've been in Haiti. I went down with a group and stayed for a week and built benches, painted benches, and fed kids and did skits for them. Handed good bags, stuff like that. Oh, that is really cool. Oh, Michael said not Alien's dad. Oh yeah. Shout out to Michael. I've learned a lot from Michael too. Very brilliant. He's when we talk about all the different topics, and I like his take on the scientific stuff. Oh, I like his take on everything. He's good at cooking. He's basically the jack of all trades. But I remember I like the forensic science stuff. That's one of my favorites to talk about. Nisha, thankfully we're safe and so sweet. Obviously, Haiti has gone through a lot of hardships, and I've heard about different nefarious things going on over there, and I'm glad that people are helping out the people of Haiti. Yeah. And they get to meet the children that they sponsored. Oh yes, yes, that's good. That's good. Hurricane warning and the effect for Jamaica. Okay, we read that part. Okay, so see how much rain Melissa has dumped in the Caribbean so far. Thank you, Abs. She will be my dad. That's good. So I'm gonna have to wish Abs a happy Father's Day when it comes time to do that. All right, and Denisha said, Abs, we were definitely safe. We went to someone that was highly respected in Haiti, and they took him like a pastor, so highly respected. I am so grateful. Got to spend a week. That's great. Amen. That's great. And Hurricane Melissa's Hurricane Melissa batters Caribbean with rain. Rainfall accumulation has exceeded 20 inches in parts of the Caribbean as Hurricane Melissa made landfall in Jamaica. So it's in Jamaica, and wow, it made like 10, 20 inches. Lord, right there in Jamaica. And also in the water, there's like a spot in the water that was completely watered down by it. Wow. All right, hell yeah. I'm one of the youngest here, but I'll definitely step up. I got you, Alien. Oh, thank you. Thank you. All right, been good, busy. When temps drop here down in the 80s and 70s, everyone wants to come and stay with me. Nice. There 6 months before hurricane in Haiti. Okay, there are 6 months before that hurricane. Okay. Oh, Duke. Shout out to the chickens. Hey, Duke, welcome to the chat. I'm glad to have you with us. And yeah, to the Dookie, to Dookie and the Flamingos. Yes, yes. It's always great to see you with us. Climate change likely made Melissa worse. Hurricane Melissa's intensification into the strongest storm on Earth. So far this year, one of the strongest storms on record in the Atlantic Ocean was fueled by unusually hot ocean temperatures in the Caribbean. Yeah, Mookie says Dookie time. Facts. The storm underwent two periods of rapid intensification, with its maximum sustained winds first jumping from 70 miles per hour on Saturday morning to 140 miles per hour just 24 hours later. Oh, yeah, yeah, Remy. It's some yeah. One time, Remy also thought that I was a 60-year-old man. Yeah, yeah. Sometimes with uh, the ages, people might think you're a certain age, but actually you're another age of when you're like in the chat room. And Ab says, "Oh, Sheila, I wasn't fertilized until 2001." Ab says, "I always was packing, not slacking." And Loki says, "When I type in Dookie, Aaron's name comes in my auto suggestions." Oh yeah, she likes to give Aaron Dookie. Yeah, yeah. So yeah, shout to Aaron. Denisha said, "Remy, she does not give 50-year-old man vibes. I thought she was younger. I Abs had a SpongeBob picture, so I assumed she was in my age group or a little bit older, maybe. But yeah, I wasn't entirely certain what she was exactly, but I thought she was probably somewhere in my age group." Oh, it looks like something arrived for alien spaceship. So, and Moki said my youngest is 25. Oh, nice, nice Moki. BRB. All right, let's see if something came in. All right, splendid. All righty. Yeah, the spaceship got a package. Yes. Let's see. He's packing too. Yes. Now I'm going to be right back. Going to check something really quick. I'll be right back. Just all right. Here I am. All right, 2,000 years ago, when Egypt told cats they were gods, fast forward, my cat never forgot, hence my absence. Oh, there he is. Oh, I can't leave her unattended. Yes, that's true. That's true. I need to get with the program. I need to get with the program, yes. Won't be doing that again. Oh, Remy's cat thinks that it's her pet. Oh, the cat thinks that you are his pet. All right. And such bouts of rapid intensification are becoming more frequent as the climate warms. Humid Melissa is only the latest to in a string of intense Atlantic hurricanes this year to undergo such extreme rapid strengthening. According to the Climate Science Research Group, Central Group, the ocean temperatures in vicinity of Hurricane Melissa's path were about 2.5 degrees Fahrenheit for the year. The group calculated that along the entire path of the storm, from usually hot sea surface temperature, were at least 500 to 800 times more likely due to global warming. She tried to teach herself knitting, but it was unsuccessful. My grandma and my aunt does knitting. They do knitting, and my grandma and her sister do knitting. And oh, I'll show you all something which I'm not leaving abs under unattended. I'm gonna show you all something that my grandma's sister made me from doing the. I think it's crocheting or knitting. I'm not quite sure which one is which. I have something cool to show. Let's do this right here. Make blankets and still has. Okay. All right. So might be a little bit dusty. Okay. This we're going to sit in front of the light. All right. This is a cat that my grandma's sister made for me when I was, uh, little. She did a very good job on it. And here's a tail. Very nicely done. Oh yeah, thanks, Michael. Glad you like it. Okay, and she says, a few years ago, Denisha, I learned while I was still trying to graduate from high school, but I would be school after work. I crocheted blanket hat for my deceased baby girl. Oh, condolences for your loss, Habs. Abs says I lost her in a second time, sir, and my brother flushed ashes down the toilet. My life has been pretty sad, but thank you, Denisha. Yes, absolutely. You love that cat, yes, yes. Okay. Let's do this right here. I am still with everybody. Okay, let's go. Okay, that was a conversation about the packages. There are hurricanes. And here we go. According to Climate Science Research Group, Climate Central, ocean temperatures in the vicinity of Hurricane Melissa's path were about 2.5 degrees Fahrenheit above average for this time of the year. The group calculated that along the entire path of the storm so far, the usually hot sea surface temperatures were at least 500, 800 times more likely to cause damage in the storms. Because when I see people my age die, it makes me grateful that I'm the age that I am. She's seen lots of Gen Xers kicking it early. Yeah. All right. Jamaica's main food producing regions are being impacted by the hurricane, says UN aid official. Some of Jamaica's main food producing regions are being battered by Hurricane Melissa, a World Food Program officials told CNN Tuesday. Ab says, Nisha, that's why I'm a boxer. That's my career. I have so many demons. People don't know half the shit I've seen. Yeah. Exactly. I know, right? Uh, and with abs, she very tough, very tough. I said there needs to be a movie made about Abby's life. Duke said, I'm old as dirt. Right. Regions like St. Elizabeth and southwest of the island already experienced severe destruction last year when Hurricane Real brought destructive winds and devastating storm surge in Jamaica. First time you're hit by a storm of this nature is devastating. The next time that a storm like this impacts the same communities, you can only imagine how difficult it'll be for them, Margaret said. I mean, Mookie says, I don't think I'm old or young. Right. I see everybody's my age. If they are, they aren't. I see everyone the same age as me. All right, this is a hurricane that hit in 2024, and that was the devastation of it. Elaine said I'm middle age, but feel like I'm ready for an old age folks home. Right. While Bogart and his team are currently sheltering in place, once they are given all clear from the government, they will move into the country's most affected areas and distribute aid. They will bring aid to people who are in shelters, those whose homes have been damaged or destroyed, those who have been displaced by the storm, Morgan said. United Nations agency will then help ensure that private markets are able to function again so that the food can be delivered to communities and people will be able to buy food from shops again, he continued. Yeah, right on, Remy. Right. Facts. Michael said, I'm old enough to know better, but young enough to do it anyway. Right on, right on. Cuba is staring down a direct hit from Melissa. Here's what to expect. After Melissa moves away from Jamaica, Cuba is next in line for powerful hurricanes. Fury landfall. Fury landfall is expected very early Wednesday morning, likely a couple hours after midnight, but impacts have already begun. Oh, hello, Roxy. Good to see you. Welcome. Heavy rain is moving over the southeastern Cuba. Tropical storm force winds are creeping farther inland after the hurricane force winds will arrive evening before Melissa makes landfall. And it did make landfall, but made as a Category 5. And the flooding and rain, parts of Cuba will see 20 to 30 inches. Let's see. Yeah, 20 to 30 inches. And higher gusts, serious damage to buildings, trees, and power lines is likely. Storm surge, Melissa winds will generate up to 12 feet of storm surge for coastal southeastern Cuba, especially late Tuesday into Wednesday. Scared abs. Scared. Oh yeah, yeah. Melissa's center moves off Jamaica, but destructive impacts persist. Melissa is a Category 4 hurricane with 145 miles per hour winds, but now it became this is from 58 minutes ago. All right, so nearly an hour ago. It was a Category 4 hurricane winds up to 5 p.m. Eastern Time, according to National Hurricane Center. Melissa is now centered just off the north coast of Jamaica. Despite the hurricane center moving off land, its ferocious wind, torrential rain, and storm surge are still slamming the island. Melissa will continue to track the northeast this evening and make landfall Cuba overnight. Darn, I was going to tweak that before I said it, but hit send before the microchip. Oh. Alright, let's see what the newest updates are. Alright, this is from 12 minutes ago, the newest update. Melissa is still a dangerous storm. Even as it moves off land, Jamaican official warns. Okay, Michael, understood. Jamaica is still not in the clear as of yet, with high winds, heavy rainfall, and the forecast even as Hurricane Melissa moves off land. And official with the country's meteorological service said this afternoon, Melissa is still dangerous. Category 4 hurricane. Rohan Brown, manager weather services at Jamaica's meteorological service, a briefing. Hurricane force winds are expected to continue across many parts of the country, with other areas experiencing hurricane force winds, Brown said. Heavy rainfall will also continue, and seas on the south coast will still be rough with dangerous waves, he said. Damn, I'm short, but the way I make basket shots, I should have been playing a basketball player. She should have been a basketball player. Oh yeah, all of our names have been twisted because of YouTube changing the settings from what it was supposed to be, our username, to our handle. Oh yeah, I like playing basketball too. I do good with shooting hoops, and also my best is defense. I like doing defense. I can move these knees and get sturdy with what I got back. They also went to handles to make people's channels easier to get to. Okay, yeah. YouTube decides to go to handles because a lot of people's names are being stolen, and they were also using people's names to cause trouble. Oh, okay. Yeah, from Flippy to Destroyer. My name and handle were the same apart from numbers at the end of my name now. Yes. Hurricane force winds are expected to continue across and heavy rainfall with also continue to seas in the south coast will be rough with dangerous waves, he said. Okay, in 29 minutes ago, no deaths have been reported since Hurricane Melissa made landfall, says Minister. No deaths directly linked to Hurricane Melissa have been reported in Jamaica since the storm made landfall earlier today. Country's tourism minister Edmund Barlett told CNN the reports coming out of the areas that the storm has passed have been devastating. Barlett told CNN's Richard Quest. And she said 9651 means nothing. It was given to her by YouTube or Google. Ah, okay. Denisha said she's not good at any sport. Oh, okay. Yeah, I like the. I do well whatever I did. Pretty much. Think about things. In Jamaica, will recover quicker than most other places because we are well prepared, the minister said. Even before the hurricane made landfall, we were bringing technicians to repertory arguments were being pulled in place, he said. Jamaica, as trees were being cut down in preparation for the hurricane, the country's health minister said Monday the full scale of the storm's devastation will be only become apparent in the coming hours and the days. Close to 15,000 Jamaicans are in shelters across the country, minister says. All right, so they have a bunch of shelters up to help the people in those situations. Facts. Okay, Jamaica's hurricane. Okay, so Jamaica Minister Local Government Desmond McKenzie said Tuesday there are close to 15,000 Jamaicans in emergency shelters across the country as the island continues to feel effects of the Hurricane Melissa. It is safe to say that our shelters have seen increased numbers, McKenzie said in press briefing. We also notice that there are communities where residents have gone and have created makeshift shelters. McKenzie added that shelters remain open for as long as it is necessary. Before the storm hit, McKenzie on Monday shared concerns about low uptake and the use of emergency shelters across the country. All right, more than 530,000 people without electricity, officials say. Hundreds of thousands of people in Jamaica are without power after Hurricane Melissa ripped through the country, officials said, as of 4 p.m. local time. More than 350,000 Jamaicans do not have electricity. Desmond McKenzie, Minister of Local Government and Community Development said today. That makes more than 77% of Jamaica public service customers across the country, he said. Work is presently underway to restore our service to give priorities to critical facilities like hospitals and water pumping stations, McKenzie said. Okay. I don't know when I went through the hurricanes. Now, Hurricane Katrina was a really tedious situation. You know, that's it, just kind of an understatement because, you know, the power wasn't just out. The city was flooded in '05. But I've been through hurricanes that didn't lead to such lethal consequences like flooding, severe flooding. And yeah, sometimes the power was out for a week, but this situation, they're out of power for quite a long... I don't know how long they're going to be out without power. Hopefully they can get it back up as soon as possible. Yeah, Katrina ruined Six Flags. Katrina, and I'll show you all, may have not have seen it, the images of it. It was, it's like they're underwater, but it's not supposed to be underwater. Yeah, I remember the Six Flags. I remember going there and getting the different items that, like the gift shop. And back then, that was before, I think Pirates of the Caribbean was out, or was going to be coming out. But back then, the pirate themes are so different back then. Before that theme, and it was just, I like both, but of course Pirates of the Caribbean is it takes the cake for me. Like you'd have like kind of a classic, like a pirate with white and red stripes, and they had this kind of different, the skull and crossbones on the hat, and then pirates I think was probably more like another authentic way the mariners looked, more darker outfits with less symbolism. But yeah, that's what it looked more. It looked like pre-Pirates of the Caribbean time period where they had swords. I love my sword, the cutlass. It was although I know when I got older I learned about real swords, but it was a plastic sword, and I dressed as a pirate, and then nice gift shop, and I went to the SpongeBob ride, and the SpongeBob ride was really, really cool. It was originally a pirate ride. And the pirate ride, you're like a cannonball, or you're like in a pirate ship. And then the other one, you were SpongeBob game. You were not a game, but a SpongeBob ride. You were like a Krabby Patty, or different views from SpongeBob's point of view. And I was tall enough to go into it, and I enjoyed it when I was there, but it's not there anymore. So, and Ab says we have a Six Flags in LA County, Santa Clarita. Oh, okay, thank you. I'm glad to know that. And Ab says, I am only an hour from Cedar Point, so I'm good. Oh. That's good to know, yeah. You're terrified of the Superman ride. Oh yeah, they have some rides that are quite... They have some rides that are quite intense, indeed. They can be really frightening. Because there's been, not necessarily, there has been Six Flags incidents of accidents, but accidents have happened at music parks before, and it's not really too good. So I can understand where people be concerned about the rides. But yeah, it can be quite intimidating, indeed. Yeah, scared. Personally, I think Cedar Point redoing Dragster after lawsuit is stupid. The original was great, just needed upped maintenance. Oh, okay. Okay. Or just don't do a dragster, but not. They made double dragster. Okay. Okay. All right, Abs Destroyer OMG. Did someone get deleted? Die? Why the lawsuits? Yeah, elaborate about what happened. Oh, Cosmic Shield Maiden. Oh, good evening. Welcome to the chat. All right, the Carnival reroutes ships as Melissa sweeps through the Caribbean. Some Final Destination stuff, I'll say. Thankfully, nobody was killed. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Someone got hit in the head with a flying metal from the track. I think I saw a story about that. I think I know what you're talking about. Carnival Cruise Line is rerouting its ships to steer guests away from Hurricane Melissa, one of the strongest hurricanes on record to make landfall in the Atlantic Basin. At least five of the Carnival Cruise Line ships have canceled or replaced planned stops this week. Thank you for the next super chat. Elaine, thank you. Change of topic. Sorry, but if Wendy Adelson gets arrested, you need to be all over it like the venereal disease. Oh, yes. Yes, absolutely. With Wendy Adelson, I think, in my opine, she will be arrested at some point. Possibly if they have enough to convict her. And I was just thinking earlier, we were talking about with Georgia. She did a great job prosecuting the two others. And I will certainly be on top of it and reviewing about that. Yes. And it's really messed up what she did. Now, Denisha doesn't think it's going to happen. Okay. Do we think that she will get arrested? What about Harvey? And, it's if they have enough evidence to convict her for something, we will certainly see. But I don't know if what evidence they have or don't have to get her convicted. Now, Denisha says, I don't know if there's enough evidence to convict her with having a hand in Dan Markle's murder. Okay, understood, Denisha. Now, I do think, in my opine, that we have a situation where the mother, Donna, was influenced, we think, by Wendy to do what she did because she was the one complaining about him. And then that motivated the mother and Charlie to do what they did. So I do think if she didn't complain about it, although it was wrong what happened, she wouldn't have done that. Perhaps they would have still been alive. So I do think that she indirectly had something to do with this outcome. But as I said, I could see a refutation for that. Possible. We've reviewed Donna's getting sentenced. Getting sentenced, and we were roasting her. It was quite funny. Alright. And Nisha said, I think her mother was overbearing and nosy. Charlie was her yes man, and he was willing to do whatever it took to get mommy's approval. I know, and by doing that, it became his own downfall. And I don't really know what the point of what she was doing was going to do, because if they were good, they thought that they're kind of like Tellus. I was talking earlier to Les about Tellus, right? And Tellus thought that he was invincible, and Donna thought she was invincible. These people thought they couldn't get caught with it, but they did. And Harvey's little thing in court had my eyes popping. He says Donna's whaling was like mating call on the whales making in the ocean. Yes, yes. And we were saying on here, Remy, that the Eagle Eyes was saying it's like where Donna had her first orgasm in a long time, and that was what the noise she was making. Oh, I was cracking up to it when we reacted together. And yeah, about the hurricane, the last thing really was the last part of the update was about this cruise ship heading into a different region to keep the people out in harm's way. Yeah, but that was all with the updates regarding the hurricane. And yeah, yeah. Being a horrible person is not against the law. Driving past the crime scene is also not a crime. Complaining to your mother about unfair treatment you're getting in court is not a crime. And I agree, and that is true. But in the first place, if she didn't talk about in a certain way, whatever she said, although it was evil and her mother and Charlie were completely in the wrong, and I do agree with you that, people talk about their relatives all the time, or talk about people all the time they have a problem with. It doesn't mean they want them to get murdered or anything. I mean, people that are completely crazy are responsible for that. And she probably could have done it anyway to somebody. I mean, certainly is not a normal person, no excuse. I do think that a possibility here is whatever she said, she got paranoid to the point where she wanted to take retaliatory actions, but the retaliatory action she took was completely unacceptable and uncalled for. Now, if she could have worded a different way, another method of doing it, maybe her mother wouldn't feel it was such a threat, but still, Donna was completely in the wrong. It doesn't give her any excuse at all. And as I said, it's normal for relatives to do that, Denisha. I just think whatever she said, if she didn't say anything about it, just hypothetically, although it's kind of out the norm, maybe does not say anything about it, I think he would have still been alive. But it doesn't give any excuse at all. Yeah, but I would like to see if she gets convicted with anything. And another thing about Donna Adelson is she was trying to go to Vietnam, and Vietnam does not have extradition laws with the United States. So if, say, somebody does a crime and they go over there, it is a clear sign that they're trying to avoid the law in that situation. If they're trying to get convicted of a crime, they go to another country to get amnesty. Now, they're looking up and trying to get to Vietnam, and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, trying to get that accomplished, trying to get people to not think she was just going on vacation. Like, all of a sudden, you're going to go to Vietnam, over in Nam, and not to Paris or London somewhere. You're going to go all the way to the jungles. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. So, yeah, she certainly was trying to evade the law, indeed. Yeah. Yeah, Wendy could have just kept her in her Dan's life private, but she told all the details to her ma. Abs, I'm sorry most girls are going to talk to your mom about the crap it's going on in your life. When I was getting divorced from my husband, my mother was my go-to. Right. And Donna's clutching her pretend pearls had me crackling. Yes, yes. Yeah, and people could talk about a complaint they have. It's just whatever she said caused her to get ticked off. But then again, it's normal for people to get upset and talk to their mothers about something. I mean, mothers and daughters are very close. So, yeah, I completely see both positions. But just hypothetically, if they kept it to themselves, he'd still be alive today. Or if she said it in a certain way, whatever she said to trigger her, she said it differently. Maybe she wouldn't have felt propelled to do that. But as I said, there's nothing normal about Donna. Nothing normal about her that she could hear that and do a murder. There's nothing normal about that. No excuse. It is a common occurrence that mothers do. But just hypothetically, yeah, it doesn't make any sense for, if they would have kept it with themselves, he still would have been alive. If anything, if she knew her mother had a temper to her or would get upset by what was being said, and she could have been different about it to not trigger her own mom, but I don't know her mom, so how it was going to be, but I certainly would have thought she could have taken different precautions about it. And Donna does love to be in control, that is true. Alright, Denisha said, the mother got paranoid that she would no longer see her sunshine. The mother was very controlling, and she was going to do whatever it took to keep the babies in Florida with her. That is very true. That is very true. And as I said, whatever she said made her more paranoid. And, yeah, it just wasn't the best thing that could have, happened, because he's not with us anymore. And, she's locked up, and she's going to pretty much die in prison. And Temu Charlie is going to die in prison too. And it's just throwing your life away. Like, I personally would not want to go to jail for any reason. In my opinion. And I'm not going to, I think we could all agree on that. Like, no one wants to go there. So, people just gotta not be in their feelings so much and be calm and not take such behavior where you're going and murdering people. You could cut people off or whatever. You could be upset. You could sue someone. But, like, to take retaliatory behavior in this sort of way is not the way to deal with things. Now, Donna wants to see her sunshine at all. Yeah, she will not see her sunshine at all. She's going to see, her cell block mate and have a girlfriend and a wife in there. That's what she's going to have. And she's going to contract Temu worms and all kinds of things. Elaine says, my dad was a narc. I lived with it. Actually becomes comical how infantile they are. I have 20 odd years away from that. Oh, wow. Well, thank you for sharing us what happened. And everything's better now. Yeah, so, you understand, about some of these things. And Av says, it's sad because didn't Charlie become a father? I believe so, yes. I believe so. Now, if that's not true, the chat can correct me about that. But that's what I thought I recalled myself. Okay, Charlie Adelson does not have any biological children. However, he is the uncle of 2 sons of his sister. So Charlie does not have any kids of his own, but he's an uncle of the 2 sons of his sister. Alright, during the 2014 murder for hire plot, Markle, a key motive was that Adelson's family's desire for wanting to have her sons to relocate to South Florida, an action Markle was blocking through the family court. After Markle's deletion death, Adelson's changed the boy's last name from Markle to Adelson, and their contact with their parental grandparents was severely limited. Right, it says he doesn't. Okay, Joyce. See you later. While serving his life sentence for murder, recordings of phone calls between Adelson and his son's mother were used as evidence. These conversations about their child and extracurricular activities were entered as evidence, and other children mentioned in related searches are not Charlie's biological children. Ab says still Dan's children are suffering without their grandmother, uncle, and father. Yeah, absolutely. It's really tragic. Denisha said, I honestly don't think that there is a lot Wendy could have or could not have said that would not have set this motion. I honestly believe that Donna is the mastermind. Okay, Joyce, understood. We'll look forward to your return. Yeah, and certainly Donna was very involved with it, even a mastermind. That is something that I believe is very true. You know, it has to be. I'm not in disagreement with that. I think that Wendy, I don't know for certain. I like to hear other opinions if people think otherwise. But I don't think that she was intending for him to get murdered. Shout out to Mary Toodles. Shout out to Mary Toodles. Yeah. All right. And yeah, and she completely was. I don't think she was trying to murder her husband, but unless there's something that is people think he was, and I'm missing something. But it was involuntary, maybe, if it wasn't intentional. It was completely involuntary. But yeah, I don't know, like, if she wanted him to get murdered or not, but as said, other opinions are welcome about it. Because I'm just quite curious to see what people think. But she could have wanted him murdered too, you know, but she did it so well and crafted it so well. She made it look like her mother was mainly behind it when she was really the instigator. You know, that's another way it could be viewed. And she would know her mom, and whatever she told her mom, she knew her mom would be paranoid, and whatever she did caused him to get murdered. Maybe she had something against him too, but I don't think that's not necessarily true. We don't really always know what someone's thinking, but yeah, it's certainly possible. But if it wasn't on purpose, it was certainly involuntary. But I do think she, could have had a hand in this, and we'll see if they do convict her, prosecute her. Not even kidding. I can't even step on people's lawns because you can see them hearing through the windows watching you. Yeah. Okay, Denisha said Charlie has a son. Okay. Let's see. Okay, Denisha, you tell them sometimes you can see neighbors standing and just looking around at everyone's lawn, and there's people really in their lawn grooming seriously. Okay, so this is about Charlie Adelson's son. So yes, he does have a son, it says. And his son, yeah, he has a son named Roman with his former girlfriend, Katie Magbuna. That existence and custody of his child became relevant in the public record during the murder for hire investigation and Adelson's subsequent trial. Key details regarding So his name is so Denisha was right. Denisha was right. So for everybody, he actually does have a son. Yes. Relationship to the case: the mother of the Charlie Adelson son, Katie Maguana, is one of the co-conspirators in the murder of Dan Markle. Cat up for adoption, spoiled brat cutie will test your evening patience, any takers. Well, I have a cat sanctuary, so sure. We could add another cat, and Bubbles the cat can have a companion, sure. Scared. Recently, we found a new kitten we're taking care of. That was our new one we adopted. And it's a very playful kitten. So yeah, I understand what it's like to have the spoiled brat, cute cat. Over there, he's sleeping right now, I think. Now, Elaine, which type of cat is it? Like, what color? I was curious. Here, relationship to the case: the Charlie's son, Katie, is one of the co-conspirators. Okay, I read that. Custody disputes. Custody disputes. During the court proceedings, it was revealed that Adelson had minimal involvement in raising the child and had brought to court to force him to pay child support. Oh, okay. He's all drama. Yes, yes. Scared. Well, certainly sounds like a feisty cat indeed. That I'll be having to deal with. Contrasting motives. The murder of Dan Markle was motivated in part by Adelson's family's desire to have Wendy Adelson's children relocated to South Florida. This contrasts with the evidence suggesting Charles' disengagement with his son's life. Oh, he's a Mogi Fluffy bee with tuxedo. Oh, okay. That's cool. Very, very, sounds like a very beautiful cat. All right, specific details. Scared. Specific details regarding the date and location birth of Charlie Adelson and Kate's son, Roman Adelson, have not been disclosed to public reports. Now, yeah, so as I said, the first prompt was saying they didn't have a son, but as this thing could, it looks like it has Temu thoughts sometimes. So, doing it again, yes, his son's name Roman Adelson, and it's very unfortunate that he won't have his father because he'll be locked up. As I don't know why people do stupid stuff like this and think they can get away with it. It's, as I said, it's just a waste of a life. Alright, Ab says, I can hear her running over sticks. Why Ma so late? Why Mo so late? The mower white woman. Everyone else in the neighborhood is probably about to sleep. Oh, there's someone across the street sometimes that goes to cut the lot around like 1 in the morning. And I was just thinking, like, and I like to walk around at late night, late night, I do walks, and I was just like, I guess they come from the north part, like across the lake and come down here or whatever, and or maybe because the weather is cooler. I mean, no hate, but it's kind of like out of place. You wouldn't think people would do that. I can hear running over sticks. Oh, yes, yes. I think they're better everyone else's. They think the law doesn't apply to them. Yeah. Like Robert Tellis was very self-confident and he was very calm, but he makes these sad, pitiful faces. And he looks like a rotten, a rotten turnip. No, I mean a turnip, a jack-o'-lantern. That's what he looks like. And he looks like the rotten eggs. Yeah, I'll show you all what I'm talking about. Oh, come on, mouse. Ah, there we go, mouse. Thank you. Yeah, for example, like Tellus. Yeah, this is Tellus, the rotten egg, and his bushy, his eyebrows, and yeah, that is him. That's him. And scared. Another thing that Tellus is this right here. It's going to be the yeah. This is another one of Tellus. This is Tellus's face. Yeah, and Ab says she drank a little prior and got the energy. IGO eyebrows looks like him. Yeah, and this is Tellus. Another picture of Tellus. It looks just like that. That's him when he's watching the court proceedings, and he's making all his stupid faces. Yeah, that's him right there. For real, but add 100 creases. Yes, yes. Should drink prior to get okay. Yeah, Denisha said, Elaine, I love cats, but I'm not allowed to have pets where I live. It sounds like you're a little guy's a handful. Yeah, yeah. Just like Bubbles was like that too. All right, and this is another one to tell us. That's him in the courtroom just staring off into space while he's making his testimony. Scared. All right. That's what jack-o'-lanterns looked like originally before they came to America, because it originates from the Ireland and Scotland, the Halloween, which originates back from the ancient peoples of celebrations that they had. And yeah, it was a turn-up, and Jack was... he couldn't go to heaven or hell, so like hell didn't want him either, so Satan threw him a lump of coal. Hold on. Satan threw him a lump of coal, which was on fire, a burning coal. That doesn't sound too good, whatever that is. Anyway, I have a visitor. Anyway, so the jack-o'-lantern, what I was saying was, he got a turnip, right, and he made a face in it, and then he put the coal in there, and he was just wandering around in the swamps and bogs of the ancient Celtic lands, just wandering around. So that's where the jack-o'-lantern thing comes from. Then when they came to America with the giant squash we have here, they created the kind of jack-o'-lanterns we have now. And I'm going to make it so people can see what people can see, because I didn't quite have it in the right spot because the alien's in the way. Okay, there we go. He's out the way now. All right, so that's the jack-o'-lantern. With the squash that was made, it's a type of squash, right? The pumpkin. And that's the one from Scotland. So that's the difference between the two different versions. Yeah. Yeah. And I have some ancestry from both places, of course. Scotland and Ireland. And Elaine says, when it comes to cats, I raise brats. Yeah, it is pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Here's an example right here. Yeah, so uh, and Jack was a drunk. Yeah, Jack was a drunk, and that's what he used to walk around with. Okay, Elaine says when it comes to okay, my cat are spoiled. My dog was also spoiled, but she knew boundaries, and she died this year at 19 years. Oh, Elaine, condolences for your loss of a pet, of the dog. That's very sad. Thank you for letting us know. Yeah, yeah. But burning fire reminds me of my brother. I just brought up a story when my older brother told him to take dog poop and light it on fire in a paper bag and leave it on a random doorstep. We love our fur babies. Yeah. But my brother was too fat to run, so he saw him in 5 seconds and told him to come get it. Scared. Elaine says, Laud, I am Scottish from as far as history goes. XXX. Thanks all. Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. And that is awesome. I love Scotland. I like when I was in school, I enjoyed the Shakespearean stories that had to do with Scotland. I liked it. And there was, I remember it was very cool. I like the mountains and the hills and stuff. I'm related to southern Scotland. A long time ago. Like, say. And then eventually they all migrated to London. Then eventually here I am in the United States. Because of a vacation that occurred. Yeah, shout out to Elaine. Thank you. Oh, this is some pretty cool ones. I mean, these are some jack-o'-lanterns with completely made from a turnip. That looks actually pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Yeah, I remember we. Oh, I'm going to show you all something. Tell you all about something. So, yeah, the one in Scotland that I remember the most was Macbeth. That was really interesting. The Three Witches, and then that type of those stories got passed down over centuries and eventually to what we have now. So, uh, the stories from ancient times live on in our modern age. Yeah. So, uh, yeah, that's where the jack o' lantern came from. It came from there. Okay, and Elaine says, "Alien, you do a thing that my daughter does that makes certain noises, phrases. She has not been DX with autism, but it is a problem." Oh, okay, interesting, interesting. Okay, thank you. That yeah, her and I have some similarities. All right, and Ab says, yeah, Ab says, "I'm gonna start a fight in a few minutes. I got to go." Oh, interesting. Probably won't be back. Hope you guys take care. Have a good night and great stream. Okay, thank you, Abs. Thank you so much. Okay. And Elaine says, I hope this doesn't come off as an offense, as she is beautiful and cool as F. Elaine, it's not offensive. I don't mind. It's all good. I thank you for letting me know. I don't say it as an offensive thing. People with that can be, with the autism, are very smart people. So, I don't have a problem with it. I thank you very much for compliment, feedback. Yes. Your daughter sounds like a very intelligent person, very cool person, from what you tell me, and I appreciate you here with us. And you see, another thing, Elaine, I have a lot of hyper-focused interests also, which is something that is known to be associated with that. And I use it to my advantage with the YouTube stuff and with the trial chat. But yes, that is not out of the question. That is certainly things I've heard before. So, it's all cool. I don't mind. So, and Anna says Alien has no signs of autism, according to her. Okay. And good to see you, Anna. Welcome to the chat. Yeah, and I don't know, is this people, as I said, it doesn't bother me. People think that. It's all right. But thank you, Anna, for being here and for the shout out. Said, I don't think I have that, but I do have hobbies and interests that I do like to look into that might be similar to it. But it said, it doesn't bother me. Shouldn't say anything wrong, in my opine. Yeah, but thank you. It says, thank you, Anna, for being here and being here for me. Okay, so going to look at the pumpkin thing. Let's see. Yeah, the origins of the pumpkin. Origins. Alright, Elaine says, I have ADHD, so it was something I questioned because I hyperfocus. Please don't take offense. Elaine, I'm not offended by anything you said. It's okay. There was, as I said, people have thought over time that I had ADHD and stuff like that. People have thought that. Now, of course, it's up to speculation what people think. One thing, as I said, I do have fixated hobbies and interests, but if I did have something, it would have to be very, very, very mild. But yeah, I see what you're saying. As I said, you could say what you. I didn't take offense by it. And also, Anna, thank you for being here and sticking up for me too. And I seem to do quite well with chat and everybody else. And I like to talk about the different interests and stuff that I have and share them with all of you. It's pretty cool to talk to chat about the different topics about the trials and whatnot. So yeah, and I like to say, I have my little phrases and things because when I say scared, it's something that the chat thinks is funny. And Anna says, Alien, I'm sure Miss Toodles would have had you checked. I'm sure you're warm and relatable and very social. And yeah, it's very smart. Sorry, no chance. Yeah, and Anna, I agree with you. And now that's why I didn't think I have that, because I was like, go to social situations and stuff like that. But at times, over time in my life, people thought that I had something like ADHD very mildly or something of that nature, but I don't know how the complexity of the psychology works, but I do well with people in social situations that I am not like an autist in the other sense of being bad with social skills and other stuff like that. I'm very warm and relatable. Thank you, Anna, for the compliment. And if it was, they were happy, very mild. If it was, but it's I don't really think I had it. But as I said, some people thought that I had like obsessive traits with things and stuff like that. But yeah, I do agree with you about I'm very warm and relatable and very good with social skills and very smart. Oh, thank you, Anna, for that very nice compliment. I appreciate you. And I appreciate Anna sticking up for me very much. And as I said, Elaine is cool people. I've no problem with her. And Elaine said, I'm glad you. And Anna said, you don't have it, no sign of it at all. Okay, Anna, thank you. Thank you for that. Right. And Elaine said, I'm glad you understood. Sorry about if I misunderstood. Okay, understood, Elaine. And as I said, Elaine, I appreciate you here with us. And I'm glad that you're enjoying the stream. Hello there, Rebecca. Great to see you. And okay, everybody else is with us that was here earlier. Okay, nice. Okay, Michael is back. Awesome. All right, pumpkins originated in North America, right? The pumpkins originated in North America, with the earliest domesticated pumpkin seeds discovered in Mexico and dating back between 7,000 and 5,500 BCE. The word pumpkin itself evolved from Greek word pipon, which means large melon. All right, so it means a large melon. It's something that the indigenous Americans had. And Elaine, when your cousins came to the United States, they used that to create the jack-o'-lanterns that they usually had in your homeland. Yes. Right. And we had early cultivations. The indigenous peoples in Central America, including Mexico, were the first to cultivate pumpkins. As far back as 7,500 years ago. The first varieties were smaller, harder, and more bitter. Today, sweet orange pumpkins, but they were valued for their durability and versatility. All right, Michael said, I had a friend stop by and raid my garden for peppers. He sent other message to friends, of course, to come over and get some. I am so generous. Well, that's cool. That's cool. You're like me with the grocery store in the backyard. Yes. All right. The Three Sisters companion planting. Indigenous peoples often planted pumpkins alongside maize, corn, and beans. This sustainable method, known as the Three Sisters, created a mutually beneficial relationship with the corn supported and the bean vines and the pumpkin vines acted as ground cover to suppress weeds and retain moisture. Elaine said, I'm sorry, Chad, I feel like a total idiot. I read the room wrong. Oh, okay. Everything's okay, Elaine. Thank you. And as I said, I'm glad that you are with us, and it's all okay. Okay. You've always been very kind to me, and I've always enjoyed chatting with you, and the different chats. All right. Now, a little history about the jack-o'-lanterns. A little bit of history about the jack-o'-lanterns. All right. Rebecca says, do you think it's rude if someone sets pumpkins in their porch and someone steals them and brings them back carved? Yeah, it's all good, Elaine. It's all good. Okay, now, if they all come back carved, I will say that it's a sign that it depends on how the person takes it. It would be interpreted as rude if someone didn't want them fooled with or didn't ask permission. Some people might think it's a funny prank or we're going to do it anyway. It depends on how the person interprets it. I would say it could be rude to do without permission because you don't know what their reaction to it would be. But we don't know how people are going to react to stuff like that. But I would say certainly it just depends on how the person interprets the situation, and whoever is going to be daring enough to do that, it's quite a subject for debate. Yeah. And some people might think it's funny. Some people might be triggered by it. It depends. All right, Stingy Jack, legendary Irish folklore character whose deceitful nature led to his eternal damnation, forever roaming the earth with carved turnip lantern. This tale originated in the jack-o'-lantern tradition. Our legend of Stingy Jack. According to the legend, Stingy Jack was a cunning and selfish drunkard known for playing tricks on anyone he could. One night, he invited the devil to have a drink with him at a tavern. The coin trick. True to his name, Jack did not want to pay for his drinks. He convinced the devil to transform himself into a coin to pay the tab, but instead of paying, Jack pocketed the coin next to a silver cross, preventing the devil from changing back. Jack only released the devil after he promised not to claim his soul for 1 year. The apple tree trick. 10 years later, Jack encouraged the devil again. Jack stalled for time and asked the devil to pick an apple from a nearby tree as soon as the devil climbed into the branches. Jack carved a cross into the tree's trunk, trapping him once more, and Jack agreed to free the devil, only he promised to not take his soul for another 10 years. This is from the ancient Celtic traditions. Okay. When Jack eventually was deleted died, he was turned away from heaven because of his wicked, deceitful life. He then went to the gates of hell, but the devil, still bitter from being tricked twice, upheld his promise and refused to take Jack's soul. With nowhere to go, he was cursed to wander the earth in a perpetual darkness. As a parting gift, the devil threw him a burning ember from hell to light his way. Jack carved out a turnip, placed the ember inside, and began his eternal walk. This ghostly figure became known as Jack of the Lantern, or Jack-o'-lantern. From turnips to pumpkins, Irish and Scottish immigrants brought the tale of Stingy Jack to North America, where it became part of the Halloween traditions. In Ireland, people originally carved scary faces in turnips and rutabagas. If I said that wrong, I may have said it wrong. To ward off Jack and the evil spirits in America, they discovered that pumpkins were larger and much easier to carve, and the traditional evolved into that way. Yeah, so that's how it started over there in Scotland and Ireland. And they brought it over here. All right. Now I want to do a little bit of a review on Dustin Durin. Okay. Based on recent court reporting, the news and Dustin. Yes. Okay, the verdict. On October 28, 25, the Coos County jury found Dustin Durin guilty of second-degree murder, reckless conduct with a deadly weapon, and child endangerment. He was accused of shooting and deleting killing Caitlin Nafziger in Berlin, New Hampshire, on February 29, 24. He was found guilty, and it's good that they eventually, convicted him. Michael says, people cook pumpkin after Halloween. If someone takes the pumpkin and carves it, it cannot be used for food. Yeah, that's true. That's true. The crime. After shooting Navsgur, Durin fled with their 2 young daughters. When promoted up to Amber Alert, he was later appeared in Keene, New Hampshire, about 170 miles away, where the children were found and safe. Defense arguments. Durin testified that he shot Nafsker in self-defense to protect his children, claiming she was trying to kidnap them during a heated custody dispute. His lawyers also referenced his military background and post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD. Anna said, no worries, Elaine. Surprise me, that's all. Our boy is just perfect. Oh, thank you, Anna. Elaine said, Denisha, Alien has been a good pal of mine. Kinda, not kinda. Alright. Alien has been a good pal of mine for years. Sometimes my mouth speaks before thinking. Thank you for being kind. Yes. Yeah, shout out the chat. I appreciate all of you. Very, very cool people. All right. I love all of you very much, and I appreciate all the nice compliments and the love. All right. Evidence and testimony. During the trial, Durin admitted to the shooting, and a recorded police interview in which he confessed was played for the jury. An autopsy, single gunshot wound into the head. The term review is typically associated with product or service critiques, but in this case it appeals to the public's perception of highly covered trial. Social media posts and news commentary provide insights into how... Shout out to Ailey, we appreciate you too. Oh, thank you, Michael. Thank you. Term associate with critiques, public. Okay, now let's talk about the POW trial review today. All right. In court Tuesday, October 28, 25, the murder trial for Matthew continued in Waukesha County, Wisconsin. Paul is accused of deleting his girlfriend, Stephanie Pavlons, in August 22 and hiding her body in a wooded area. Today was crazy. I was watching like 5 different streams. I was watching the stream on the Jamaica hurricane. I was watching Fulio, and the 2 other ones. It was crazy. It was like I felt schizophrenic with all the different... I haven't watched many trials in a long time like that. Like when I watch a bunch of them at once. No. Our key events on the second day. Victim's mother testifies. William, the mother of the victim, took the stand to testify about her daughter's on again, off again, and allegedly abusive relationship. While Matthew P., she noted that Matthew was not welcome to her home due to his treatment of her daughter. Testimony on the victim's final whereabouts. Georgian Pavlons told the court that last she heard from her daughter was via a text message on August 25, 22 about a package delivery. This was 2 days after Stephanie was last seen on surveillance footage with Matthew. Construction workers. 911 calls. 911 call was played for the jury from construction worker who discovered the decomposing body while putting up no trespassing signs in a wooded area in Delafield, Wisconsin. The body was later identified as Stephanie. Ryan, some background about the case, which we know this, but it's a background about the case. And he's accused of deleting Havlons, who has been his partner for 20 years and with whom she shared a daughter. Stephanie was seen with Matthew on August 23, 22, and her body was discovered over 2 weeks later in September 9. Prosecutors' arguments. Prosecutors argue that Matthew deleted Stephanie out of anger, and his plan to move to the Philippines to be with other women was derailed by the injury that made him more reliant on Stephanie. Defense arguments. Defense contends that Matthew did not delete Stephanie, and it points out that the medical examiner was unable to determine the cause of death due to the state of her body. Defense suggests that death could not have been a suicide or for medical reasons. Yes, I agree. And he was the last one with her. And, he didn't have any sign of dropping her off. He also was accused, certainly, he was accused of trying to get her, away by imitating her. So he imitated her on different messaging apps and stuff. So he was looking up the obituaries. He was certainly a suspicious individual, I think, certainly guilty. The investigators found the scalpel with green handle near Pavlin's body and located belongings in an apartment including her pursuit of ID Carver dog. Also detected alerts on Matthew's vehicle. Elaine says Matt is a loon, end of. Yeah. Yeah. Certainly a loon. Yeah, and the security footage from the couple's apartment building showed Pavlons and Paul leaving together August 23, 22, approximately 3 hours later. The video shows Matthew returning alone while carrying some of Stephanie's belongings, including her purse, water bottle, cat of her dog. This trial has my attention. The less obvious ones always do. Yeah. Yeah. That is true. That is true. I was talking to Ann about that. Like, when it doesn't seem exactly one way or another way, like it could go, those are the ones that are most captivating indeed. Online search history. Investigators detailed Matthew's online search history, which included looking up obituaries for his missing girlfriend, articles about the investigation, and searching for countries with and without extradition treaties with the United States. Evidence was shown that Matthew engaged in online sexual relationships with 2 women in the Philippines and made plans to move there. The Philippines has a lot of creepy things going on with, like, underage people being involved in things. There's a lot of trafficking that goes on in those places because their laws are weird. And, yeah, he wanted to go to a country where he'd be able to get off the hook from asylum. People don't understand, like, the internet is filled with all kinds of recording mechanisms where people people's search history will be recorded. All right. Challenge for prosecution. A significant challenge for the prosecution is the medical examiner report, which could not determine the cause of death due to advanced decomposition of Pavlin's body. The defense highlighted that this opening arguments suggests the cause of death could have been due to suicide or medical issues, not murder. In response to the prosecution is relying on circumstantial evidence, particularly video shows Matthew returning alone with Stephanie's belongings. The cause of death is unknown, but let's see if there's any other details about this. All right. And the reason why was that due to the advanced state of decomposition, the medical examiner was unable to determine the cause of the manner of death for Stephanie Pavlon's, and her body was found in a wooded area. So they weren't able to really determine what her cause of death was. So when she was murdered in the place she was murdered at, it was easy for people to not see what was happening, because since it's so decomposed, they can't determine what exactly happened. How this affects the trial. The undetermined cause of death is a central challenge for the prosecution in its murder case against Matthew P. Yeah, popcorn time, yeah. The defense highlighted the fact it is opening statement arguing without a determined cause of death, the state cannot prove Matthew intentionally killed Steph. Instead of relying on forensics evidence for casual death, the prosecution is building a case on circumstantial evidence, including video showing P alone with Steph belongings and a suspicious online search history. Yeah, and did he ever say where she went from his doctor's office? Like, where did she go? Why come home without her? There is actually no public record of him saying where Stephanie went after the doctor's office, or why he returned home without her. Matthew never reported her missing to authorities. Yeah. Elaine, I love you too. Love you too. We've known each other for a while. Thank you. Rita says, all we really know is Matthew left with Stephanie and came back without her. I hope the prosecution can work a miracle. Yeah, so he did not give an explanation and he did not report her missing. That's very weird. You're going to doctors, not to the doctor's office, and calling back without her and not reporting her missing is very mysterious. All right, video surveillance. Footage from their apartment complex showed Matthew and Steph leaving together on August 23 for his physical therapy appointment. Later that day, Steph was recorded returning home alone carrying... No, not him. Matthew was recorded returning home alone carrying Steph's purse and water bottle. That I said, very suspicious. I think he went out into the woods and did something to her. And that was it. Anna said, like, say she got mad and left or something. Yeah, because he said nothing at all, but he should have said something like that she got mad and left. Yeah. And then he could say he was just upset about the situation. That's why he didn't mention what happened. Maybe it's like you could say they got into a fight. And they just, and he didn't go look for her because they were just in a disagreement. That's something he could say. Maria said, Anna, he's going to keep his mouth shut. He's trying to beat his charges. I'll always wonder how she passed. Yeah, I will myself will wonder what exactly the situation is with it too. Yeah. Anna said, think it's stupid he and lawyer didn't come up with something. The Perth and water bottle are hilarious, Elaine. Hilarious. Yes, good to see you, Tom, by the way. Yes, Paul. I don't even know how to say this name, okay? Paul. I don't know how to say it, so I say Matthew. But yes, that's the same person, Tom. Yeah. Perth and water bottle. Yeah, hilarious, okay? And it says, think it's stupid. Yeah, absolutely stupid. They could have came up with something. Some of these attorneys are really dumb. All right, Joyce says, I'm back for now until my power goes out. Oh, okay, okay. And, yeah. Scared. And scared is my famous drop. And the chat loves it when I say scared. It's a line that I have. And you wouldn't think it would be at least try. Yeah, they would at least try something, but then you would see that it would be really interesting, beyond interesting, to know what he would say, because he doesn't say anything. That just makes him look suspicious. All right, video surveillance. Footage from their apartment complex showed Paul and Pavlon's leaving together on August 23, 22 for his physical therapy appointment. Later that day, Paul was recorded turning home alone, carrying Pavlon's purse and water bottle. Those darn Temu wins. All right. All right. Matthew's denial. After his arrest more than a year later, Hall told officers he didn't know the last time he saw Pavlon's. Prosecution argues. Yes, scared in. Yeah, Elaine. Scared. And Halloween weather, Joyce. Yep. Y'all's soul lady followed one of my neighbor's kids home from school. She was trying to get into the building. Oh, wow. Lady followed one of my neighbor's kids home from school. She was trying to get into the building. Oh, Lord. That is crazy. Wow. Now, thank you for keeping us posted. Oh, you're getting ready for blizzard season. I had a blizzard last year. Earlier this year, I had a very hell froze over, and I got a blizzard last year for a day, and it was snowing the snow was here for like a week or two. Yeah, so I did a live stream in it. And after his arrest, more than a year later, told officers he didn't know the last time he saw. Okay, Paul's denial. After his arrest, more than a year later, Matthew Paul told officers he didn't know the last time he saw Pavlons. All right, so one of his responses about it is that he told the officers he didn't know what happened to her or when he saw her last. So he doesn't recall when he saw her last. It just, as I said, Anna and chat were saying he could have come up with something better than that. The prosecution argues that Paul deleted Pavlons after the appointment and hid her body. The defense, meanwhile, has suggested that Pavlons could have been deleted by suicide or from medical issues, and that the state cannot prove his intentions to kill her. And Tom doesn't mind winter. Yeah. A lot of the metal stuff I used to listen to, and some bands also you too, Tom, have listened to, the theme is like winter, stormy winter weather. And I was always an admirer of that type of weather myself. But I understand a lot of people up north don't like it, are living in it. And a lot of people hate it. It's kind of like how we feel about heat is like what they feel about, which, I'm much more south than you are, Tom, but still a lot of the people up north actually don't like the snow and stuff. But, okay, I could see where it could become annoying, but I, wouldn't mind the snow sometimes. But I understand why people don't like it. Yeah, the heat. I don't like the heat, but I got used to it over time. But I still prefer cooler weather, of course. Yeah. And also, Elaine, where I am, I have wild palm trees, and it's kind of like real, like, tropical. It's like a forest and tropical at the same time. It's very interesting. Like, there's trees in the area that'll be like cypress trees and palm trees and regular like forest trees. It's like a hybrid place. Joyce said she'll ship it to everyone. It was I had to run her off. Someone had to follow me so I could put the car up because we didn't know if she would attack us. Yeah, Joyce, that sounds like a movie. Your experience like a movie situation. So, uh, that, as I said, that's quite a story that happened to you. Indeed, I'm glad that you're okay. Yeah, that's very creepy. That she was trying to attack. It reminds me of one of the crazies from the islands that I see in the pirate game. Oh, Duke has a cookie for chat. Thank you, Duke. All right. Elaine says, Scotland Highlands here. Bring us sun, lol. Our winters are insane. Oh, yeah, yeah. And, yeah, my ancestors were, and also my I have family in England, so they're kind of in similar weather. But, yeah, they tell me they liked being out in the sun because they don't get it that much. But I know Scotland's even more than the south part in England. But you'll have this situation where it'll be overcast for the entire year or more. It could be, yeah, because as I said, where I am, Elaine, it's like, I describe it, it's like a jungle. It's like beach weather. So it's always sunny most of the time. And it's a big, big sun. And all kinds of stuff grows. All kinds of tropical things and plants and all kinds of flowers. It's really quite interesting. In the Americas, there's these flowers that are native to this continent, and they're very intriguing. They'll just grow wild. Joyce said we didn't know if she would, but wasn't risking it. It almost got us another trial for LNC. Yeah, that would have been another trial for us to watch. Scared. So that was pretty, quite frightening that it went through that. And I'm glad that y'all are okay, as I said. Let's see. I'll show you all something. This one looks good. Right here. Bring me the jungle sun. I want it all. Hell yes. Yes. I'll certainly send it your way. Yeah. Okay. These are some sunflowers that I grew. This was grown in 2020. I'll take myself out the picture. You see the blue sky, and that's the sun on the sunflowers. And I grew this in my garden. Yeah, that's the sunflower. And the other sunflowers are photobombing them. Right there. Yeah. That's kind of an example of our sunshine. That we'll have like year round. It does rain here, but it's most of the year it's sunny. Right? And last time I grew sunflowers was last year, and they came out really well, and I harvested the seeds. I love the sunflower seeds. They're good for, they're very nutritious, and they're also good for your health, and they're good for planting more sunflowers. Yeah. So that is my sunflower plant, and some of the sun, the sky in the background. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Elaine. Glad you like it. Okay. And yes, I grew that. Yeah, I grew that. It's been, as I said, last year. I'll show you all. These are some wild flowers from Mexico that blow into my area sometimes. I'll show you all some more. So you see the. Okay, so this, it's a wild. In the spring, these start to grow. In the spring, they start to grow. All right, this is a flower, a wild flower that's native to the Americas, and it comes from Mexico. And it just randomly, by the wind, blew it here. It wasn't anything I grew. There's some of the in the spring. That's some of the flowers we have that just grow naturally. Nice sun and colors, indeed. I also grow food. I grow turnips, I grow corn, and I've grown broccoli and all kinds of stuff down here. Yeah, I do crop rotations. I do that. But in last year, I grew. I've mentioned this before, many of you. The Japanese daikon, which is a type of radish. So it's very good for planting food. I love the peppers, and I'll go and put it in storage. Okay, and the next one is this is mint. Right here. Let's put it this way. How about this? I'll just put it like that, and then drop it the other way. Okay, this is mint that I grew. Now this is a cloudy. The weather it was winter and the weather was cloudy. But yeah, this is mint. It grows very well in the kind of like when it gets cooler here. But yeah, so that's a mint I grew. It comes back annually. Yeah. Okay. All right, so I'm very blessed with the weather we have and the type of environment we have here to plant things. Okay. Oh, Anna says, oh, nice. Having fresh herbs is great. Be careful with the mint. That'll overtake. Yeah, oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Now, my yard's very big, so I just let it grow everywhere. And I like having the food. But yes, you are true. It is true. It does get invasive. It does get invasive. I'll show you all another thing. Now, this is a scene from a couple of years ago. This was taken in 21. This, many years ago. Okay, so it's kind of came a show and tell stream, so it's been a while. I haven't shown this in a couple of years, but here's the time to show it. All right, and this one is, this looks like a butterfly, but it isn't. But that's actually the wrong window, so y'all aren't seeing anything. So we're going to switch to windows. Oh, there we go. All right, this looks like a butterfly, but it isn't. It's a moth. But it looks just like the monarch butterfly. Yeah, so this is around springtime, or like the summer. It's like in the summer, and that's, you could see the pathway I used to walk in the garden, and then you have some of these kind of wild plants that grow here, some wildflowers that I allowed there. And I would, in the beginning, when I'd watch trials, and I still do to this day, I'll walk there and listen to what the trials are going on. Well, this is like in the beginning, like way like in the beginning. Yeah, so that's the flower, the moth on the trail, and that's a trail right there, like ahead of it. And yeah, that is the butterfly. Very enchanting. And yeah, that just shows you like how bright it is and the weather is here. And just kind of give people like a perspective, like what it's like down here. Yeah, so very cool imagery. All right. And I'll show you something else I grew that was pretty cool. This is a tropical plant. Going to put it down here, like so. This one, oh, thank you, Rita. Thank you. This is a pineapple. It's a tropical plant, native to Hawaii. I believe it's Hawaii. And you could see what I did was you take a piece of a pineapple, the top part of it, and you put it in water, then you put it in the ground, and then it grows a new plant. Yeah, that is the pineapple. It is quite enchanting to have. Yes, those are its leaves. That would be like a cool wallpaper. I was thinking it would be like a cool wallpaper for a computer. I just like realized that. And kind of closer up, that is it has like spikes in it. And that's it, absorbing the sun. Oh, and I have tons of elephant ear plants that come from... I have tons of elephant ear plants that come from Asia. That's where they originate from. And they get huge. Not in a while because of the rain. Hasn't been a lot of rain lately. No, this year there's a lot of rain. But past years, it used to be raining all the time. And it nearly got as high as the house. But what happened was there was a problem with a hurricane came. And it knocked out all the power. And it knocked out the plants. It kind of wore the plants out. Yeah, the pineapple. Yes. Yes. I have elephant ears in my apartment too. Plants are huge. Yeah. Yeah, they're very huge. Yeah. I'll show you all something else. This is some salads I made with the garden food that I grew. and also show you the plant. So this is the spinach salad I made. All right, this is a salad I made out of. I put a lot of like sauce and stuff on it, and like it was very good too, very good too. Yeah, this is it was Viking spinach with radishes. It was very delicious. As well, a lot of times I'll do. I'll go into the garden and just pick out my own uh, food and do it that way. Yeah. And this one, and this is a plant. This is a spinach plant that I use for the salads. Very nutritious. Very good. So, yeah, those are some garden scenes. Oh, thank you, Anna. Thank you. Thank you. I got another one that I made. Wrong window. X this out and go over to back to this one. Yeah, that window. That window. I'm going to just put it here. Yeah, this one is a salad that I made. It was the spinach. And yeah, that's another one that was very tasty, very tasty. That was like in the beginning when I was watching the trials that I would do. Yeah, let's see. Oh, okay, here's the palm tree. I'm glad I got a palm tree picture. Okay. This looks like a scene from the pirate movie. All right. It could be in like the pirate movie. Okay, and this, yeah, this is the palm tree. Oh, thank you, Anna. Thank you. Yeah, this is the palm tree. And as I said, it looks like something right from Pirates of the Caribbean, definitely. And that's what I'm talking about, tropical looking. It's like Port Royal or the in Jamaica. It's like the type of tree like that. Yeah. It's so nice to go under and look at it. Yeah, those are some extra leaves. Oh, there it is right there. Okay, yeah. So that's the palm tree. It's all cool. And let's see, I got some. Okay, right there. I'm glad y'all like the pictures. Thank you. Thank you. All right. And now we'll go to this way. Yeah, much bigger, much greener. Yeah. I got some other ones too. Elaine said, "I feel like I've taken funny mushrooms when I didn't know I didn't." Oh, yeah. My place looks like a very trippy indeed. A very like paradise on Earth. Yeah. Thank you, Elaine. And Anna says those are different than our palms. Yours have more stem and leaves. Here, all the way go to the end. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, you know what? I'll show you a video I made about the garden. Let's see. Yeah, it's because there's a picture of it, but I don't mind showing a video too, because that is the video of all time. Oh, show us the shroom garden. Oh yeah, 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 absolutely. We'll do that. Actually, as I said, actually there is a mushroom picture. I'm not joking. There is a mushroom picture. I have to find it, but I know that was a joke. But yeah, there seriously is the mushrooms from like the from around the. It was like it was going to be in a video, and I never posted the video. It was from a while back. So yeah, mushrooms are cool. But I know what y'all meant. I know what y'all meant. But yes, there is a mushroom garden too. Okay, I'm. Oh, okay. This is the broccoli. This is the broccoli, which I'll show you all right now. This is broccoli. This is a broccoli plant, and you see the lights. The light on the plant. That is so cool. That is so cool. Okay, and Anna says, Joyce says, ship us some shrooms to me, Alien. I sure will. I sure will. I think it's in this file. This file right here. I'll see if we have any. I'll find the mushroom one. Because I have it on my phone. I just have to look for it. It was a cool picture of a mushroom. It was like a trippy sound effects. Okay, it's going to just do its thing and load right there. And the next thing will be here. Said Joyce, you're already tripping. Yeah. Going down this way. Like so. I'm scared. Yeah, there's some scenes in the depth trial going down the road. Ah, here we go. This is a flower that originated from the Caribbean. This is a flower that originated from the Caribbean. Okay, Elaine, thank you for hanging out with us. It was a pleasure having you on board, and thank you again for the super chats. Take care. All right, so this is a tropical. Oh, this is right from the Caribbean, or Caribbean. Okay. Oh, here we go. We're going to. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. We're going to take a picture of this right. Take a picture of this right. All right. I have to take a picture of it because I invented this thing to look really trippy looking, so have to put it like how about that? How about that? Now we're to get this thing right. Okay. And it doesn't do it until... What we're going to have to do is just turn this thing off. So the negative off. So it can just see this right. Okay. Okay, this way and... Alright, there we go. Okay, chat. I got the picture of the mushroom garden. Okay, here we go. This way. Done. Elaine, see you tomorrow. I wish I had a green thumb. Yes, yes. Okay. So now I have to go over to the desktop and look for this thing. Ah, here we go. Okay, here it is. Here's the mushroom garden. Alright, this is the mushroom garden. I took that a long time ago. It was part of a video that never released. So there you go. Mushrooms for all chat. Okay. Going that way. Okay. All right. So yeah, so that is the mushrooms. Okay, I'm going to this one right here. Let's see. Yeah, like a spaceship. Yes, like a spaceship. Yeah, it's just my whole yard is. I feel like my yard is like Alice in Wonderland. It's like a trippy place. It's like so. I'm glad that y'all enjoyed that. I'm going to, as I said, yeah, like a saucer. Yeah, like a UFO. UFO. See what the garden video. This is from a couple years ago, as I said. All right, and I'll show Elaine this whenever we see her again. Uh, but here we go. This is a garden update I did a couple of like 2 years ago. Okay, I'm going to do that and put the screen like this, like so. All right, this is the corn I grew, and that's broccoli. And that was me, that's a nice sweet corn. Nice sweet corn. Yeah, okay, so yeah, that was me picking it off the plant. The sweet corn is smaller than the bigger corn. Right? So I picked it off like so, and I was showing the husk to the audience. Yeah, Charlie Adelson in my garden. Scared. Yeah. Yeah, it's Charlie Adelson stealing the food. Yes, this is the surveillance from the cameras of Charlie stealing the crops. Yes. Yeah, that was it right there. And yeah, that was the different ones that I was saving up in the freezer. That is the Thailand dragon peppers. We got all kinds of corn in Nebraska and soybeans. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. And I like the Japanese soy sauce stuff like that. I like it in that type of food. And like I don't go like the soy boy thing. I'm not a soy boy, but I like the like Japanese food has it. It's pretty good. And beans are very nice too. You know, there is a time when I was in school they had a thing where the teacher told us about how you could throw beans on the ground like the kidney beans, and then when you throw the kidney beans on the ground, they'll sprout after it rains, and that's what we did after every single time. Every single time we did that. Like I in my yard, like back in 2011, I would watch all these different kidney beans sprout. It was so cool. You know, that's when I was getting into planting stuff, and you see that's the corn, and those are the peppers, and that is broccoli. Joyce says soybeans surprisingly are our biggest crop now. Used to be corn. I thought it was corn. Okay, so soy is now a bigger crop. Okay, thank you. I didn't know that. All right. Yeah, this is the broccoli. Look at that broccoli. So I know. So with this broccoli you see here, look how green the broccoli is. So like you get broccoli from the grocery store, which I still eat. It's sometimes you see. Look how green it is, and it's like the broccoli you get from grocery stores are like kind of you have yellow in them. Like this has no yellow in it. It's completely green. Beanstalk with giant up top. Yeah, yeah, facts. That is a. This is a flowered broccoli. It's a broccoli that sprouted seeds, and that was a pepper plant. And this is lettuce. That's lettuce, and this was grown like in the spring. Oh, you're welcome, Anna. You're welcome. Or what I should say is thank you. Thank you for the compliment. Thank you. Yeah, hot peppers. Oh yeah, they're very beautiful peppers. Yes. see the other ones, the other updates. Yeah, see the garden. All right, this is some of the beans I grew right here. Yeah, this is the beans. Oh, you live in the garden state of NJ. Oh, nice, nice. All right, these are the garden. This is the lima beans. So I was going through a drought, and I wanted to make sure I was still growing during the drought, and that was able to grow during the drought. So I grew these beans. All right. It is very big. It's not an acre, but it's very big. Yeah. It's like nearly the size of a football field. Like the whole compound probably is a football field size. But yeah, that it's very big. I don't know exactly how big it is, but it's certainly big indeed. All right, these are the lima beans. All right, you see, those are lima bean plants, and they're growing during a drought, all nice and green during a drought because it was drought resistant. That's a little bean stalk. Right there, you got the yeah. That's the that one was ready to be harvested. You can kind of tell the way when they're ready to be harvested. And you're supposed to use a clippers, but I use my hands because I was hard headed. Yeah, that is the bean. It's bean. Yeah, just some bean harvesting. Oh, you're in the gym listening. That's great. That's great. Thank you, Lori. I'm glad that you're with us. Yeah, and that one wasn't ready to harvest just yet. And just kind of looking, the whole thing was like a maze of them. Okay, and the flowers, yeah, that was just I was like talking the video about the different how different plants work. All right, and that one's a ghost for Halloween, and that was one of the Halloween decorations in the trees, and that was the pineapple. The two pineapple plants. That was a pumpkin. That's a little pumpkin plant with some chicken manure, and that was some tomato in there. And that is the flowers that y'all saw before. Okay. Yeah, it's a little spook for Halloween. Yeah. That was a tree. Let's see anything else I showed. Pepper plant. That's a yeah. It was a so that was a Halloween decoration, Alright, so that is another scene from the garden from last year. Well, I'm glad that y'all enjoyed it. Those are some of the garden scenes. Yes, I've heard of those. Oh, I'm glad you enjoyed it, Lori. Yes. Yeah, so as I said, I've grown broccoli, grown corn, I've grown all kinds of things. I've grown even cash crops before for fun. I've grown that as well. Hey, you're welcome. All right, and we like seeing some, yeah, D sauce. Yay. Oh yeah, I grew some red peppers, all wrinkled looking, so hot. Try to give them to my friend who is a Latina who can appreciate fire for dinner. Oh, nice, nice. Oh, you once did. Okay, you once did. Okay. See some of the paintings. Let's see. Show you all some of these paintings. Oh, that's great, D sauce. I'm sure it's delicious. Now, we talk about paintings here, and I'm going to show you all some like spooky Halloween theme paintings. All right, there is. You can't do spicy anymore. Okay, okay. Historic paintings were created specifically for the holiday Halloween as of more modern festival. However, many old artworks feature themes of ghosts, demons, and witches, macabre that align perfectly with Halloween spirit. She grew jalapenos this season, and they aren't too hot. Oh yeah, the jalapenos aren't really that hot. That's true. All right, and this one is "The Nightmare" by Henry Fuseli, one of the most famous macabre paintings. It depicts a woman in a deep troubled sleep with a goblin-like incubus squatting on her chest and horse, with eyes emerging in darkness. Okay, let's see this one. All right, yeah, this is always used as an example when this is an example of when like a demonic oppression where people have sleep paralysis. This is like an example of it. Scared ski aired skirt. and and that's it there, and it's the demon thing, and like you got that one right there with the demon laying on the woman, and the demon horse is like looking at her, and they're looking for some dookie, and they think that she's the one with the dookie, and that's why they're trying to look. So it's like you're trying to lay in your bed, ladies, and these two goofballs come in uninvited. Dookie and Dookier. So, and the reason why there's a curtain, because people used to sleep with the curtains on the wall. Yeah, Dookie. Yeah, yeah, Dookie. You see him? He's like looking down at her. He has some Dookie. Yeah, and the horse in the background's getting a little bit too excited by what he's looking at. These dirty, dirty ones. Anna said, "Yep, heard of incubus and succubus is the female goblin and the man." Yeah, exactly. That is true. Yes. Witch's Sabbath, 1797 to 1798, by Francisco Goya. The chilling planting depicts a scene from a black mass where the devil is the form of a goat, holds the court among a group of terrified and spellbound witches. Goya explored the supernatural themes in several of his works. Holds a group among terrified and spellbound witches. Hilarious. Oh yeah, yeah. I know about this one. Lori said she might need a night light to sleep tonight. Oh, scared. Yeah. So this is the spellbound witch is chilling with the goat with the goat dude. Yep. You got that one right there. What are we doing? We are looking at paintings that are of a Halloween theme. That's what we're doing at the moment. It's something that I do sometimes. We look at paintings. All right, the Salvatore Roses, and this is like what it generated for us to look at. Okay, the witchcraft painting of the 17th century Italian artist was known for dark, haunting canvases, many which depict a scene of sorcery. Right here, let's see. All right, and then all right, this is the bewitching right here. It's kind of hard to see what's going on, but these are some witches just having a unhinged, some unhinged stuff's going on here. Let's see, it's a more brighter one. And like someone's hung, and there's all these people just, and there's like a giant dinosaur bird thing that's like about to strike somebody that's like looking at him in terror, and you have some naked people. It's like, oh, well, this is a okay, and this is a more close up of it, and you have like some dude that's like in monk mode with a veil over its face, and some people uh, looking at they're exchanging mushrooms or something right there. Yeah. Some that's a wild scene indeed. I've never heard of that one before. Notice we don't hear Bubbles meowing. He knows to avoid this art. Yeah, yeah, that's true. Oh, you're down? Yeah, because I was showing mushrooms that grow around the house, grow outside sometimes, and they're making a joke about passing to transport the mushrooms. Like, all right, chat, mushrooms for chat. And also, Joyce asks D Sauce, "What's for dinner?" The falling of the rebel angels. The painting shows climactic battle where the rebel angels, turning into grotesque monsters as they fall, are cast out in heaven. Archangel Michael and his little angels. Whoa! Oh, this is like some trippy stuff right here. Want to get something? Yeah, whoa, I don't even know what I'm looking at here, chat. Scared? It looks like they all took a bunch of mushrooms and they're just raving. They're just, it's like a cluster of out of this world. Best shrooms I ever had were handed to me by at a Grateful Dead concert. Oh, nice, nice. You got one dude with a giant sword. This is an angel with a sword, and then he's about to slay the other ones. Wow. Yes, slay. Lori says this is the painting of them at the concert. Oh, yeah, yeah, definitely, definitely. Okay. The best I ever had was a couple of friends picked them and came home from work, handed me some tea, and it was on a few times. It was like that. Man, that was fun. Hilarious. All right. The next one is. Oh, Joyce said we even went bowling. That went well. Oh, that's a riot. That had to be really fun. That really, really funny. Our last judgment, 1536 to 1541 by Michelangelo, while not exclusively. And Sauce is having homemade burritos. Nice. While not exclusively Halloween, the themed of Sistine Chapel fresco is full of macabre imagery from demonic creatures of hell dragging damned down to eternal punishment, or grim figures of Charon ferrying the souls. Okay. Oh, look at this. Chat. Well, they're enjoying that. My mind is going to all kinds of places by seeing this. It looks like they have a, a giant deek right there. It's my mind is going to all kinds of places. Like what is this? Like what are they? All these men on that thing. It looks like they're trying to go and cultivate it and enjoy it. Scared. Yeah, and this is the final judgment. Scenes in the final judgment, and then there is this where it's in heaven and the different angels and people going up and down. Wow, that really is something. That really is something. It said these paintings from the 1500s. So fascinating indeed. Sounds good. Made meatloaf. I am not cooking tomorrow. I need a break. Oh, yeah. A Triumph of Death by Peter Elder. The painting is an apocalyptic vision showing an army of skeletons wreaking havoc on the living, representing the inevitably of death in the people of all social classes. Here. Oh, this is like the Black Plague. Yeah, this certainly is the Black Plague right here. You got a bunch of people like at a concert that are all on top of each other, and you got like a demonic horse, like a skeleton horse driven by a skeleton, and all the people are just in like a mosh pit. Oh, Meatloaf's very good. Meatloaf's very good. Yeah, and the Dance of Death. Yeah, that reminds me of Nosferatu. When they had that scene of them doing the Dance of Death. So there's something called the Dance of Death, where when people were plagued, they just had celebrations and parties, and they're all gonna get deleted, die anyway, and they just decide to have a party and just chill. Yeah. Okay. Ah, the next part, the Dance of Death. A series of woodcut depicting death as dancing skeleton. A series of woodcuts depicting death dancing skeleton calling people from all walks of life to join the final dance. This was popular medieval theme known as Lance Macabre. Macabre. This is more like a drawing, but yeah, this is the like the skeletons. The symbolism of the skeletons is death meeting the people. I was just talking to. Okay, Lori says macabre. Yeah, it's like macabre, like a macabre movie. It's the same word. Okay, thank you, Lori. I know how to pronounce that, 'cause like a macabre movie or a macabre scene. I already know about that, so it's the same thing. I didn't realize it was the same word. Okay, thank you, Lori. Yeah, I was. Mary Toodles likes the turkey burgers, and there are some burgers y'all mentioned I want to try at some point. But yeah, I like regular like the hamburgers, Very good. I like the cheese too. I like the cheeseburgers as well. Back when I was in school, I used to get cheeseburgers at lunch. Oh, thank you, Lori. And I enjoyed it. It was a nice meal. And one time I was being a goof, and I put a bunch of ketchup in the burger, and I hit it really hard and made a big mess, and I got in trouble. And I was like, it was an immature moment of mine. Yeah. Yeah, so these are depiction. Yeah, and you have this dude, the skeleton drumming, and these two people are just kind of like looking like, do you see what I see? And bro is like drumming. And the drum is where his crown jewels would be. Scared. All right, next is ghosts, specters. The ghost of a flea, small, shrinking pain depicting ghostly apparition of a flea as a monstrous, muscular humanoid creature. Interesting. From the 1800s. I've never seen that before. What you do, you put about half of the meat in a pan, layer it with cheese, finish with the rest of the meat, and then bake it. When you slice it into get cheesy slice of meatloaf. Joyce, that is ingenious. Thank you for educating us about that. I always love the food, learning about food. I always love learning about it. Thank you, Joyce and Sauce. Uh, very cool. I never knew that. I never knew that. Air weather has gotten rainy and cold and cooler, and I'm entering hibernation mode. I just want soup, roasted butter, and sourdough and potatoes right now. Oh, Lori, I know what you mean when the weather gets cold. You just kind of like anytime I get a cooler weathered, I always go into like this sleepy mode. That must be what it is. I've experienced that too. I chat. Oh, pepper jack cheese. Yeah, definitely. And I'm also a sucker for blue cheese. I don't know what y'all think of blue cheese, but that is something else that I like. All right, this is so cool. It's a depiction of a flea humanoid thing. Alien gets it. I might be Park Bear. Oh, you love blue cheese also? Oh, facts. Facts. Joyce said I also add salted peppers and onions with mushrooms sometimes with cheese. Oh, that's delicious. That's delicious. Oh yeah, blue cheese. I remember I had it when I was little, and I really liked it. Yeah, I don't know if that would go with blue cheese, but I certainly would try that. You know, just like whatever, like what the heck, like. And another thing that I think is cool to make is like I like seeing different like homemade food, like with meat, like say with chicken. I like seeing how they batter it and put different stuff on it and the seasonings. That's really cool. Yeah, shout out to Meatloaf. Okay. These are some old Halloween postcards. Oh, you got a watermelon mobile, a hot rod being driven by a pumpkin dude with a witch. That's quite epic. Oh yeah, I like that. It's a bunch of like a pumpkin as like a furnace, and he's like on cloud nine, and you have all these little demons like pumping coal into him. Interesting. And then you have this one right here. And nice, nice pumpkins. A couple of goblins observing. Yeah, the watermelon car one's very cool. You got a pumpkin with a woman just kind of walking some lurking goblins right there. Oh yes, yes, we feel honored. We feel honored. All right, this is a witch using a ship, a pumpkin ship, with the black hat. Yeah, thank you, Joyce. Yeah, and she's going on her journey. And you have Halloween greetings. You have all these different jack o' lanterns. Oh, look at these pumpkins. They're all running. Okay, and then you have a Merry Halloween. And you got another watermelon. You got a watermelon with the little pumpkins on there. Nice. All right, that one's a kitty right there. And there's another one on the side with a cat. Now that's a witch with a black hat. And here's a Halloween card with a cat inside the pumpkin. Really cool. These are back in the 50s. These are some kids getting ready for Halloween and creating the jack o' lantern, and they had those little bags. And the reason why they had this on Halloween was because they felt the spirit world and our world were really close, or the line was withered, and that we would be able to disguise ourselves when the other creatures come in from the other dimensions. You got a witch with two black cats on her broom over the farmlands. I like how they have like a lot of scenes of farms right there. see. Yeah, so very cool pictures. Very, very cool. Oh, I love the vintage stuff too. Yeah. And you got these jack-o'-lanterns and the cats. Yes, the veil between worlds is thinning this week. Yes, yes. Well, you got a witch and a Humpty Dumpty pumpkin doing their thing, and then the cat is like, bruh, looking at the witch. Halloween art. Let's see some more art. Yeah, I like this vintage stuff. It was always so cool. I liked the of that, and you had some kids playing the apple thing. That's nice. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's like an old vintage house with the people having a Halloween party at that time. Okay, this is one of my favorites. And you have the ghosts and these other creatures in the background. Yeah, that's very nice. I like that. I'll give an explanation about the Halloween uh, thing, and Lori could help me with pronunciations if I screw up. Okay, so oh, hello, Moki. Good to see you again. We are talking about how. Well, I'll show my some garden scenes a little bit earlier, and Elaine was very fascinated about my garden and the different the sun we have here, and we were talking now about vintage Halloween. We were talking about some paintings that were kind of crazy, that were like some Halloween type paintings, and now we are was talking about some vintage Halloween art and postcards. Now I'm talking about what like Halloween was about because the to explain to Rita. Oh, wait. The belief that the spirit world and our world are closest on Halloween stems from the ancient Celtic feast of Samhain. I thought it was Samhain, but it's pronounced Samhain. The thinning of the veil is a metaphor for the idea that the boundary between the living and the spiritual realm is more permeable during this time of year. Concept of thinning the veil. Ancient Celtic belief, which is Irish in Ireland and Scotland and Wales, an ancient Celtic belief that the year was divided into two halves, the light half summer and a dark half winter. A transition into Samhain marked the transition from winter. It was considered a liminal or threshold time, a powerful moment when the end of one cycle met with the beginning of another. This is viewed as a natural crack in the normal order of the world. Oh, thank you, Lori. Thank you. Increased spiritual energy. This seasonal shift was believed to thin the energetic or psychic barrier separating the two worlds, allowing spirits to move easily across the world of the living. Dual opportunity. This thinning of the veil was seen as both dangerous and beneficial. While it could allow harmful spirits and mischievous fairies known as, I don't know about how to pronounce this, Osai, to wander among the living. It also offered a unique chance to communicate with one's deceased loved ones and ancestors. All right, and Lori says some say sow like the female pig, and some say sow like sowing seeds. I don't know which one actually is correct. You know, I don't even know. I didn't know that a female pig was called a sow. Uh, let's see about how this is pronounced, because this is new to me. All right, let's see. How now? Okay, is sow for pig. Oh, hello there, Doe. Good evening. Welcome. Four. Okay, cause confusion. The pronunciation for female pig rhymes with how and cow. Animal word for oh, so it's sow. Adult female. Okay, so it's sow. Thank you, Moki. I never even knew that. Alien. That weird word is she. Oh, okay. All right. Interesting. Okay. Samhain. It might be Samhain. Okay, the rituals and traditions of either Samhain or Samhain were centered on either honoring, welcoming, or warding off unwelcome ones. Honoring ancestors, food and drink were left at doorsteps or extra places were set at dinner table to welcome and honor the spirits of the deceased family members. Divination. The increased spiritual insight of this time was seen as an opportunity for deviation. Rituals were performed to gain insight of the coming year. Deviation. Right. I always saw it spelled city, pronounced she. but they spelled it differently here. Sowing seeds is pronounced like sowing, like sowing something. Okay, thanks. Thank you, Muffy. She's trying to multitask, hasn't even started cooking. Oh, okay. Disguising the bonfire. Bonfires, to avoid being recognized by malevolent spirits, people would wear costumes and masks. Bonfires were lit to scare away evil spirits and offer warmth and light to returning ancestors. Banshee. Oh, okay. Banshee. As Christianity spread, the traditions were integrated into a new observance. All Hallows Eve. In 18th century, Pope Gregory III moved All Saints' Day, which honors Christian saints, to November 1st. October 31st then became All Hallows Eve, incorporating many folklore customs to Samhain, the Day of the Deleted, Day of the Dead. The association with honoring the deleted dead around the same time of year is reflected in other cultural celebrations, such as Mexico's Dia de los Muertos. I probably butchered that. The Day of the Dead, which is celebrated first to the second. Lori, that's really cool that you got to read that. The Celtic fantasy novels. That's very cool. Today, the idea of the thin veil continues to resonate with modern paganism, Wiccan practices, and general Halloween folklore, providing spiritual exploration for Halloween's fascination. Let's see, did the ancient... de los Muertos. Thank you, Lori. Yeah, yeah. Lori said, fantasy novels, I have questions. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. Okay. Yes, the ancient Celts wore costumes specifically. Oh, thank you, Lori. Thank you. Wore costumes specifically during the festival of Samhain. I'll call it Samhain, whatever. From which many modern Halloween traditions originate. Their reasons, however, were rooted in spiritual protection rather than festive celebration. Fantasy as in fairies and elves. Scared. Purpose of ancient Samhain costumes: to disguise themselves. The Celts believe that during Samhain, the barrier between the world of the living and spirit world was the thinnest. This allowed the souls of the deleted dead and other spiritual beings, such as mischievous fairies, to walk through the earth. People wore costumes and masks to disguise themselves so that the wandering spirits would not recognize them as human. Oh, so it's not the type that Joyce would usually look at. All right. To confuse the malevolent spirits. The disguises were also meant to ward off and confuse harmful spirits that might be roaming the land by dressing up as supernatural creatures themselves. The Celts hoped to blend in and be left alone. Oh, he said, this hockey game is going to give my husband a heart attack. Oh, scared. Indeed. And Lori said, Joyce, I feel like it's my ancestral history. Also, me too. Also, me too. It's mine as well. Oh, he's got life insurance. Oh. All right, and for deviation, costume wearing was part of the celebratory and ritualistic aspect of the festivals, including fortune telling, after gathering for a large bonfire. Okay, costume wearing is part of celebratory ritualistic aspects of the festival, including fortune telling. After gathering for a large bonfire, the Celts would wear their animal skin and animal head costumes and try to tell each other fortunes. Anna says, need to wrap up this OT and Phillies game. Want to tap up the Stars game. And Lori, I was interested in that stuff too, growing up as well. Yeah, I'm now technically with my ancestry. Well, I've quite also a bit of I would have to do like a DNA test to know exactly what is what, but yeah, the main theme is German, but I've quite a bit of Celtic ancestry, as well, quite very strongly, and British Isles ancestry too. But yes, the German is predominantly the main one, yes, but very strongly also the that side too, the Celtic. So, Lori says, you said you're mostly German. My German ancestry is from the Black Forest. Lots of Fae stories from there. Yes, that is true. We talked about the Black Forest, and I'm also I said I also have Italian too and different things. I'm being a little bit analytical right now, but yeah, but yes, to layman's terms to make it more simplistic, because I feel I'm complicating myself. Yes, that is true. I'm mostly German. That's true. That you are correct. And especially from both, I'd say both male lines were from there too. Yes, from both sides. And the Black Forest is we talked about in the show a couple of years ago. That's where a lot of these tales are from. Indeed, yeah. My yard that I designed, I made it look like a dark forest, and my buddy up north has a cool forest himself. And so thank you, Lori. I'm glad to know about that, and I know about your German ancestry, where it's from. Yes. for deviation. So costume wearing was so we read that part. Okay. And hey, Lori said I'm allowed to complicate anything you like, Ilino. Okay, well, thank you, thank you. I'm. It is good that I have been given the okay about the complicating things. Yes. So the next part of this is the evolution of costumes, the practice of dressing up as the evolved significantly over the centuries from the sacred secular what began as a solemn ritual for protection, eventually transformed into a more lighthearted activity. Yeah, yeah, Moki, that's very funny. That's very funny. All right, and I'll do this. So people that may not know with the ancestry of mine, I'll explain it, Lori, since you're interested. So basically, with this explanation, is that I would have to. I wouldn't even know which one I'm predominantly, like DNA wise, but I have I'm part Italian, and I'm related to the probably some other Mediterranean countries, and yes, predominantly the main theme is like German, from both sides, and then I'm related to other Germanic countries as well, like the northern ones, like Scandinavia, Denmark, places like that. The English are related to the German people too. Yeah. Another part of me from both sides is Celtic, and I'm related to Eastern Europe as well. So I'm related to quite a few different, pretty much all of Europe. And the main theme is German. Like my name is German. It was from my mom's side, but my dad's side as well has German in there too. And there are some German families that went to England at certain points in the past. So yeah, I that's kind of like a summary about how it works. And I technically wouldn't know for certain which one I'm more of the other. I wouldn't know exactly, but yes, the main one is German, like the predominant one. Yeah. So that's like a complex explanation about the ancestry of mine because it's like some people are just one thing. I'm a bunch of different things. I'm also related to the Welsh. I'm related to that entire island. Yeah. I actually Googled door.com before you corrected the spelling, and autocorrect would let me say .com. Oh yeah, Temu .coms. Temu is a spell check. We went to watch my cousin's husband play, and he got ejected from fighting. It was hilarious. Oh, Moki, that's be very entertaining. Yeah, the .com era. Yeah, yeah, .com era. Yeah, that'd be very entertaining to watch the hockey fight, especially the relative. Yeah, that sounds very interesting. And from sacred to secular, when began as a what began as a solemn ritual for protection eventually transformed a more lighthearted activity. All right, Alien, I wish I had Welsh. Very cool. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, and so the family tree on my dad's side that is from the Celtic lands, which is the United Kingdom, England, and those places. And I'm related to a lot of people that were from the 17 and 1600s that were in southern Scotland, like where Elaine is in Scotland. She's in Scotland. The some mine were from southern Scotland and northern England. Maury says I might have Italian in me with the love of Italian food. Oh, yeah, Italian food is very good. Indeed. So yeah, they're from southern Scotland and northern England, and I'm related to people that were from Ireland as well, from a couple of different lines. And they came around the time of the cursed famine that occurred. They went to England. Laurie said, "Pretty sure my temper is Scots Irish." Yes, yes. Yeah, yeah, there you go. And so it's like basically the family tree is so interesting. It's like so many different parts of the United Kingdom. And also there's one line that comes from the Welsh. It was Dodd. It was a name of a person that saved a noble person from a crazy bull that was charging at somebody. It was like there's like a noble, like a prince or a noble person in a little kingdom, and the ancestor like stopped this bull from murdering this nobleman, and they got an honorary name, and they're Welsh. That's where King Arthur's from, and Merlin. So yeah, one line was from the Welsh. Yeah, the cousin getting ejected. It's like wasted. Yeah. I'm related to the Scots Irish too. I'm related to the Scots Irish or something a little. It's a little bit. Uh, they're related to the Irish, but they're a little bit a different group than the Catholic Irish. But they're related. I'm related to the Scots Irish too, and the Catholic Irish. I'm related to both of them. But actually, the Irish people that I'm related to are from the Church of England. But there are also, but my uncle was telling me the Catholic Church and the Church of England were so similar. The religions sometimes intermingled, so that would explain why that was a thing, or there. But yeah, I'm related to the Scots Irish like you all are too, which is another group. Yeah. Depends on the sport team, honestly. Mainly Huskers wins VP. Yeah. Okay. Oh, interesting, Joyce. Yeah. Lori said, "I found out when I was in my 20s that I have Lithuanian and not Greek in me." Oh, well. Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. Yeah, your grandma got around. Yes. I'm related to the Ches people through my mom's line. There's a German name called Wetzel, when Wetzel was connected to this Wessel, which was this Bohemian king that was we talked about before. He was a nobleman that helped children that were poor and stuff, and he had a sleigh, and he in Christmas he would go and give people that had nothing toys. And that's where a lot of the Santa Claus theme come from. Like in Saint Nicholas is who it's based off from, but he was in Turkey. And but the sleigh and this wintry stuff comes from that other guy. So he was a nice person, and he was actually murdered by his brother. So it's like Eastern Europe and German. And through some other lines, I'm related to some very, 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 very small, like 0.001% would be to Russia somehow, but very mild. But it was predominantly through a German group that was there. So yeah, I'm related to all over the place. Yeah, scared. In '95, Huskers football team top five of all time for me. Oh, that's really cool. That's really cool. Joy said I used to be a big NASCAR fan years ago with the Labonts, but they have so many rules and changes in cars nowadays. It was too much. Yeah, yeah, I agree. I agree. And NASCAR has, I feel that they have some cringe to them now, but I like NASCAR too. I liked it as well. There was a movie with I think Will Ferrell in it about NASCAR. It was pretty cool. Yeah, but I like NASCAR too. My city's big in the football with the Saints. They're really like it's like the Dodgers for LA. Like ours is the Saints here. Football. And the one that I get the name from, my daughter is Welsh, French, Mexican. My son is Jurin and Mexican. Oh, that's cool, Sauce. That's a cool mixture. Very cool. And my the one I get the name from was a person that left Germany in the late 1800s, and he was trying to get away from there is a famine and there is some collapse of civilization back then. So and he came here. Lori said, "Well, I have to drive my son to a store and home. I'll check back in a while. You all are awesome people." Oh, thank you, Lori. I'm glad that you enjoyed us, and y'all drive safely. Thank you. It was nice talking to you. From spirits to pop culture, when early European Halloween costumes focused on ghosts, skeletons, and other supernatural beings, the rise of mass media in the 20th century led to costumes inspired by pop culture such as movie, comic books, characters. From adults to kids, the Victorian era and early 20th century efforts were made to tame the holiday and shift the focus from adult rivalries to child friendly activities, including costumes and trick or treating. All right, going to go to the next part. All right, let's see some food that's made on Halloween. Let's see. All right, so this is the a wide variety of food is made for Halloween, ranging from traditional seasonal fare to modern themed party treats. Many of these foods incorporate autumn flavors like pumpkin, apple, spices within the use to create a spooky decorations to get the spirit of the holiday. Not 100%, but I keep my tabs. I feel I fell in love with Tommy Frazier and Lawrence Phillips, two of my favorite all times. Interesting. All right, these recipes have roots in ancient Samhain customs, ancient full harvest. A traditional Irish fruit bread or cake made for Halloween known as All Hallows Eve in Ireland. It often contains hidden trinket inside, such as a ring, predict marriage, or a coin for good fortune. That's what they do like the king cake. Soul cake. In medieval England, these small round cakes were given to poor on All Souls Day in exchange for prayers for the soul of the deceased. This practice is known as souling, is considered an early form of trick or treating. You like the cheesy red and white helmet. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. The cow canon, this traditional Irish dish of mashed potatoes with cabbage or kale, was also associated with Halloween and often had small prizes like coins or rings hidden inside. Apples and nuts, apples and nuts representing the fall harvest were common treats and were often used in games like bobbing for apples, which was used for deviation. No, divination. They wear corn on the cob hats. Oh, I gotta see this. Getting there. Team. I don't even know what the team's called. The Huskers. Wow. Well, that's interesting. Yeah, that's interesting. I never knew about this. Okay, they wear these corn hats. I like that. Interesting. Okay. But you remember those? Okay. The traditional Irish dish of mashed potatoes with cabbage or kale. Okay, yeah, so we're at that. Okay. Apple and nuts. Apples and nuts representing the fall harvest were common treats and were often used in games like bobbing for apples, which was used for. Oh, I read that. I read that. Okay. Okay, modern Halloween party foods. Today, Halloween foods lead heavily into creative and spooky presentations for parties and gatherings. Severed finger rolls, a simple and spooky dish made by shaping hot dog sausages and buns to look like severed fingers using ketchup as blood. Spiderweb dip, often made with savory base like creamy cheese dip or a sweet one like melted chocolate A contrasting sauce or icing is used to draw a spider web pattern on top. Joyce said, "Yup, had one, gave it away to a kiddo. He loved it." Oh, that's very nice. I never knew about that. Spider web dip. Oh, let's see. I don't know. Oh, wrong window. Oh, I forgot to put something. Joyce said, "Nope, tried buying another one, but they decided not to make them or sell them anymore." This what this says is that Nebraska Huskers hats featuring the corn related design are still sold by multiple retailers. These are different from the traditional Huskers hats featuring the and logo. Okay, so it's more like a novelty thing, but they're not made anymore. So yeah, Joyce is right. Of course, she would know more than myself, but yeah, she's right. Ah, okay. Let's see. The original iconic corn head hats, made of foam in the shape of a corn cob, are no longer produced due to the company that made them being acquired by Green Bay Packers. The iconic foam hat was created by Foamation Inc., a Wisconsin based company that was also known for making the famous cheese head hats. Acquisition by Packers in July 23. Green Bay Packers announced that they were acquiring Foamation. The Packers had been Formation's largest consumer, no customer. Okay, Rita, good night to you. Have a good evening. Thank you for hanging out with us. It's been a pleasure. Production ceased. Following the acquisition, Foamation's production shifted to focus almost exclusively on official Packers merchandise, like cheesehead hats, other non Packers novelty products, including the cornhead hats, were discontinued and are no longer being manufactured. Scarcity and demand. The discontinuation caused the foam cornhead hats to disappear from the store shelves and became a rare collector's item. Where to find cornhead hats now? All right, D-Sauce says, well, my Joyce, I need to start some Din Din. Love these chats with you. Do you again? Okay, okay. D-Sauce, good night to you. Thank you for coming. While the original Foamation version is no longer in production, there's still a way to get Cornhead Hat. There's resale markets. Okay. All right. Okay, understood. Understood. Joyce. Today's Halloween foods lean heavily on creative. Okay, the Gravedigger dip. This involves filling a coffin-shaped bread loaf with dip and serving it surrounded by crudits. Yeah, I know. It's like they're there, but they're extremely expensive. Yeah, it's like it's not even worth buying it. Yeah. Hunkin' nachos, the creative dish where melted cheese fondue is served inside a hollowed out pumpkin accompanied by tortilla chips for dipping. Ghost Merngoose, I said that wrong, is baked into ghost shapes with chocolate chip eyes. Monster Freak Shakes. Over the top milkshakes decorated with candy and other toppings to create monster effect. Common treats and sweets. Candy corn. Oh yeah, the tricolor treats, Halloween candy, ghoulish gummy candies in spooky shapes like brains, worms, and other monsters were widely available. Yeah, so that's kind of a breakdown about where the Halloween origins are from and how all that works. You know, and it all originated back to something. You know, that's what it did. Yeah, eBay's too expensive. Yeah, because a lot of times with classic uh, merch from a place that doesn't make them anymore, certainly people are going to resell it for tons and tons of money. It's completely ridiculous. Okay. Now we're going to. I'm curious about what that hurricane is doing right now. What happened with it? It looks like it's going to go out towards the UK. Okay, Cuba is staring down an extreme flood threats as Melissa closes in. Okay, Melissa's winds are fierce, but it's the water threat that is now taking center stage. Well, not good. It's moved off the island and headed towards Cuba. Yeah, and now Cuba's going to be in danger. So there isn't any relief from this. It seems. Yeah, very true, Joyce. Melissa's winds are fierce, but it's the water threat that is now taking center stage as major hurricane barrels toward eastern Cuba. Melissa is expected to unload 10 to 20 inches of rain across eastern Cuba. With isolated amounts near 25 inches over the mountains, that much water over steep terrain will trigger life threatening flash floods and landslides, especially overnight as the core moves inland. The southeast coast faces an even more immediate danger. Storms surge up to 12 feet above normal tide levels with large destructive waves crashing ashore. That kind of surge can push seawater well inland and inundate coastal towns from Santiago de Cuba to one Guantanamo. Cuba is no stranger to hurricanes, having experienced 10 major hurricanes, meaning a Category 3 is greater in the last 25 years. However, the combination of torrential rain surge pounding the surf will make Melissa's a particularly dangerous ripple triple threat. Even the winds ease a bit after landfall. Water threat will only grow. All right, Hurricane Melissa could impact devastating impact on Jamaica. PM. Okay. Jamaica's prime minister said that there would be devastating impacts wherever the eye of the hurricane Melissa hit the island. Reports that we have had so far would include damage hospitals and significant damage to residential property, housing and commercial property as well. Andrew Holness told CNN's Anderson Cooper. Interesting. Holmes said the coordinator of impact would have been located in southwestern Ireland, including St. Elizabeth. Yeah, those that have been through hurricanes, it certainly is like an apocalypse is happening and the world is ending. Like, I remember it will shake the house and it will make this wailing and moaning sounds. It will go across, and you could see it in this. Like, I've been outside during a hurricane because we had to do something with a cat that was needed some medicine, and yeah, it was like gonna try to push me over, but I was anchored in the ground, but it was, yeah, lots of winds. It looks like a giant tornado. Everything's just being flown around everywhere, and it knocks out the power. Depending on how it's hit, it'll knock out power. And Jamaica's a little island. There's nowhere to really evacuate. I mean, maybe the higher regions could be better. I don't really know, but there's nowhere like to go. So there's only so much that can be. They could do something, but it's not like the same situation like if you're on inland. He added that the teams of Mount are credible and strong recovery strategies. A doctor is sheltering at his medical practice to help people soon as the storm clears. Hugh Elliott, a doctor based in the town of Savannah, Lamar on Jamaica's south west coast, I did the same thing years ago for Hurricane Beryl. So we have different professions helping these people. So it looks like it's heading, into Cuba. Yeah, so now Cuba is in the path. And so prayers for Cuba. It's certainly a serious hurricane. Okay. All right. Let's see what an estimation of the damages going on in Jamaica. All right, and Anne says, "Hello, Hamilton. Good to see you." Hamilton says, "Captain Obvious dropped in to say climate change is a beast, and we're not doing enough to mitigate." Hey, thank you for your take on this matter. I and whatever can stop these hurricanes from being severe, I hope whatever happens can happen. Thank you. It was nice to see you, Hamilton. All right, so the catastrophic damage has occurred in Jamaica after Hurricane Melissa, a Category 5 storm, made landfall on Tuesday, October 28, 25. Officials are still assessing the full extent of the damage, but early reports indicate significant flooding, wind damage, infrastructure destruction. Widespread flooding. Southwestern Jamaica, particularly the parish of St. Elizabeth, has been hit with heavy floodwaters in Black River communities. Oh, hello, Greg. Good to see you, buddy. Welcome to the stream. That's a nice anime collection you got. Right, southwestern Jamaica, partially the parish of St. Elizabeth, has been hit with heavy floodwaters, and the Black River community was severely flooded, and some families were trapped in their homes. Infrastructure destruction. Road infrastructure has been implicated by landslides and flooding. At least two of the three hospitals have also been severely damaged. Power has been. Yeah, I've not commented on it yet, but yeah, I saw it. Yeah, it's there. I like the sets. You got sets of different ones. It's really nice. Infrastructure destruction. So road infrastructure has been impacted by landslides and flooding. At least two or three hospitals have been severely damaged. Power has been knocked out for hundreds of thousands of people, with more than 77% of Jamaica's public service customers losing electricity. Wind damage. Winds up to 180 miles per hour tore roofs off buildings. Housing in the storm's path expected to be start to have severely impacted landslides. Landslides have been reported, with some causing boulders to tumble into roads. Casualties: at least three people really had died when preparing for the storm, but it is too soon to know there has been any deaths, deletions caused by hurricane itself. Okay, and yeah, so that is some of the damage that's going on. Hurricane Melissa is one of the most powerful and destructive storms ever to hit Jamaica, surpassing other devastating hurricanes like Gilbert '98. While Jamaica has a long history of enduring hurricanes, a direct Category 5 landfall like Melissa is unprecedented in modern records. Comparison with Hurricane Gilbert. 1988. For decades, Hurricane Gilbert served the benchmark for storm devastations in Jamaica. A side by side comparison with Melissa shows why Melissa is considered far more catastrophic intensity at landfall. Gilbert made landfall in Category 3 hurricane with 130 miles per hour winds before the strengthening into a Category 5. Over open water, Melissa, by contrast, struck the island directly as Category 5 with maximum sustained winds of 185 miles per hour. Central pressure. Melissa's minimum central pressure of 892 millibars of landfall ties the 1935 Labor Day hurricane for the third lowest pressure ever recorded in the Atlantic. This is a key measure of intensity as lower pressure corresponds to higher winds. Gilbert's lowest pressure was 888 millibars, but it reached that level after leaving Jamaica. Approach and duration. Gilbert tracked across the island from east to west. Melissa's show slow movement and direction approach. From southwest allowed the prolonged and extreme force to be unleashed to Jamaica, subjecting the island to its catastrophic winds and rain for an extended period of time. Potential for rainfall and surge. Because Melissa is moving so slowly and has the potential to produce far more rain than Gilbert. Additionally, Gilbert brought the storm surge up to 19 feet to the eastern shore, while Melissa's angle of approach and intensity posed the extreme threat for storm surge. The island is more densely populated southern coast. Hurricane Ivan was a major storm that impacted Jamaica in 2004 but did not make landfall. Ivan passed south of Jamaica as Category 4, but it still caused... Okay, Hamilton. Good night to you. Thank you for your Irish goodbye. See you later. All right. Ivan passed south of Jamaica as Category 4, but it still caused substantial damage. However, because Melissa made a direct landfall as a stronger storm, its impacts are expected to be much worse than Ivan's. Melissa ranks among the strongest Atlantic hurricanes on record, trying with Hurricane Dorian 2019 and 1935 Labor Day hurricane for the strongest sustained winds at landfall. Melissa's catastrophic impact could be similar to historic Maria's strike on Puerto Rico in 2017. The slow-moving storm may also produce flood totals compared to Hurricane Harvey, which stalled over Texas in 2017. All right. Alright, let's see. So that is the topics we're talking about. Wrong window. I'm going to look over here to see what we're going to do next. All right, I'm going to watch some scenes from a trial that we've seen before. So the topics that we talked about for tonight is done. Yeah. As like an additional thing for those that are interested, I'm going to play some scenes from one of the trials that we've seen before. It's a scene that I've not played on here, but it's a scene from a trial we've covered in the past, recent times, and it's some of Darrell Brooks' madness and his cringe. And but I said the rest, like the stream that we were doing before, like the stream that we've done, like the topics were finished, but this is like a bonus part of the stream. Okay, so here we go. We got that. Now we're going to go this way and play this. And that's not what I want to do, but here we go. I'm just going to go here. Well, I got it right.
Those two clearly.
Do you remember telling Detective Carpenter that you only observed a driver in the vehicle?
Objection, leading witness.
Yeah,
Overruled, you may answer.
I can't be too sure.
Overruled, you may answer.
Can you say that again? I'm sorry.
I can't be too sure. Again, some of the conversations I might have had that day.
Do you remember what this vehicle looked like?
I do not.
Do you remember telling Detective Carpenter that it was a red truck?
I do not.
Okay. Can we please put up for everybody Exhibit 15 again?
Go ahead.
Can we zoom in on the intersection of East and Main?
Go ahead.
All right, thank you. Your testimony is that you were standing here on the northeast corner of Buckley and Main Street. Is that right?
Correct.
Objection, already answered that, asked and answered.
Overruled, you may answer.
You said correct.
Correct.
And after your children walked by in the parade, you walked in this direction towards the intersection of White Rock and Main. Is that correct?
Objection,
Correct.
leading and speculative.
So overruled as to both, you may answer. If there is another objection, just
I'll
wait
pause.
until I rule on
Sorry.
it. Thank you. No, that's okay.
Correct, that was.
And then you crossed through the crosswalk on the north side of Main Street. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is that when you saw this vehicle we've been talking about?
Yes.
So you were standing in the crosswalk.
Correct.
Do you remember a police officer being in that intersection?
I can't be too sure.
Okay. Was it clear to you that this was a parade route?
Yes, it was. Very clear.
Was it clear to you that traffic from White Rock should not have driven onto Main Street
Yes.
unless they were part of the parade?
Yes.
Did it appear to you as though the vehicle we've been talking about was part of the parade?
No.
How many children do you have, Miss Urel?
Objection, irrelevant.
Overruled. You may answer.
4 children.
All 4 of your kids were marching in the parade that day, weren't they?
Yes.
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
Sorry again.
Your oldest daughter, Charlotte, she was 14 at the time?
Yes.
She was marching with the Extreme Dance Group as an alumni, wasn't she?
She was handing out candy.
Objection.
There was an objection. It's overruled.
I didn't even state why I was objecting, but okay. We still need a 15.
Yes, please. You see on that map the 5 points intersection?
Yes.
When you were standing in the crosswalk at White Rock in Maine, could you see the 5 points intersection?
I could not.
You didn't see your kids get hit, did you?
I did not.
Objection, leading.
Sorry.
Overruled.
Again, sorry.
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
You didn't?
I did not.
Did you see them later that night?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. You may answer.
I was only able to see 2 of my children that night.
When did you see the other 2?
Days later, when I was able to leave Children's Hospital.
As their mother, you were directly involved in their medical care and the decisions that were made in that process in the days after the parade?
Objection leading.
Overruled. You may answer.
Yes, their father and I.
Charlotte suffered a chipped vertebrae from being struck, didn't she?
She did.
Objection
Sorry.
leading.
Overruled. You may answer.
She did.
Your daughter Alice, she was 10 at the time, wasn't she?
She was.
She suffered chipped front teeth, is that correct?
Yes.
And facial scarring
Yes.
and road rash
Yes.
and a broken fibula and tibia
Yes.
and broken metatarsal bones.
Yes.
She was observed in a concussion protocol, is that correct?
She was.
Your daughter Vivian, she was marching with the extreme dance group too, wasn't she?
Yes, she was.
How old was she in November of 21?
She just turned 7.
Vivian suffered a severe concussion, didn't she?
Objection leading.
Overruled. You may answer.
Yes.
And road rash
Extreme road rash.
and a lung contusion
Yes.
and facial scarring.
Yes.
And your 7-year-old daughter Vivian suffered a broken tailbone, didn't she?
She did.
Your son Grayson, he was 8 on November 21st, 2021, is that correct?
That is
Objection
correct.
leading.
Overruled.
He was walking with the extreme dance group handing out candy, is that right?
He was.
He went to the hospital after the parade, didn't he?
Yes.
He suffered a compound fracture in his femur, is that correct?
An open compound fracture.
Meaning the bone came through the skin?
Yes.
Objection hearsay. I don't believe he's a doctor.
Overruled. The witness may answer based upon personal knowledge.
Was that a yes?
Yes.
A police officer saved Grayson's life by placing a tourniquet on that open leg wound, is that correct?
Yes.
I don't have any other questions.
Will you read the record?
No redirect.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
He's doing the thing where he holds his mouth. He did that in his recent one. You know, he holds his mouth like that.
You may call your next witness, please.
So we gonna take down these exhibitors. He gonna stay up on there.
Thank you. We'll take it down. Please call your next witness.
Just 1 second. There's only one more person here, right?
It's my understanding, sir. Would that be correct, Attorney
Yes.
Upper?
Yes, she's in the courtroom, ready to go, Your Honor.
Defense calls Catrice. I don't know how to say the last name.
Can you give me the spelling that you have?
Babiasz.
I think it's Babias. What's your last name?
Babias.
Babias. All right. Thank you. You are at the witness stand. Would you please raise your right hand? My clerk, Teresa, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Please have a seat. First thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record, and then spell each.
Catrice Babias, Katrice Babiasz.
Thank you. My apologies for mispronouncing that earlier. Go ahead, your witness.
Good afternoon, Miss Babias.
Correct.
I'm surprised I got it right. What do you do for a living?
I am a law enforcement dispatch supervisor.
And how long have you been doing that now?
I've been in law enforcement for 16 years.
The evening of November 21st, 2021, were you on duty that evening?
I was not.
What were you doing that evening?
I was attending the Waukesha Christmas Parade with my family.
And do you recall what time you arrived there with your family that evening?
I arrived to the parade shortly after it started, so it was right after 4 p.m.
And do you recall where you were positioned at with your family when you arrived at the parade that evening?
Yes.
And where were you positioned at?
I was towards the beginning of the parade. I was on Main Street where it connects with White Rock Avenue.
Did anything catch your eye that evening when you were positioned watching the parade with your family?
Yes.
What did you see?
I saw a red SUV coming from White Rock Avenue. The vehicle caught my attention because people started yelling, and the driver was honking the horn.
And do you recall, to the best of your knowledge, it's been a little bit, the driver of the vehicle you observed was honking his horn? Was it gesturing to people?
Yes.
And what do you see? What did you see the gesturing as?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
What was the gesturing?
What was the driver gesturing?
Yes. I'm sorry.
It's okay. So he was taking his hand and going like this, really rapidly, aggressively.
So, for the record, the witness had her right hand up above, probably above her, I wouldn't say at a 90-degree angle, but somewhere maybe at a 45-degree angle with her hand waving back and forth multiple times in a rapid motion. Go ahead.
You yourself being in law enforcement and just based on what you were observing, the driver of the vehicle you observed was honking his horn and gesturing with this motion, would you take that motion as trying to alert people to move out of the way? Grounds.
Sustain us to the form of the question, please rephrase.
How did you yourself take that gesturing?
I took that gesturing as the driver was telling people to get out of his way.
Do you, let me back up. Did the vehicle pass pretty close to where you were positioned?
Yes, the vehicle almost struck.
Hello there, Regina. Earlier I did the different things that I was talking about, and now, as a bonus part, we're watching some scenes from the Darrell Brooks situation from that trial, and this is a part I've not played yet. Yeah, so Regina, I hope that I hope your day's been going well. Thank you for joining us. You know, Brooks is doing what Ted Bundy did in defending himself, and he's like questioning the witnesses, and I'm sure he feels power over them, or he wants to try to feel over the different witnesses, trying to feel a sense of gaslighting. Oh no, he's not. He is representing himself. He is not an attorney. No, he's just a lowlife. And he was questioning a woman on the stand, and a witness that was there, and he's the one that did it, and he's asking about what he did, but he's putting himself in third person. He is bad indeed. He really is. He's certainly evil.
My daughter.
Do you recall seeing the driver?
I looked the driver right in the eyes.
And how did the driver look?
The driver looked like through me.
What do you mean through you? Describe what you mean by through you.
I feel that it is very hard to explain that look, but it was very frightening.
Do you recall what the driver was wearing?
The driver had a hoodie sweatshirt or sweatshirt on, and something on his head. I wasn't sure if it was the hood of the sweater or maybe a beanie hat. It was winter. I'm not 100% sure.
Were you able to see any hair?
I did see hair, yes.
How would you describe the hair?
The hair on the head was in front, like dreads down here from what I could see underneath the hood or the hat. And then there was facial hair, beard and mustache.
Did the vehicle...
Hold on, I just need to make a record of, she was also using her hands, that's okay, to indicate at the neck, like under the chin, neck area, with her hands coming down a few inches to indicate what she was describing as hair being seen from the driver. Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
When you observed the vehicle approaching, was the vehicle speeding?
When the vehicle was approaching from White Rock, the vehicle was not speeding at that time.
To the best of your knowledge, do you recall there being any barriers present where you were positioned at?
Yes.
Do you recall if the vehicle you observed had any tinted windows?
I do not recall.
Were you able to make out a license plate number of the vehicle, being that it had passed so closely by you?
No, once the vehicle continued past my position, I was more concerned about my children that were with me.
I'm assuming at some point you spoke with the law enforcement about what you saw that evening. Would that be fair to say?
Yes,
And do you recall what agency that was?
I do.
And what agency was that?
It's the FBI.
At what point were you not able to see the SUV once it passed you?
I lost sight of the SUV once it went into a bunch of people.
Do you recall what date it was that you spoke with the FBI agents on? Was that the same evening or a few days after?
It was not the same evening of the parade, but it was that week. It was within the next few days.
The day you spoke with FBI agents, do you recall stating the driver was wearing a red top that appeared to be made out of a sweatshirt-like material?
I don't recall exactly what was said to the agent, but I do remember the sweatshirt, yes.
A red sweatshirt?
It's possible.
Just a little bit ago, you said that, well, when asked the question of did you recall hair for the driver, you stated and made the gesture that the hair was in front. Do you recall saying that?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall when speaking with FBI agents stating that the hair was pulled back?
The hair appeared to be like possibly in a ponytail, but it was so full that it was coming forward.
Do you recall, well, let me back up. Did you leave the parade at that point?
At what point?
After seeing the vehicle.
Yes.
Were you injured the evening of the incident?
Yes.
You were injured?
Yes, I was.
Any reason why that's not reported?
Probably because I didn't tell anyone else.
If you were injured, why not tell anyone?
Because I haven't wanted to talk about the traumatic experience that I went through for still reliving the weeks and days after the incident.
It doesn't make any sense. You talked to FBI agents a few days, or you said you didn't, to be fair, you said you didn't know. You said it was that week, is what you said. The same week. You spoke with FBI agents, reported no injuries.
They didn't ask me about injuries.
Well, would it be fair to say that kind of information would come up when talking to law enforcement, seeing as how you yourself work in law enforcement? It just seems odd, don't you think?
I do not. I was not physically injured.
Oh. But you didn't report this at any time whatsoever.
That's the answer to your question.
Grounds.
Sustained. Already answered.
So did you speak to anyone about this in law enforcement?
Objection made.
Grounds.
Overruled. She may answer. He clarified law enforcement. Did she speak to anyone about this in law enforcement? I interpreted this as the injury.
Right.
So go ahead.
I feel like, no, I did not.
Did you file any claims related to the incident?
No, I did not.
So is today your first time bringing up your alleged injury?
No, it is not.
At some point, you were subpoenaed by the district attorney's office to testify here to testify in this trial. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, it is.
Do you recall when you received that subpoena?
From the district attorney's office, it was in July.
And do you recall whom you spoke with about the information regarding the subpoena?
I contacted the victim witness advocate, Carrie Peterson.
You contacted the Ms. Peterson after receiving the subpoena?
Correct. The instructions told me to.
Okay. You ever spoke with anyone directly at the district attorney's office?
No. Correction. Yes, when I walked in today, I met there and let them know I was here, and then they walked me into a room, and I waited until I was called by you.
So before today, you had no interactions with anyone related to the district attorney's office besides the, I think you said, victim advocate?
So the victim advocates who I've been in connection with and letting me know when to come and all of that.
Of the three district attorneys seated to my left at this table, had you had any interactions of any kind with any of those three district attorneys?
I have not.
And I believe, just for the record, when you asked that, Attorney Basie was just pointing to herself and the two people next to her, so it's clear, because since there's two tables.
What would be the reason for that?
Since there's two tables of individuals, I think she wanted to make the witness aware. And I just wanted to point it out for the record since it happened.
Working in law enforcement for 16 years, I'm sure this isn't your first time being involved in a trial. Would that be fair to say?
I have not been in a trial for law enforcement. No, I have not.
You've never witnessed a trial, sat at a trial, been in a trial?
I have not.
Have you ever testified in any way before today?
Objection, all this.
Grounds?
Overruled, you may answer.
I have testified before, yes.
So it would be fair to say that you would have knowledge of where an alleged defendant and a district attorney would sit in a courtroom, correct?
I know where they're sitting, yes.
I want to back up a little bit to the observation of the vehicle the evening of November 21st, 2021. While you observed the vehicle approaching your position, did you see it strike anyone?
I did not see the vehicle strike anyone, no.
From your opinion, observing the vehicle approaching your position, did it appear that the vehicle attempted to strike anyone?
Yes,
And why would you come to that conclusion?
because I saw an officer have to jump out of the way in order for
When
the...
it was approaching
When it was
Question
a,
was when it
Hold-
was
I'm
approaching.
confused.
Hold on, everyone. The question was asked, this witness is going to be allowed to answer the question fully without interruption. Go ahead and answer the question.
Thank you. I misunderstood his question, I guess.
Answer the question
okay.
that as you understood it.
Yep. So I saw that an officer had to get out of the way, and he was attempting to stop Mr. Brooks from driving through the parade, and he was at the last minute jumped out of the way from the vehicle. Otherwise, he would have been struck.
You just used the name Mr. Brooks for the first time that you've been testifying. Would that be fair to say?
I don't understand your question.
You just used the name Mr. Brooks for the first time since you've been testifying. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say, yes.
Why haven't you used that name before? You've been up there for quite some time.
I didn't need to.
So what changed for the last question that you needed to?
I don't understand your question.
You just stated that you didn't mention the name before because you didn't need to. So what about the last question that you answered made you feel like you needed to use the name for that question and no question before that?
I don't know.
Out of curiosity, how did you come to the knowledge of that name?
It was on the subpoena I received last week.
You just stated a little bit earlier in testimony that you received your subpoena in July. Now you said last week.
Those are both correct.
So you received two separate subpoenas?
Correct.
What was the difference between the two?
One was from the district attorney's office and one was from you.
So the one that you received from the district attorney's office in July didn't have a case caption on it?
Okay, what's a case caption?
Just 1 second. 1 second, Your Honor, if I
Your Honor,
may
I just
have
have
just
to
1
this line
second.
of questioning. I really don't know what the relevance is for the purposes of this trial,
There was no objection at first.
but there is now.
I'm going to sustain the objection under 906-11, because I don't believe it advances.
I think
trial.
I think you know where I was getting at with the question.
Then you need to ask your question directly, sir. Go ahead. But I'm sustaining it as to the form of a question.
When you were subpoenaed in July by the district attorney's office, the subpoena didn't contain information to the case you were being subpoenaed for?
Objection to relevance.
Grounds?
Sustained. You don't have to answer that. I sustained the objection on those grounds. Ask the question I believe that you're trying to ask, not that one.
Was the name that you mentioned, Mr. Brooks, anywhere on the subpoena that you received from the district attorney's office in July?
Objection. Relevance.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Grounds for the sustained. That
Not
was
relevant.
What? Mind-boggling. Sir, in July when you received your subpoena from the district attorney's office, were you even aware what you were being subpoenaed for?
Objection. Relevance.
Grounds.
Sustained. Not relevant.
She's testifying in the trial and it's not relevant that she got subpoenaed?
Mr. Brooks, she's here under your subpoena.
What?
You called her as a witness. It's
The
your
subpoena this is relevant because she
Mr.
was
Brooks,
already
under
subpoenaed.
90611, please ask the witness a
This is
relevant and
mind-boggling.
probative question.
This is mind-boggling. Mind-boggling.
Remind the jury that the statements of the parties or the attorneys are not evidence.
Gotta go be on spiel. So were you aware that it was a chance you would be possibly testifying in this trial?
Yes.
And did you know who the trial was for?
Objection.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Grounds for the
relevant.
sustained.
It's not relevant.
I've never heard of nobody testifying in a trial that they didn't know who the trial was for.
Mr.
think
Brooks,
that's- I think
I'm
that's very
sustaining the
relevant.
objection under 90611, and I'm asking you to move on.
Man, y'all, this ridiculous, man. Seems to me like a like a lot of your answers are coached. Is that fair to say?
No.
So the subpoena that you got last week, is that how you learned the name that you used?
Objection.
Grounds.
Relevance for the same reason I argued before.
Grounds.
Asked and answered. She's indicated the answer already. 90611, sir. Next question.
The question
Different
was,
topic.
is that the first time that she saw the name?
It's not relevant.
That
Next
was not
question.
asked and answered. That was not asked nor answered.
Under 90611, please ask a question, sir.
Man, what is y'all people trying to pull, man? This is ridiculous.
Mr. Brooks, if you don't ask another question that's relevant and probative under 90611, then I will turn the witness over to the state for their cross-examination.
And then I should be able to get redirect, right?
He has the dumbest look on his face. He has this really dumb look on his face, but he doesn't realize how stupid it is. Yeah, that is very epic indeed. Yeah, absolutely.
Your Honor?
Ask a question, or I will declare the examination by you to be ended.
It's not an examination, it's direct.
It's a direct examination, sir. Under 90611, you are directed to ask a question, or I will ask the state if they have any
Your Honor.
questions.
I heard you.
Thank you. Next question, please.
You know who the plaintiff is in this matter?
Yes.
Who's the plaintiff?
The state of Wisconsin.
Is that an entity or a living human being?
Objection.
Grounds.
Relevance.
Not relevant, sustained. Next question.
Have you ever had any interaction with the plaintiff?
Objection. Vague.
Sustained.
Vague.
As to the form of the
Have
question,
you ever had any interaction with the state of Wisconsin?
do not answer that question. Next question, sir. Under 90611.
Was there an objection or was that just a ruling? I'm not sure. You're both was talking at the same time.
Under 90611, I directed the witness not to answer that irrelevant question. Ask your next question, sir. Mr. Brooks, ask your next question.
I'm gonna get to it.
Thank you.
So when did you first report your alleged injury?
You do not have to answer that question. Next question, sir.
Grounds for
90611, sub 1, sub A, sub B, and sub C.
is that lawful law?
All right, you may sit down. Does the state have any questions for this witness?
Ma'am, that day on November 21st of last year, you were there with 2 kids?
I was, yes.
What were their ages on that date?
Objection.
3
relevancy.
and
Overrule, the witness may answer.
Of course it's gonna be overruled.
3 and 6.
And I don't know, Mr. Brooks can sit down. I'm kind of asking the questions right now.
Mr. Brooks, please sit down. Mr. Brooks, you're not asking the questions.
I'm not saying
I would
anything.
ask you to sit down, please. It is disrespectful to this witness and to the state and to the court.
No, it's not. Not doing anything wrong. I'm merely standing here.
Ma'am, when you were at the parade on November 21st of last year, approximately where were you watching the parade from?
Asked and answered objection.
Mr. Brooks, it's cross-examination. Just because you asked the question initially and she answered it does not mean the state doesn't get to follow up on it.
So the state can ask the same question I
The
asked.
state can ask their questions.
So how
Go
come when
ahead.
I did that,
Overrule,
it was
the witness may
it was
answer.
insane?
I was on Main Street, but right by where the intersection of White Rock, and I was in the roadway.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked and previously admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 15.
Go ahead.
And I'd ask that the screen be cleared. And ma'am, does this show...
Wait till it's in the jury
Oh,
box.
sorry.
I'm sorry. The jury would let me know when it's there. Thank you, it's there now. Go ahead.
Ma'am, do you see a purple line on that would indicate the parade route going from White Rock Avenue down Main Street?
Yes, I do.
And can you approximate where you and your kids were watching the parade?
Yes. Do you want?
I'm sorry, it's a touch screen. I keep forgetting to say that. Touch screens, just put a dot right where it is. Okay.
Maybe on the other side of that red line?
So, okay, can we clear the screen and maybe just put a dot? I think that, or a circle. I think a circle would be good. Okay, thank you. Would be fair to say is to your left would have been Pleasant Street?
That is correct.
Were there barricades blocking Pleasant Street?
There were
Asked and answered.
Overrule, the witness may answer.
There were barricades that were partially black. They were on Main Street, but partially blocking Pleasant Street as well.
Could a car have gone down Pleasant Street?
Objection.
Okay.
Overruled.
Hearsay.
The witness may answer. It's not hearsay.
So when the red SUV came down White Rock Avenue and was making its turn onto East Main Street, as you testified, it could have just gone straight onto Pleasant Street, correct?
That is
Objection.
correct.
It's hearsay. She's speaking as a
Hold on.
eyewitness,
There's an
first-hand
objection.
eyewitness.
Mr. Brooks, your objection is noted. It's overruled. The witness
As
may
usual.
answer.
It's always overruled.
Go ahead, you may answer, ma'am.
Sorry, there's a lot of talking. Your question was, just to clarify, could the vehicle have gone straight onto Pleasant Street? Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, yes.
Okay, thank you. And where you stated that you and your kids were partially in the roadway when the red SUV came through?
Yes, we were.
Objection. That's
And
mischaracterization of what was testified to.
Overruled. The witness may answer. Go ahead.
Give me an answer.
Can you repeat it?
Sure. Were you and your kids all in the roadway when the red SUV went through?
Yes, we were.
Okay. You weren't part of the parade, correct?
We were not.
Okay. So were you standing with other people that were in the roadway?
Yes, we were.
And was one of your kids going to get candy when the red SUV came through?
Yes, my
Objection.
daughter.
Speaking as a first-hand eyewitness.
Because she is a first-hand eyewitness.
No, I'm talking about you.
The objection is noted. It's overruled. The question is proper, and the witness may answer.
Yes, my daughter was further in the roadway. We were all in the road, but she was further in the roadway, reaching to grab candy.
At any other time, you stated that this was towards the end of the parade, is that correct?
Yeah, we saw Santa, and he's always like the end of the parade.
And had your daughter gone to get candy at other times?
The entire time.
Had she, during the time preceding the red SUV coming through, had she almost been struck by any other participants in the parade?
No, she was nowhere near like where the vehicles were driving through the parade. She was, no.
So she's going out to get some candy that had been thrown, I assume, correct?
Yes.
And
Overruled. The witness's answer may stand.
and you see this red SUV coming. Is it coming from your right or from your left?
The red SUV was coming from my right side, which was White Rock.
Okay. And how close did it come to your daughter?
It was, I wouldn't be able to give an accurate judgment, but it felt very, very close.
Had you not pulled your daughter away, would that car have hit your daughter?
Objection is speculative.
Overruled.
It's very possible.
So you say that you saw a police officer have some contact with the red SUV. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Can you describe that for the jury?
Well, there was a few times that police officers attempted to stop the red SUV. The first one would have been where we were on Main and White Rock. And then there were also other people trying to stop it too. And then again, as it drove, once it turned onto Main, the next road, I believe is Buckley. And there was another officer who tried to stop that red SUV again.
And which is the officer who had to step out of the way in order to not get hit by the red SUV?
What was the question?
Where was the officer located who had to step out of the way to avoid being struck by the red SUV?
I believe that was the officer around Buckley and Maine.
Okay. And ma'am, as the car passed your location, did it increase its speed?
Yes.
Do you know where in the roadway it traveled down?
Objection. Speculation.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
The direction of travel?
Where in the road? Was it on the left-hand side, the right-hand side, or in the middle?
It was all over the road.
You saw it all over the road?
Yes.
So going, and why don't you describe for the jury what you saw?
Driving the vehicle, once it turned onto Main, it drove side to side, and then I lost sight when there were through the people as it got down the hill.
Nothing further.
Thank you. Can you read the rest, sir?
Yep. You said you observed multiple officers try to stop the vehicle. Is that correct?
Yes.
You described one at, I think you said it was Buckley, right?
Yes.
Why didn't you report the other officers that you allegedly saw attempt to stop the vehicle?
I don't know what you're asking.
The report that you, the interview that was conducted with the FBI, that was who did your interview, correct?
Yes.
Why is it not in the report about the multiple officers that you say you saw attempting to stop the vehicle?
I don't know why that wasn't put in the report.
Do you recall if you told the FBI agents?
It's been a year. I believe so, but it's been a year.
When you say it's been a year, I'm assuming that means that there's some details you don't quite recall all the way. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
So it would be fair to say that if there's details you don't recall, how can you recall the path of travel of the SUV that you claim you saw?
Can you rephrase the question? I'm not understanding.
I think it was clear, but I'll ask again. You just acknowledged that there may be some details that you don't quite recall. So would it be fair to say that you don't quite recall the path of travel of the vehicle?
No, that is not correct.
Judging by what you just stated, wouldn't it be fair to say that that's a possibility?
No.
So you recall all the details of what you observed that evening, November 21st, 2021?
No.
So what other details do you not recall?
Objection. Your Honor, how does someone recall the details that they don't recall?
Yeah, that's what I wonder.
Sustained is to the form of the question.
Seems very funny. Seems almost as if you're recalling what you want to recall and purposely not recall.
Objection.
Don't.
Badgering the witness.
Yes, sustained. You do not have to answer that, and you are warned. You may not badger or argue with this witness. Next question.
Badger or argue? What do you mean?
Next question.
What do you mean?
Don't intimidate the witness is what I mean.
How am I intimidating the witness?
Badgering the witness by eye rolling, by pursing your lips, by making facial movements regarding her
Does she
answers
feel intimidated?
is badgering the witness.
Are you kidding me?
Under 90611,
You really
please
can't-
ask
you really
your
can't
next
be serious.
question.
You can't be serious right now. Intimidating the witness. What have I done to intimidate the witness?
The last question was badgering, which is a form can be. Mr. Brooks, I've made my ruling under 90611. Please ask a question or I will stop the questioning.
How did I intimidate?
Under 90611, sub 1, sub A, sub B, and sub C, ask your next question or the questioning of this witness will end.
How are you even a judge?
All right, you may step down, ma'am. Thank you.
How are you even a judge? Come on, man. This must be all about the 62Q trust, right? That you want to be the beneficiary of?
I'm going to give the jury their closing instruction. We are done with testimony for today. Please do not begin your deliberations and discussion of the case until all the evidence is presented. And I have instructed you on the law. Do not discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else until your final deliberations in the jury room. This order is not limited to face-to-face conversations. It also extends to all forms of electronic communications. Do not use any electronic devices such as a mobile phone or computer, text or instant messaging or social networking sites to send or receive any information about this case or your experience as a juror. If you come in contact with the parties, lawyers, interpreters, or witnesses, do not speak with them. For their part, the parties, lawyers, interpreters, and witnesses will not contact or speak with the jurors. Do not listen to any conversation about this case. Do not research any information that you personally think might be helpful to you in understanding the issues presented. Do not investigate this case on your own or visit the scene either in person or by any electronic means. Do not read any newspaper reports or listen to any news reports on radio, television, over the internet, or any other electronic application or tool about this trial. Do not consult dictionaries, computers, electronic applications, social media, the internet, or other reference materials for additional information. Do not seek information regarding the public records of any party or witness in this case. Any information you obtain outside the courtroom could be misleading, inaccurate, or incomplete. Relying on this information is unfair because the parties would not have the opportunity to refute, explain, or correct it. Do not communicate with anyone about this trial or your experience as a juror while you are serving on this jury. Do not use a computer, cell phone, or other electronic device, including personal wearable electronics applications or tools with communication capabilities, to share any information about this case. For example, do not communicate by telephone, blog post, email, text message, instant message, social media post, or in any other way on or off the computer. Do not permit anyone to communicate with you about this matter, either in person, electronically, or by any other means. If anyone does so, despite you telling them not to, you should report that to me. I appreciate that it is tempting when you go home in the evening to discuss this case with another member of your household, but you may not do so. This case must be decided by you, the jurors, based on the evidence presented in the courtroom. People not serving on this jury have not heard the evidence, and it is improper for them to influence your deliberations and decision in this case. After this trial is completed, you are free to communicate with anyone in any manner. These rules are intended to assure that jurors remain impartial throughout the trial. If any juror has reason to believe that another juror has violated these rules, you should report that to me. If jurors do not comply with these rules, it could result in a new trial involving additional time and significant expense to the parties and the taxpayers. You are to decide the case solely on the evidence offered and received at trial. I'll have the jurors report on Monday at 9 a.m. Thank you. You are excused. Please rise for the jury. Then, State of Wisconsin versus Darrell Brooks, case number 21 CF 1848. May I have the appearances, please.
Good morning, Judge. Sue Upper, Leslie Basie, and Zach Wichow appearing for the state.
State your name for the record.
I'm here as a third-party intervener in that matter, appearing as authorized representative for my client. I accept for value and return for value all the charging instruments in this matter and make my exemption available for discharge of all obligations and charges connected with this case. I do not dispute any of the facts in the charging instruments, and I would like to make a reservation of all my rights at this time.
All right, thank you. The record should reflect that the individual known to this court as Darrell Brooks is present in person in custody. He is wearing street clothes, specifically a suit and tie, and he is wearing a mask.
And I do not consent to being called that man, for the record.
Noted. All right, so Mr. Brooks called a witness yesterday. There was an objection. I sustained it, but he also orally moved to dismiss, and I indicated I would take that up outside the presence of the jury. I didn't do that yesterday, so I just want to put on the record that I'm denying the motion without any further consideration or discussion by the parties. He listed 2 reasons. One was it had to do when he called the state of Wisconsin as a witness for failing to appear, and then for failing to state a claim upon which relief can be granted. There's no legal basis for those motions in law or in fact, and so that's why I'm denying them on the record today. I'm not asking for any further commentary or statements on the issue.
I object to that.
And I intend to have you call the next witness. I just want to confirm with the state who is here this morning.
I object to that ruling, Your Honor.
Noted for the record.
Present this morning, Your Honor.
I would like a legal finding of fact.
Denied.
Your Honor, consistent with the court's instruction yesterday afternoon, we have present Douglas Kohler, Detective Steve Guth, and Erica Patterson are here now and available.
All right. All right, I expect you to call those first 3 before we get to any other person, not whatever order you want among the 3, but those will be the 3 people called, and then we'll get to the next people according to the scheduling that I put in place yesterday.
I want to state for the record that I intend to appeal that judicial decision made about the motion to dismiss.
Noted for the record. All right, let's bring the jury out then.
Actually, we didn't address subject matter jurisdiction. It still has yet to be proven for the record, and I wanted to address the fact that with this, is it Kohler? Is that how you pronounce the name? Kohler?
We're going to continue with the witnesses. I've addressed subject matter jurisdiction repeatedly. There's a written decision. I stand behind it. You have 3 witnesses that you subpoenaed. The state made arrangements for them to be here. Whatever order you want to call them in this morning is fine, but those 3 are here.
That's what I was trying to address right now. I was asking about
go ahead.
the name.
What do you want to address?
The Kohler, how do you pronounce the name? Kohler? I'm still
I don't know,
having
you'll have to ask the witness.
I'm still having trouble finding the file for that particular witness.
Yeah, call the jury in.
So I don't know how I'm supposed to.
Mr. Brooks, you were well advised. These are your witnesses that the state made arrangements. You knew who was going to be called. I put that on the record yesterday. So of those 3, whatever order you want, but I'm not moving past those 3 to jump to others.
I didn't say anything about moving past the 3.
I know that. I just set the tone for today that we're going to keep moving.
Okay, I simply stated I'm not ready to ask that witness questions if I can't even find the
I
your
understand,
paperwork.
But that's you not having your paperwork's on you, not anybody else.
So what am I supposed to ask him?
I can't answer that, sir. You know that.
That's a rush to judgment. You can't rush me to judgment when I'm notifying the court that I cannot find the record.
Well, you did very well yesterday without your file, so
I'm saying
I
that
don't think that's
particular
the issue.
witness.
I'll make a record. Yesterday you asked a question, hold on a second. Can you have them step back out? Just they can, yesterday you said you did not have a file for one of the witnesses, and you did a fine job from my perspective. So
I did what?
You did a fine job. I just want to say my assessment,
they also
you did a good
provided
job.
me with one sheet for that particular witness at that time.
Okay.
So I just went off of that 3 paragraphs.
How you're prepared or not is solely on you, sir. You've had all of this information. Now we're at the end of the 3rd week of trial. These are your witnesses. I presume that you are prepared in whatever way that is.
How can I be prepared for? I'm not. So the witness is just supposed to get up there and just. I'm just like, yeah.
I'm not going to have this commentary. Okay, I'm done. The jury's coming out. Be prepared to call
So
one of the
that's
3.
a rush to judgment.
That is not a rush to judgment.
It is a rush to
Again,
judgment.
The
It's clearly a rush to judgment if I'm telling you that I don't have the
No,
file.
in my opinion, you're attempting to delay. So
No,
let's
I'm not.
keep
I'm not
going.
attempting to delay nothing. You want to come check the boxes yourself? You always trying to pull some fast maneuvers.
Mr. Brooks.
And Miss Judge, Your Honor.
Mr. Brooks, the jury's coming in.
Yeah,
Show
and
respect to the
they deserve
jury.
to know this too. It's still issues that need to get addressed. We didn't even address everything.
Mr. Brooks, I addressed all of the issues.
No, I
You
still
know
had another one that didn't have nothing to do with nothing we just talked about.
All
There
right.
was a whole nother issue that needed to be addressed that I needed to
And we'll
bring on
address
the
it
record to
later.
your attention.
We'll address it later.
It needs to get addressed now before we go any further because it's an important matter. Just like the subject matter jurisdiction is important, that hasn't been proven on the record.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury,
Just
this
like
is
the
not
rush to
the
judgment.
time for evidence to be presented or arguments to be made by the
I
parties.
can't
The
even
jury
present
will
any evidence. You won't let me even put
disregard
any evidence in the record.
all of these statements
Which is a
made
rush to
by
judgment.
Mr. Brooks
That's
at this
unfair.
time. All right.
That's unfair what
The
you're
court
doing.
will address legal matters outside the
Then
presence.
we need to
Everyone can
address
be
the legal
seated.
matter that I was trying to get to before
And you
rush
may call your
everything
next
out.
witness, sir.
I'm not calling any witness until I get an answer, Your Honor. You're a public servant.
Mr. Brooks,
You're supposed to be able to answer simple questions.
Mr. Brooks,
if I'm saying I have to bring
call
it to
your
your
next
attention,
witness, please. That's the stage that
I have
we
to
are
bring
at.
it to your attention, Your Honor.
Mr. Brooks,
I'm merely seeking
please
to bring
stop.
an issue to your attention.
I'm telling you to please, I'm asking you to please stop.
And I'm asking you,
because
can
we
we
have the
address-
jury present.
I'm asking
and
you-
we need to continue with the evidentiary phase of this trial. Call your next
I'm
witness.
asking you to address a legal matter, as you said that those have to be taken up outside of the jury.
I will
There
do
was
that
a
at the
legal
next
matter-
break.
There was a legal matter that needed to be addressed beforehand,
I
so
will
we
do
don't
it-
have to take up time,
I will do it
valuable
at the
time
next break.
afterwards to address something that needs to be addressed now. That way,
Mr.
the
Brooks,
court and you
for the
yourself
third
are on
time,
notice.
I will address it at the next break. Call your next witness, please.
Are you asking me?
I'm directing you to call your next witness.
Your Honor, we're not going to move past this, seeing as how you took an oath to protect the Constitution. I have your oath. I have a copy of your oath right here. The oath that you took, Your Honor.
Mr. Brooks, I'd like to continue with testimony.
To-
We have witnesses waiting for you. Please call your next witness.
The oath that you swore to protect the Constitution, which you are now not doing.
Mr. Brooks,
So you're going
call your
against
next
your
witness,
sworn
please.
oath. You're going against your sworn oath.
Mr. Brooks, call your next witness.
As you notify the jury every time when there's legal matters, we take them outside of their presence.
And we're going
I
to take
didn't-
testimony right now. Call your
Merely
witness.
seek to put you on notice on the record for something that needs to be brought to your attention
And
and
I
to the
will-
court's attention.
And I will address it at
That's
the
what
next
I'm
break.
merely seeking to do. It's something that shouldn't have to wait because it'll take up valuable time later. At least if I notify you right from the onset, you'll already know what we're looking at, and we can nip it in the bud before everything starts to roll. And
Mr.
then
Brooks,
it gets
I will
overlooked.
address it at the next break. If you want to write something down, that's fine, and give it to my clerk. I have nothing in writing. I know there's witnesses available and ready to go. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, Your Honor, you have to answer this question. You're
Mr.
making a
Brooks,
judicial determination.
Call
to
your
rush
next
me to
witness,
judgment.
please.
You're rushing me to judgment, Your Honor.
There's no rush to judgment
There
here,
is a
sir.
rush to judgment. If you won't address a legal issue that I informed you that I had some legal issues that needed to be addressed before you just run right past that, Your Honor. You're a public
Mr.
servant.
Brooks,
Are you not a
it is
public servant?
9:37. Call
It is
your...
8:37.
Sorry, 8:37. You're right. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, you're rushing me to judgment.
There's no rush to judgment. Call your next
We
witness,
had
please.
a legal matter that needed to be addressed, and I'm merely trying to
And I'm
notify the court.
Telling you
at
I'm
the
denying the
onset-
request to address it at this moment. Call your next witness.
You said what?
I'm denying your request to address it at this moment. Please
How
call.
how can you deny
please
something that we're supposed to do before
Mr.
the jury
Brooks.
even comes out?
call your witness.
I'm not seeking to be disruptive. I'm just seeking to understand why we do this
Everyone
every day.
is in the courtroom waiting for you. Please call your
Your
next
Honor,
witness.
we do this every single day. We've done it every single day. So I'm simply trying to make sure that the court is notified of
Put it
things
in
that need to
writing,
be
hand it to the
discussed.
bailiff, and if I deem it important enough to interrupt the witness, I will, but call your next witness.
How can I call a witness and write something down and do
You
do
can
both?
take a minute
This
to
is the
write
re-
down what it is.
This
I'm
is
not
the
asking
reason
you
why
to...
it needed to be addressed beforehand.
Mr. Brooks,
That way
the
it
jury
doesn't
is
become an
remaining in
issue.
this courtroom. Call your next witness, please.
Your Honor, you're rushing me to judgment.
There's no rush to judgment, sir.
Are you not a public servant, Your Honor?
Mr. Brooks,
Do I not have your oath of office?
under
3 of them?
90611, this court has the authority, as you know.
Do I not have,
Call-
is this not a copy, or I asked for certified copies that you said on record that you would not provide for no good reason, that these are three
Sir,
of your
you are
oaths
doing this,
right
and I've
here.
repeatedly told you, you can see the juries here.
You're
You're doing this.
Listen,
we
Your
need to go
I'm
forward.
I'm not attempting to delay the proceedings. I'm not attempting to be disruptive. I'm merely trying to notify Your Honor in the court for the record beforehand. That way, everyone's at least on notice of the issues that need to be taken up, instead of waiting until a break or a lunch and things of that nature, which kills
In my
valuable
discretion,
time.
it's my authority, it's the courtroom that I'm
Your Honor,
presiding over. I'm not going to address
is
that
this-
at this moment.
is this not your
And
oath?
I'm not going to answer
Did you not
questions.
swear as a public servant that you would protect the
Mr.
United
Brooks,
States Constitution?
call
Did you not do
your
that?
witness.
3 times. I have all of them. Here, your oath, Your Honor, as a public servant. And
Mr.
now you're
Brooks,
rushing me to judgment
there's no
when
rush
I'm
to
doing
judgment.
things lawfully by trying to notify you and notify the court of issues that need to be addressed
Mr. Brooks,
beforehand.
we are in
These
the
were issues-
evidentiary phase of this trial.
Your Honor, you're
Call
rushing
your
me to
next
judgment.
witness.
You're rushing me to judgment, Your Honor. And I object
I'm
to that.
aware of 3 witnesses
I
who are
object-
here.
I object
Call
to
one
that.
of them, please.
Your Honor, I object to that.
Your objection's noted.
And
for the
I
record.
want a legal reconsideration of your ruling. If not, I reject that ruling and take exception to that ruling.
I understand.
I request a legal or factual basis for your ruling, a written judicial finding of fact and conclusion of law for your ruling. And if not that, an interlocutory, declaratory appeal for this matter. And if not, these needs need to be stayed until this matter is before a adjudicated court of competent jurisdiction, because we have not proven jurisdiction in this court as of yet. Subject matter jurisdiction has not even been proven on the record, Your Honor. I don't even know the true nature and cause of
Mr.
the
Brooks,
charges against me. I don't even understand that part
I
of it.
understand
I haven't
your
been
request.
provided a complaint. I haven't. Your Honor, there's so many issues.
Mr.
and
Brooks,
I'm not
we will take-
I'm not attempting to
Mr.
to
Brooks,
be disrespectful in any way.
We
I'm
need
not
to
attempting
continue.
to delay the proceedings.
Your
in any
requests
way.
are denied.
Your Honor, I
And I'm going to
respectfully
instruct the
object
jury
that.
at this point to
I
disregard
respectfully
and not
object to
consider
that, Your
any
Honor.
of what has just happened since you walked in. It should not be held against Mr. Brooks in any way. These are legal issues that this court may or may not need to address, but they do not bear in any way on ultimately the issues that you as jurors will have to decide. And I'm instructing you to disregard what you have just heard and seen.
Your Honor, with everything that I just said, be made part of the record.
It's on the record. I'm telling the jury that it shouldn't affect anything that they're doing in any way.
Your Honor, it's a
With that,
it's a rush to judgment.
Mr. Brooks.
Because, Your Honor, I just showed your oath that you swore to took. You swore you
Mr.
did
Brooks,
this, Your Honor.
please call your next witness.
You took these oath of offices. You did, Your Honor, 3 of them.
I understand my
Which
oath,
is
sir,
very, very
well.
commendable that that you decided to be a public servant.
Does y'all hear this, man? Oh, yes. Blowing my kisses to the angel right there in chat. Yes, Smokey, indeed. So, y'all hear this dude? He said that she is violating her oath of office. Oath of office. Lori said, I had to make 2 trips to bring in groceries. Absolutely unacceptable. Yes, I agree.
Mr. Brooks.
Because, Your Honor, I just showed your oath that you swore to took. You swore you
Mr.
did
Brooks,
this, Your Honor.
You swore to took. Who is Took? That's what I want to know. Who is this distinguished gentleman named Took?
Please call your next witness.
You took these oath of offices. You did, Your Honor, 3 of them.
I understand my oath,
Which is
sir,
very, very
well.
commendable that that you decided to be a public servant in these type of matters, Your Honor. I respect it to the fullest, but also you have to uphold these oaths that
All right,
you
I'm going to have
took,
to
Your Honor.
excuse the jury since Mr. Brooks is
have
not
to-
calling his witness.
you
We'll
have to-
hopefully
you have
bring
to-
you back out shortly.
You have to
All right.
honor these oaths of offices. You have to.
You have to honor these oaths of offices. This man does not hear himself. Wow. This is insane.
A public servant, Your Honor. I respect you being a public servant. And this is not to take a shot at you in any way. But these
Mr.
issues
Brooks,
that I have,
stop. Please
they
stop.
need to be addressed. They need
I'm
to be.
excusing the jury. Can you please stop?
Your Honor, this is a rush to judgment. This is a clear bias.
Mr. Brooks, you are to stop talking.
Are you asking me?
I'm advising you, or you will forfeit your right to be present in this
So you're holding
courtroom
me
for
in
the
contempt?
questioning of your first witness.
Because you're holding me in contempt.
I'm not holding you in contempt.
Then how can you remove me from the courtroom when I haven't given consent?
Mr. Brooks, I'm
How can you
advising
do
you
that?
at this moment to call your next witness, or you will forfeit the right to call these witnesses.
You can't take my
Under
Sixth Amendment
906.11,
right.
you are
cannot-
refusing to
you
call
cannot-
a witness.
I didn't refuse anything, Your Honor, and you can't deny me my Sixth Amendment right, which is
Mr.
to
Brooks,
call
do you want to
witnesses,
be present in
which
this
is to subpoena
courtroom
witnesses.
while you question your first witness? Because it is now 8:44, and you've consistently talked in front of the jury who's no longer in this courtroom on issues that you have been advised and are fully aware are not relevant to their determination, despite what you believe the law
This didn't have anything
is.
to do with the jury,
Subject
Your Honor.
matter that is what you referenced in front of the
I
jury,
referenced
and then you
that
referenced
after I
my
had raised
oath.
the issues that I was
Subject
trying to
matter
raise.
jurisdiction, as you know, is not
As I don't
something
know.
the state has to be. The
It
state
has
must
to be
prove.
proven. It has to be. And
You
if
are
it doesn't,
frankly
show me lawful
confusing
law.
civil
Show me lawful
jurisdiction
law,
in
Your Honor.
federal cases with criminal court jurisdiction in the state of
You
Wisconsin.
don't have criminal.
That
you
has
don't
been
even
made
have,
abundantly
You don't
clear.
have subject matter jurisdiction or personal jurisdiction.
Mr. Brooks.
Or personnel jurisdiction. You don't. You haven't proven.
You have not.
You
I
haven't proven
excuse
for
the
record.
jury. I'll give you the opportunity to raise whatever issue it was, but you need to do it now or we're moving forward.
That's what I want to do. That's what I
So-
was attempting to do.
And if you interrupt me one more time, you're going to go do it from the other courtroom.
And
because
so
you're
you're holding
being
me in contempt?
all right. He can go to the other courtroom and we will address these issues because
holding
you
me in
are
contempt?
not being respectful. You are disruptive. You are interrupting. I will give you one more opportunity. Don't interrupt me again. Don't roll your eyes at me. Don't sigh at me. You have delayed these proceedings now by 15 minutes because of your nonstop commentary. I'm going to sit down and I'm going to listen to you. What issue do you want to raise, sir?
So are you letting me make an offer of proof for my appeal?
No, because that's not what's relevant at this time, sir. If you don't need to make an offer of proof. Tell me what the issue is. You said
Okay.
you have a legal issue you want to raise before we get going. What is that issue?
Okay. The legal issue is this. Detective Casey yesterday testified for the second time under oath in reference to exhibits 13 and 14 that showed the backyard of my mother's home, which he stated that he had been to the home, had seen the backyard, all this stuff, when he did not, in fact, even speak with my mother. It was brought to my attention that my mother, in fact, never spoke to any law enforcement from Waukesha.
Would you like to add her to your witness list to call her?
Yes, I would.
All right, that's
because
fine.
she's
That's
willing,
how we'll
she's
address
willing
that.
to come.
But that's not something we needed to address this
It needs
right
to be
away,
addressed
sir.
because of the issue of the subpoena. That's the reason why it needed to be addressed. That's the reason why I was trying to attempt to
It
bring
could
it
have
to
been
your
done on a
attention.
break. All right, so
Will I be?
you're
because I
putting
have-
you're asking me to add Dawn Woods to the witness list for you.
Yes, but I also have a question about the subpoena
The subpoena for whom?
for my mother. But I would also like to subpoena the phone records so it can be made part of the record of the conversation, since the prosecution listens to all the phone calls. They should be able to have heard that phone call as well. So they should be on notice of what was said.
I don't know what phone call you're referring to. If
I'm
you're referring to a jail phone call,
I'm referring
then
to a jail phone call that was made last night, October 20th, between 7:54 p.m. and 8:10 p.m., which I'm sure the prosecution has heard by now. And that also brings up the issue of perjury testimony.
Sir, the way that you will address the issues that you're talking about are to call witnesses to challenge that or to present the evidence in support of your position. If you're telling me you need to add Dawn Woods to the witness list, I approve of that. You can fill out a subpoena and I'll direct the state to serve that upon her, and at the appropriate time we'll have her brought, we'll indicate when in the order of folks she can be brought in. So I'll grant that request. In terms of the jail records, you'll have to subpoena the appropriate custodian or a witness who can testify to that.
That's what I was trying to gain knowledge of. Because
well, I can't give you advice on that.
I'm not trying to ask for advice. I was is that
that's
legal
asking me for. I can't direct how you do that. I can't tell you how to do that. You are acting as your own attorney, and you will need to figure that out. So you have the subpoena forms. You can research the issues. You have access to legal research materials and other things, and that's how you'll have to address that.
I accept for value in return for value this document.
Was that a subpoena form?
It is.
Thank you. Is there any other witnesses you're asking to add to your, and you can also call Detective Casey if you want, just so you know.
So that make 3 times he's able to testify?
If you believe he has information that he hasn't testified to, I will give you permission to call him as well.
No, I don't think it'd be necessary. He know what he did.
Well, in any event,
he know what he didn't do.
We're going to bring the jury back out, and then I expect you to call a witness.
And just so I'm clear, because I was trying to get to that issue, what witnesses are here? Because I don't have any paperwork for Kohler. I don't know.
Douglas Kohler, Stephen Guth, and Erica Patterson. Of those 3, I expect you to call one of those witnesses.
I accept for value in return for value this document.
For the record, Judge, Attorney Witchow just handed to the defendant for his benefit the police report as it relates to the statement of Douglas Kohler, since he's claiming he does not have it.
Since I know that I don't have it. So let's make that record correct.
You don't have it with you in the courtroom is what you're saying.
I can't find it anywhere.
You've had it previously.
Yes, I had it at one point.
All right. Are you ready to proceed forward, Mr. Brooks?
Yes.
All right, let's bring the jury out. Jen.
Zach, can you help Jen? I think she wants help on that message.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Mr. Brooks, just to make sure, don't block any of the microphones with anything. Both of those microphones should be on. I want to make sure that. Thank you. All right, go ahead, call your next witness.
Yeah, the defense calls Douglas J. Kohler.
All right. Good morning, sir. If you would please make your way to the witness stand, which is up toward me, up one riser, and to my right. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand. My clerk, Teresa, who's on my left, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, sir. Have a seat. First thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and then spell each.
Douglas Kolar, Douglaskolar.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Good morning, Mr. Is it Kolar?
Kolar.
Kolar. Good morning, Mr. Kolar. I want to direct your attention to November 21st of 2021. Do you recall that evening pretty well?
Fairly well, yes.
Well, let me back up for a minute. First of all, what do you do for a living?
I'm an IT director for a law firm.
Been doing that for a long time?
I've been in IT for over 20 years.
Yeah, that is a long time. Directing your attention back to the night of evening of November 21st, 2021. What did you do that day?
Well, that day, I was preparing my daughter to march in the parade with her dance troupe. Watched football earlier in the day and got her dressed, and we had to change our plans last minute because my son was not feeling well. So it was just my daughter and I that went to the parade.
And do you recall what time you arrived at the parade?
It was at least an hour before the start time of the parade.
And do you recall where you were positioned at in the parade?
I moved with the dance troupe, so I
kind of going with the flow.
Correct.
And at some point you observed something happening. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Do you recall what that was?
Well, after my daughter had finished and I was walking back to our vehicle to go home, I noticed as we were approaching White Rock, which is what we were parked off of, I noticed a vehicle coming through where the parade participants were going. It was a red vehicle. It was honking its horn. It passed a few parade entries on the right-hand side, and then it passed between two of the groups. It veered to the left and went around the next group on the left-hand side, at which point a police officer attempted to approach the vehicle. That police officer had reached for the door handle, and at the time of that approach, the vehicle started to speed off.
I just want to back up just a little bit. You stated that you heard the vehicle honking its horn.
While it was on White Rock Avenue, it was honking its horn.
In your opinion, did the vehicle appear to try to avoid hitting people?
At that point, yes.
And you made reference to it the vehicle coming in contact with an officer. Did you see where the vehicle went after that interaction with the officer?
There was no contact between the officer and the vehicle. The vehicle attempted to make contact. The officer attempted to make contact. But after that attempt, the vehicle sped southward. You know, I know those streets don't run straight north-south on Main Street.
Did you notice the vehicle strike anyone at that time?
I did not.
And what did you do after you saw the vehicle? Once it was out of your view?
Once it was out of my view, I grabbed my daughter and walked as fast as I could to my car.
And to the best of your recollection, how would you describe the vehicle as far as make and model? To the best of your recollection.
To the best of my recollection today, I only remember a red SUV.
At some point, did you report to law enforcement officers what you had observed that evening?
On the Tuesday morning following the parade, I sent an initial statement to the police.
Would that have been the Waukesha Police Department?
Yes, it was to the Waukesha Police Department.
Did you said you sent a statement. Did you initially speak with anyone verbally?
Initially, no, I did not.
At some point, did you speak with someone verbally?
Yes.
And was that sometime after the Tuesday statement that you initially gave?
Yes, approximately 2 weeks after I made my statement, I was contacted by someone with the Waukesha Police.
Do you recall if the vehicle had any tinted windows?
I believe the rear windows were tinted like most SUVs are.
And after you had verbally speaking with law enforcement, did you do any follow-up on the reports after that?
Yes. The officer that I spoke to had advised me to add to my statement the items that we had talked about.
The law enforcement officer asked you to add certain things to your report?
He had asked me some questions, and the questions that we talked about on the phone, he asked me to add to what I had initially submitted.
Okay. And after that conversation, did you have any further conversations after that point?
I had no further conversation after that point.
Had you yourself been contacted by any further law enforcement after that point?
No.
So it'd be fair to say that you were subpoenaed to testify at some point. That'd be fair to say?
Yes.
Do you recall when you received that subpoena?
I received my subpoena last Tuesday.
The 18th?
Whatever day last Tuesday was.
Do you recall whom you received that subpoena from?
The Waukesha County Sheriff. Or
Do you
one
recall?
of the sheriffs.
I'm sorry.
Or one of the sheriffs.
Oh. And did you do any follow-up information once you received the subpoena? Like, for example, sorry. For example, calling the district attorney's office?
I did not call the district attorney's office. I did reach out to the clerk's office to see if there was any further information.
Were you or your daughter injured in any way during this incident?
No, we were not.
No further questions at this time.
Thank you. Any cross?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Kohler.
Good morning.
Thank you for being here. To be clear, sir, the subpoena you received was issued on behalf of the defendant, Darrell Brooks, correct?
I don't know. That information was not filled out on the subpoena.
Okay. You did provide a typed statement to the Waukesha Police Department, correct?
Objection, leading.
And
Overruled. Oh, if there's an objection, let me rule on it first before you answer. Overruled. Go ahead. And his answer, I believe he answered it, but if not, did you answer it?
I'll ask again.
Thank you.
You did provide a written statement to the police department, correct, sir?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. It's cross. 90611 sub 2.
Yes, I provided a written statement.
And in that statement, you described the SUV as driving erratically down White Rock Avenue, correct?
Objection. Didn't testify to that. That was asked and answered.
Overruled. The witness may answer. And it's sub 3, not sub 2, by the way. Go ahead.
Yes, just the event of driving past some participants on the right and then veering to pass a next group on the left.
Okay. You said at that point, when the vehicle was on White Rock, it was honking its horn, correct?
Correct.
There was no objection. You can answer.
And you saw an officer run up and try and open the door to the vehicle, correct?
I don't know that he was trying to open the door, just trying to, I don't know what he was trying to do. He ran and his arm had gone towards the door handle.
Okay. And that was at the intersection of White Rock and Main Street, correct, sir?
Yes.
And you got a look at the driver of the car, correct, sir?
Objection, speculative.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes, I did.
And you described the driver in your written statement as a black male with dark dreadlocks and visible tattoos. Is that correct, sir?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes.
Is that consistent with your memory, sir?
Objection, speculative.
Overruled.
That is consistent with my memory today.
Once the vehicle went past the officer, you indicated that you saw it accelerate or speed off. Is that correct, sir?
Objection leading.
Overrule 906.11 sub 3.
Yes, at that point, it sped away.
Thank you, sir. I don't have any other questions.
Any redirect?
Briefly.
Go ahead.
Referring to the written statement that was just testified to the best of your recollection, do you recall stating that the SUV was a older model red Chevy Blazer?
I do recall putting that down at the time, but that was at that addition that I added 2 weeks later.
So at that time, during the evening of the incident, to the best of your knowledge, that would have been your opinion of the vehicle that you saw?
At the time of that, the day of the parade, I just remembered the red SUV.
To the best of your recollection, what assumption would lead you to describe the vehicle as a Chevy Blazer?
I believe in my assumption it was just to say it was a older boxy style SUV, and in my mind that relates closely to a Chevy Blazer.
No further questions.
All right, thank you. You may step down. And you also are excused. Thank you for being here. You may call your next witness.
Thank you, sir.
One second. If I may have just a quick second.
Go ahead.
The defense would call Stephen Guth.
I believe one of my assistants went to retrieve Detective Guth, Your Honor.
Thank you. Right, good morning. Detective Guth, if you would, as you are, come to the witness stand, remain standing, raise your right hand, and my clerk Teresa will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. Please state your first and last name for the record, or names, I should say.
Stephen Guth, VENGUTH.
Go ahead, sir, you're witness.
How long have you been in law enforcement?
Over 20 years.
And how long have you been a detective?
Just over 7 years.
Directing your attention to the evening of November 21st of 2021. Do you recall that evening?
I do.
And were you on duty that evening?
Not initially.
For more clarification, what do you mean by not initially?
It was a regular off day for me, but I received notification to respond to the police department for the mass casualty incident in the downtown area of Waukesha.
So at that point, I'm assuming you were dispatched to that location?
I was not dispatched. I received a Signal message. We use Signal. It's an app that's used that we can share information for investigations. And I received a Signal message that this tragedy just happened.
And so what did you do from that point?
I immediately dropped my wife and kids off and responded to the parade.
And when you got to the parade, what did you do at that point?
I went to the downtown area to assess and see what I could help with.
At some point during your investigation, did you make contact with the woman by the name of Erica Patterson?
Yes.
And what was the nature of that that part of your investigation?
I wanted to speak with Erica Patterson because by that point, when I made contact with our command center, they had learned the name of Daryl Brooks and had learned that Erica Patterson was the estranged girlfriend of the suspect of this investigation.
You made reference to estranged girlfriend. What do you mean?
I don't know if I should answer that.
I think the question was pertaining to the word estranged, but we'll move on.
The jury will disregard that last question, that it's been withdrawn. And the statement made by Detective Guth following that.
I'm assuming at some point you took a statement from Ms. Patterson?
I did.
Do you recall if it was recorded, written, you writing it? What was the nature of how the report was taken?
Well, her words were spoken and they were recorded, and then I prepared a report.
Did you prepare the report that same evening?
No.
When did you prepare the report?
Sometime after the 22nd of November.
Why not the same evening?
Because after I spoke with her, I wanted to go back and speak with her again.
Did you obtain any statements from any other people that may have been involved with Ms. Patterson?
I did not.
Do you know, to your recollection, if any other officers have taken statements from parties that may have been involved with Ms. Patterson?
Well, the night of November 21st, 2021, I did have a partner with me, another detective.
Do you recall him talking to any other parties that may have been involved with Ms. Patterson?
Well, the detective that was with me was a female, Detective Barron.
The question was, do you know if your partner had any interactions with parties that may have been involved with Ms. Patterson?
I don't believe so.
Hold on,
but
are
I
you
can't-
specifically referring to a date certain or just in general?
I think it was clear.
I
The
need
date
it
would
clear
be-
for the record,
The
though.
date would be
On the
November
21st?
21st
Okay,
of 2021.
thank you with that clarification.
No, I don't believe so.
Did you learn at any point that there may have been other parties involved with Ms. Patterson?
In which incident?
I'm referring again to November 21st of 2021.
Yes.
Do you recall who those parties were?
Corey Runkle and Nicholas Kirby.
Did you yourself speak with either of those parties, Nicholas Kirby or Corey Runkle?
No, I did not.
Do you recall if your partner spoke with any of those parties?
Which partner?
I'm guessing the female partner that you made reference to?
No, she did not.
And in that recorded interview with Ms. Patterson, what did you learn about the evening of November 21st, 2021?
Which recording?
Are there multiple recordings?
Yes.
What did you learn about the evening of November 21st, 2021 from both recordings with Ms. Patterson?
Your Honor, I'm going to object at this point, as this testimony covers ground that was very clearly covered during the state's case in chief.
I'll give Mr. Brooks some leeway. You are asking for hearsay, though, you understand that.
I asked him, what did he learn?
Fair enough. Go ahead, you may answer.
I learned several things. Initially, I think is what you were getting at. Ms. Brooks wanted to report that she was injured by Darrell Brooks on November 20th, which would have been Saturday. She stated that she met with Mr. Brooks at Frame Park, and they were arguing over the fact that she did not give him money, and he injured her by slapping her in the mouth and punching her in the eye. The next day, I went back and talked to her again, and she clarified that that actually did not happen on the 20th. It happened on the 21st, and that she got in a motor vehicle with him over the same argument. He was mad that she did not provide him with money. He proceeded to try to take her phone because he thought she was talking to other guys. Slapped her in the mouth, punched her in the eye. She jumped out of the motor vehicle because she feared for her safety and made her way back towards Frame Park. While walking back towards Frame Park, she was calling her friends, Corey Runkle and Nicholas Kirby, to come help her. When she arrived back near Frame Park in front of White Rock School, there was a confrontation in front of White Rock School with Mr. Brooks, Erica Patterson, Corey Runkle, and Nicholas Kirby, where there was some kind of shoving match. And that's when Mr. Brooks got back into the motor vehicle and took off down White Rock towards Main Street. Erica Patterson then made her way back towards the Women's Center.
You made reference to being told about an incident from Saturday, November 20th. And then stating that in the second interview, Ms. Patterson stated that didn't happen. Is that correct?
She didn't state that it didn't happen. She just stated that she didn't drive around with him on Saturday, November 20th. But she also met with him and was slapped in the mouth that day too.
If it pleases the court, I have a document here I would like to show the witness.
All right, if the bailiff could have it to the state first to look at it. We may use the document camera if that's hooked up. Otherwise, the bailiff can take it to the witness.
Before we go through that process, I'm going to object. It's, well, maybe
Let
we
me
should
see the
talk about
document.
this. Yeah.
All right, and give that back to Mr. Brooks. Given the content of that document, I'll sustain the objection, or what that document is, I should say.
Sustain on what grounds?
It's not relevant, yep, to this witness's testimony.
How is it not relevant?
It's not relevant.
He made reference to November 20th. That's what this document is talking about.
It's not relevant to the charges at issue. We can take it up later, and if need be, I'll let you recall the witness, but I'm directing you to move on to a new topic.
Your Honor, I'm going to respectfully object to that and ask for a finding of fact.
The objection's noted, it's sustained. Well, their objection's sustained, yours is overruled. Please continue.
Is that noted for the record? I would like a written finding of fact.
The request is denied. Keep going, please.
Denied on what grounds? On what lawful law?
Keep going, sir. It's not relevant.
Are you making a judicial determination that you don't have to answer that question as a public servant?
Sir, I've ruled on the objection. It's on the record. Please keep going.
Once again, information that needs to be known is being hidden.
It's not relevant, sir. Please
It's
continue.
very relevant. He just opened the door on that by saying November 20th.
Objection. Move to strike all of the comments made by Mr. Brooks in the last 20 seconds or so, especially with regard to any implication that he hasn't had all of the discovery material.
Objection. I never made any mention of not having any discovery material. That never was
The jury will
stated.
just disregard, as I've told the jury repeatedly, comments made or statements made by the parties, whether they be lawyers or the parties themselves, are not evidence, and you're to disregard them and not consider them in any way. And if the statement suggested facts that are not in evidence, you should not consider that in any way either. All right, go ahead. Your next question, please.
So is it fair to say that in your report you referenced 2 incident reports?
Objection. This witness wrote.
I'm going to overrule the objection and let the witness answer it. I think it might just be semantics at this point, but go ahead and ask your question.
You mean semantics?
I think you were referring to that he had 2.
That's it. That's what his report says. He makes reference to two reports, 2 incidents.
2 incidents.
Yes.
Not 2 incident reports. Reports would be separate documents. That's what I'm talking about. With that understanding that you're referring to, and I think you're referring to incidents with Ms. Patterson, correct?
Yes.
Go ahead. Ask your question. I think that clarifies so that the witness can answer.
In your, let me back up. You wrote your own report. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And in your report, you referred to 2 incidents. Would that be fair to say?
And just to clarify, which report are you speaking about? I wrote several reports.
The one written November 22nd of 2021.
I do reference 2 reports and 1 CAD call.
What was the last part? CAD call?
A CAD call, yes.
What do you mean cab call?
Not cab, CAD.
CAD.
C-A-D.
CAD.
A CAD call.
What do you mean CAD call? What?
That's a call for service that does not generate a police report.
And what was that CAD call?
That was a call for service near Frame Park for a fight involving potentially a domestic related incident.
Do you recall any other details about that CAD call?
There wasn't much in it because the officer had to leave to go to the parade.
Do you recall mention of a knife during that CAD call?
Yes.
To the best of your recollection, do you recall anyone recovering a knife or you yourself recovering a knife?
There was no knife involved in that incident through my investigation of the report that you have.
But it is fair to say that that's how the CAD call went out, that there was potentially a knife fight.
That's how it was initially, I believe, reported or communicated through dispatch to the officers that responded.
You made reference, and I'm referring to the second interview with Ms. Patterson. You made reference in your report that in the previous interview that Ms. Patterson was not completely forthright. What exactly do you mean by not completely forthright?
She did not give me all the details of the incidents to me initially.
Do you recall why?
I don't know why she didn't.
So it'd be fair to say that Ms. Patterson had been untruthful with you in the first interview?
No, she told me she was extremely afraid of you. And that's why she didn't want to tell me everything.
Well, you just stated that you didn't know why she was not forthright.
I can't read her mind, but that's what she told me.
At any time during your investigation in regards to the incidents with Ms. Patterson, did you at any time see interviews that were conducted with Nicholas Kirby and Corey Runkle?
What do you mean by see them?
Had you seen any statements made by those two parties?
No.
Would it be fair to say, assuming that those two parties were present for the incident on the evening of November 21st of 2021, would it be fair to say that at some point they were interviewed by law enforcement officers, to your recollection?
Yes.
And you've never seen any of those interviews?
They weren't video recorded.
Have you seen any written statements from them or report from law enforcement?
I received a summary of what they stated verbally from another detective, yes.
So it'd be fair to say you did have knowledge of what they said transpired on November 21st of 2021?
I had knowledge of what they said. I didn't see anything. Correct.
And to the best of your recollection, seeing what those two parties had said, what do you recall?
Objection.
Grounds.
Evidence. You didn't see what they said, and also calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
What did you read?
Objection.
From those statements given by those two parties?
Objection. Calls for hearsay.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Grounds for the sustain.
Calls for hearsay.
One second. Do you recall what officer took those statements from Nicholas Kirby and Corey Runkle in relation to the incident on November 21st of 2021?
Yes. Yes.
And what law enforcement officer was that?
Detective Van Els. And after that report that you wrote on November 22nd of 2021, was that the end of your investigation into the incident of November 21st of 2021? No.
And what was the extent of your investigation after November 22nd of 2021?
Judge, I'm going to object. Well, on the defendant's behalf, I believe here, based on some previous rulings the court has made.
Sustained.
And did you speak with Ms. Patterson again after filing your report?
Yes.
In reference to the incident from November 21st of 2021?
I don't understand your question.
Did you speak with Ms. Patterson after you filed your report in relation to the incident from November 21st of 2021?
No.
In relation to the alleged incident on November 20th of 2021, do you know if that alleged incident ever took place?
Objection.
Grounds.
Calls for hearsay, lack of personal knowledge.
Well, he reported it.
It also goes to one of the ultimate issues that the jury will need to determine, so it's sustained.
No questions, no further questions right now at this time.
All right, thank you. Any cross?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. You may step down.
May have something later for that particular witness.
All right, I'll try to raise that on an appropriate break. Call your next witness, please.
Is there only one witness left?
Yes. For that, yes, for that time. Yes. I believe.
No one else is here?
No, it's not 10:30 yet.
Who's supposed to come at 10:30, Your Honor?
Call your next witness, please. I don't have that list right at my fingertips.
You said what happened?
I don't have that list right at my fingertips, but I know there's a witness available, so please call your next witness.
Can I be provided that 10:30 list?
Does the state have that? You could pass it over. I don't have that at my fingertips.
Sure, let me jot it. I have it, but I'll write it up for Mr. Brooks to review, Your Honor.
Thank you. While we're doing that, if the jurors want to stand for a minute, go ahead, or anyone else in the courtroom.
Paperwork.
Thank you. If everyone would have a seat then. Please call your next witness.
And who determined this order?
Mr. Brooks, I'll take up that issue outside the presence of the jury later. There's a witness available. Please call the witness.
That's not the witness that was intended to be called at this time.
I understand that, sir. Under 906.11, I have the authority and the discretion on that, so please call the witness who's available.
So I'm being rushed to judgment.
No, sir, I'm trying to have an effective and efficient use of all of our time. So please call the witness.
Which is respected, but at the same time, being that this is my time to
I'm going to
present my
excuse the
defense.
jury for right now. I'll rise for the jury, please. Your right to call her.
Is that lawful law?
Sir, I believe I have the authority to do that. She's here. She's ready to go.
I'm just
She's
asking
your
the question.
witness.
I'm just asking the question. Is that lawful law?
I have the authority under 90611 and other rules and the inherent authority of this court to control the order and mode of interrogation
Your Honor,
of witnesses.
why is it always so hard to just say yes or no?
Yes,
is it lawful
I have
law?
the authority, sir.
I'm not disputing that.
You just
I'm not
disputed
disputing.
that.
No, I asked the question. Is it lawful law?
Sir, I've told you what I believe my authority is. Okay,
You
if
told
you
me
don't want
what
to
you-
recognize it,
you
that's
told
fine.
me
You
your
want to
authority.
object and note it, that's
you told
fine.
me your
Your
authority.
objection
I'm
is
not.
noted
I'm not
on the
debating
record.
your authority. I'm not.
So I will address one other issue with you because you said you had an issue regarding the last witness, which is fine. We can address that quickly, and then I'm going to have the jury brought in, and that will be your opportunity to call
That's a
Ms.
misdirect.
Patterson.
That's a misdirect. What issue did I said I had with the
You
last?
said you wanted to
I
raise
said-
an issue with about Detective
What I said
Guzman's
was
testimony.
I might have more questions for that witness. I didn't say it was an issue.
Oh, I didn't hear that, sir. You had your opportunity to ask the witness questions. He's been released.
Your Honor, if I mumble something under my breath, somehow that's audible, but when I talk clearly, somehow
I may
nobody
have
hears
missed
me.
it, but I heard what I interpreted was when you said I may have an issue with this witness. I didn't understand. I guess I didn't take that as you were going to reserve your right to recall him. Are you telling me you'd like to reserve your right to recall Detective Guth?
Yes.
All right, then that will be noted, and we'll keep him under the subpoena. Now, that should address that. I'll have the jury brought back in, and you should be prepared if you choose to call Ms. Patterson. This is your opportunity to do it.
At the same time, though, that's still a rush to judgment, Your Honor. You can't. I shouldn't be forced to call people in the order that I'm being told to when these are my witnesses.
You did not want to provide us with the order, and I respected that, Mr. Brooks.
But I said that
and
from the
so
beginning.
then I asked
Your
you
Honor,
to put him in blocks.
with all respect, did I not inform Your Honor in the court that I would not give a specific order? I stated that numerous times.
And Mr. Brooks,
Numerous
I
times.
have authority to tell you otherwise. You
I
may
did.
not like it. You may disagree with it.
It's not
You
about
have
that.
been-
It's about the rush
you
to
have not
judgment,
been
Your Honor.
cooperating with this process. The
There's
state
nothing
has
to cooperate
graciously
with.
agreed to assist you given your custodial status.
Okay, and I never asked them to
frankly,
do
any
that.
attorney in this
I
situation
never asked them to do that, Your Honor.
would give us the order.
Did I not? Did I ask them to do that? I did not ask them to do that. They
No,
volunteered.
They offered.
So at the end of
but-
the day,
but we expect
If
your
they didn't want to do
cooperation in
it,
that.
yeah, but that wasn't one of the stipulations when they offered to do it, Your Honor. Let's
No, common courtesy is the stipulation.
okay,
sir.
but it
And-
wasn't
and here's the
stipulated
thing.
to, so I didn't have.
You are well advised of how this process was going to go.
No, I was not.
It is
because
normal
if you
in a trial
you can't
to call
put the people
witnesses
you can't
out
put the
of
people
order
in a
based on
specific
their
spot for me,
availability.
Your Honor. Come on now.
That it is.
That's a rush to judgment.
There's no rush to judgment here. You
Did
keep
the state
saying
did the
that,
state
sir,
have to
but
put
that's
their
not the
witnesses?
case.
Your Honor, with all due respect, did the state have to put their witnesses in order and tell me?
It's irrelevant what the state did. in
Did
that
they have to
regard.
do that?
They didn't need your assistance to do that.
Did they have to do it?
No, they did not.
I didn't have to be
do it.
provided with we're going to call this witness at this time,
But they're
and this
able
witness at this
to
time.
contact
They
their
didn't have to do that, so why should I have to
and
do that?
accommodate their schedules. This is not about you. It's not about the state. It's about the witnesses'
It's about what's fair.
availability.
It's about what's fair.
No, frankly, sir, it's about you trying to control what's happening in this court.
How am I controlling what's happening? I'm the one shackled to the table with
So here's the
with a shock
situation.
device
It is
on my ankles.
9:52.
So how's I'm trying to control anything? I just want this to be fair, and it hasn't been fair.
Mr. Brooks, it's fair.
No, it's not. If I have to do something that they don't have to do, how's that fair?
It's fair.
Explain to me how that's
the
fair.
process that has been set up to frankly help you.
No, it's not helping me by it's helping the state by being able to say, if we know the time and we know the person and we know this, then we can be prepared. So we'll already be ready.
Mr. Brooks,
That was
I
the
asked
whole
you
aim of that.
yesterday, and I would have had her come in later. You didn't want to answer that question.
There was no question. There was no question to answer.
That's not
I
true.
did what you asked me to do, Your Honor. You
No, you
said
didn't.
yes, you did. You did. You asked me to give them my witness
Mr.
list.
Brooks,
I gave them my witness list. It's not my fault. It's not my fault they weren't gonna be prepared to
Mr.
do
Brooks,
their
here's the
to
deal.
do
The
their
jury's
cross.
coming out, and I'm going to stand my ground on this.
I'm gonna
Okay,
stand my
it
ground
is-
too, but I'm
if
not
you
gonna
don't call
be
her-
disrespectful or disruptive.
If you
I'm just
don't
stating I
call
want it to be
her
fair.
When the jury comes back out, I'm releasing her from the subpoena.
You can't do that.
For your
Where's
lack
the
of
lawful law?
cooperation.
Where's the lawful law? I have the right to
You
witnesses,
have to cooperate with this process.
but I
sir.
also have the Sixth Amendment right.
We have a witness available for you to call. I can require
It's
you
not
to
the
call
witness
her
that
right
should have
now.
been called at this time, Your Honor.
It is based on the list that you provided and
That didn't
in the
have a
order.
time. That didn't have a time or of
I'm not going to
or
play
order.
this game with you,
It's
sir.
not no game.
It
That's what
was-
you don't
it
seem
is
to
a game
understand.
you. I believe that fully.
I don't care what you believe fully.
All right.
It's not a game. I don't take this as a game. That's what
explain
nobody.
this to you
That's what
once
nobody.
again.
You don't got to explain nothing to me.
Do you want?
That's what you don't understand. You
you
think that
want
this
the
is a whole
opportunity
game
to
to me.
question?
This is not a game to me, Your Honor. Nothing about this is a joke.
I never
That's
said
what
it
y'all
was a
don't
joke.
understand.
But there's
And it's
some things in the
unfair.
ship
It's
that's going on.
unfair and it's disrespectful to me that you think I would come in here purposely and treat this like a joke or a game.
I never said it was a
What
joke.
type of statement is that?
Mr.
Your life is not on the line. Mine is. And you think that I think this is funny?
I don't think it's funny whatsoever.
So,
And I
I
understand.
think, Your Honor, with all due respect, I think you should show
we're
some
gonna take
respect.
a 5-minute break, and when we come back, the jury's coming out, and you need to call your next witness. Thank you. We are in
Nah,
recess.
you're not rushing me to judgment. I don't care what you're talking about. You a public servant.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. The defense may call its next witness, please.
Give me 1 second. I'm trying to make sure I got the paperwork since I'm being rushed to judgment. That's not right. Oh, there you go. All right.
Go ahead.
Defense calls Erica Patterson.
Thank you. We'll have her brought in.
Since I'm being rushed to judgment.
Good morning, Ms. Patterson. If you would please make your way to the witness stand, which is on my right. You may recall it's upper riser. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand, and my coach, Teresa, who's across from you and on my left, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Please be seated. First thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record.
Erica Patterson.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
I was wasn't spelling the name.
I believe it's on the record from previously, but go ahead. You can spell your first and last names, please.
ErikaPatterson.
Just 1 second, Your Honor. I'm trying to find some relevant paperwork here. I'm sorry about that. 1 second, I'm trying to find this paperwork. Just had it on the table.
When you're ready. Did you print that off for me? Did you email it to me? No, it's still not here. What's your name? Did you spell it?
I'm just gonna start the questioning. I'm not seeming to find paperwork that I just had on the table for some reason, odd reason. Good morning, Miss Patterson.
Good morning.
So, what do you do for a living?
I have my CNA certificate.
I'm gonna direct your attention to the evening of November 21st, 2021. Do you recall what you were doing that evening?
I was hanging out with my friend Corey at Frame Park. I had spoken to you, Mr. Darrell Brooks. You came out there at Frame Park and met me after Miss Corey separated from me with her friend. Me and you got into an argument.
Whoa. Pursuant to the question?
I am answering your question.
I was referring to the judge.
I was hanging out with
I think
Miss
that kind of
Corey.
got a little ahead of.
Mr. Brooks, just I'll let you interrupt the answer and you can ask a follow-up. I apologize, I was instructing the clerk to turn up the volume. So go ahead, ask your question.
Same question?
Sure.
What were you doing the evening of November 21st, 2021 before linking up with the alleged defendant?
Hanging with my roommate at the time at Frame Park.
And what were you and your roommate doing?
I'll object. We covered this ground during her testimony previously.
Objection and grounds for, I object to that and grounds for the objection on behalf of the state.
Ms. Wirtz, we did cover many of these topics previously, so if there's new topics, please go to those. I'll give you a little bit of leeway to lay some foundation, but go ahead, ask your question.
That's
the
what the
objection is from the state is overruled. Do you remember the question?
You asked me what was I doing at the park with Corey? Is that your question?
Yes.
We were drinking. I was drinking Mike's Hard beverage.
Do you recall around what time of the evening it was when you and your roommate arrived at the park?
I do not remember. We left where we were staying a little around afternoon. A little bit around afternoon.
Do you recall having any phone interactions during that time when you and your roommate were at the park?
Phone interactions, yes.
Do you recall who they were with?
You.
What do you mean by you?
Daryl Brooks.
Is that usually the name you refer to the alleged defendant by?
No.
Would it be fair to say that during those phone interactions, there was a talk of you guys meeting up? Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Do you recall, to the best of your recollection, what time that would have been at?
No, I don't remember. It was throughout the day.
I'm sorry, are you making references to the phone conversations being throughout the day?
Yes.
And so at some point, would it be fair to say that you did meet up with the alleged defendant?
Yes.
Do you recall what time that was?
I just told you no.
Do you recall if you were still at the park during that time or had you moved locations?
Still at the park.
And was your roommate still present with you at that time?
No, she left. We went separate ways. I stayed at the park and she went her other way with her friend.
Do you recall who that friend was?
Nick.
I'm assuming, or let me back that up. would it be fair to say that at some point during the meetup with the alleged defendant, things got a little chaotic? That'd be fair to say?
Yes.
And do you recall if at that point you were still at the park?
When we met up?
Yes.
Well, we were at the park for a second, then we drove around.
Where did you drive to?
Around, then me and you, Mr. Brooks, were arguing in the car. We went up this is a street, it's like a hill. Went up there, and then me and you got into an altercation. I got out of the car, walked back towards Frame Park.
Wait, again.
Hold on, she's answering your question. You
Yes.
asked her where you drove from. Go ahead, finish.
Yes, ma'am. And then I was walking down the street when I left your car. And that's when you followed me, and I walked back towards Frame Park. And you were following me.
Made reference to walk back to Frame Park.
I don't know the exact street name. It was I walked back down the hill. I don't know the exact street name.
Did you at any time, sorry, did you at any time during your travels back to Frame Park, did you at any time notice that there was something going on in the area?
No. When I got to Frame, I was too worried about walking back to Frame Park. When I got to Frame Park after I left it, that's when I realized there's something going on.
And did you ever arrive back at Frame Park?
Yes.
And what did you do when you arrived back at Frame Park?
I called my friend Corey and told her that me and Mr. Brooks got into an altercation. Mr. Brooks was following me. I went back to the SUV, the car, and you argued with me somewhere. I walked back across the street, and by that time, Miss Corey had walked towards us to meet up with me.
And you made reference to you calling your friends.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recall? Well, let me back up a little bit. Did you call your friend Corey or the friend that she had left you to hang out with?
Corey's phone, I kept calling her phone kept going to voicemail, so then I called Nick's phone. He put Corey on the phone. I said Daryl Brooks had just hit me.
I'm going to back up a little bit, if I may, to the day prior, November 20th of 2021. Do you recall what you were doing that day?
Well, where I was staying at the shelter at first, I was arguing still with Mr. Brooks all throughout the day. Me and Corey had left, and Corey and I stepped away, and I went back to Frame Park. To Frame Park, that's where I met you at. Me and you also got into argument that day, but we didn't drive around. We're at the Frame Park.
So you're saying that you and the alleged defendant were together the day of November 20th, 2021?
Yes.
Do you recall around what time that was?
I do not remember.
And you stated you were briefly with your friend Corey that day?
Yeah, but she went a whole different direction. She didn't come to Frame Park with me. She turned on a whole different street right before Frame Park.
Do you recall at any time on November 21st of 2021 being interviewed by a Detective Guth?
Yep.
And do you recall giving a recorded report at that time?
I don't remember.
Do you recall if you had given Detective Goof all the details of the alleged incident on November 20th of 2021?
I didn't give him all the details, but I did the next day when I seen him.
Funny. Were you aware that it was reported there was in fact no incident on November 20th, 2021?
That's not true.
Objection. Move to strike the answer and the question.
Grounds.
Lack of personal knowledge. Hearsay.
Sustained. I'll strike the question and the answer. The reason stated, serve rephrase, or...
So can I show the witness the same paperwork that I attempted to show?
No.
And why not?
Not relevant.
How's it not relevant when that was just testified to? Wouldn't that be opening the door?
No. Next question.
Any reason why it would be reported no incident happened on November 20th of 2021?
Same objection.
Grounds.
Since that's not in evidence, sustained.
Grounds for the sustain?
The record speaks for itself.
So, upon speaking to Detective Goof during the first interview, do you recall why you were not forthright with information?
It wasn't that I was not forthright, I just didn't tell him everything right away.
Why not?
I don't know, Mr. Brooks.
When speaking with a law enforcement officer, would it be fair to say that you should be truthful and honest?
I was very truthful. I just didn't tell him everything at once. I told him the next day, Mr. Brooks.
And in the alleged incident on November 20th of 2021, were you injured?
No. Well, you did hit me a little, like a little.
Were you injured?
No, I didn't have any marks on me. Is that what you're asking?
So where were you injured?
By my lip.
Objection. This states the evidence.
Grounds.
I believe the witness understood the question. She answered it. It may stand.
Did your roommate observe any injuries from the alleged incident on November 20th, 2021?
She knew about it, but there's nothing visible on my face.
Do you know if your roommate had spoken with law enforcement about these alleged incidents from November 20th of 2021 and November 21st of 2021?
I don't know.
Did she ever tell you yourself that she was interviewed by any law enforcement?
I don't remember.
One second. So what time did you meet up with the alleged defendant on November 20th, 2021?
I don't remember.
Was it morning time?
Afternoon.
I didn't hear that.
Afternoon.
And what were you doing prior to the alleged meeting up with the alleged defendant?
Objection.
Grounds.
Asked and answered.
Sustained.
Grounds for the sustain.
Asked and answered.
When?
Next question, please.
When was it answered? So to the best of your recollection, you can't recall why an alleged incident on November 20th of 2021 was reported to never happen.
Objection.
Grounds.
Same reasons as the previous objections.
Assumes facts not in evidence. Mischaracterizes her prior testimony and irrelevant.
I object to that respectfully and
Next
ask
question.
for a legal finding of fact and a legal reconsideration of that ruling, Your Honor.
Denied. Noted for the record. Next question, please.
I'm trying to figure out how something got pulled out of thin air. Interesting. So it would be fair to say that you have a child in common with the alleged defendant. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Yeah, is that the only child in common?
Yes.
You have any other children?
Objection.
It
Grounds.
has nothing to do with the case. Sorry.
Hold
I'm
on,
sorry,
there's
Your
been
Honor.
an objection. Not relevant. Sustained.
Grounds for the sustain?
The record speaks for itself. Next question.
What was the record speaking for itself? I didn't hear it.
Not relevant.
How is it not relevant?
Next question, please.
How is it not relevant? The child that you have in common with the alleged defendant, how old is that child?
15.
Do you keep regular contact with that child?
Off and on.
Describe what you mean by off and on.
I'll object.
Grounds.
This is not relevant.
Not relevant. Sustained.
Grounds.
It's not relevant, sir.
She answered it.
Next question, please.
And the child in common that you have with the alleged defendant, does that child live with you?
No.
Objection.
Grounds.
Relevance.
Grounds.
Sustained. Not relevant. You don't have to answer that.
Thank you.
Do any of your children live with you?
Objection.
Grounds.
Relevance.
Sustained.
Grounds for the sustain?
Not relevant.
That goes to credibility, Your Honor, so how is it not relevant?
The objection has been sustained.
For relevancy. I object to that and would like to inform you that I intend to appeal that decision unless you want to give a legal reconsideration of that ruling.
Noted for the record, I direct your attention to 906.16, and the basis for the objection being sustained is it does not fall within the categories listed. Next question.
Is that lawful law?
Next question, please, sir.
I'm getting there. This is lawful law.
Wisconsin State Statute 906.16.
That doesn't answer my question, but okay. Where did you meet the alleged defendant?
Reno, Nevada.
How long have you known the alleged defendant?
16 years.
You made reference to meeting in Nevada. Do you recall where you met at in Nevada?
No. I remember.
In relation to the alleged incident on November 21st of 2021, would it be fair to say that There's been no contact between you and the alleged defendant?
Not since then, no.
That last answer was kind of low. Did you say no?
I said no, not since then.
So that would mean, assuming, that would mean no contact at all via phone or anything like that?
No.
So my question would be, I don't know if you can see them from here, but do you recognize these pictures?
You need to show those to the state. The bailiff will take them. That's not proper procedure, sir.
I'm going to object to those being shown as a witness. They have no relevance whatsoever to this trial.
Yes, they do.
Sustained.
And I'll get into how they have relevance.
They've also never been disclosed to the state before this moment.
Sustained.
Sustained why?
Not relevant.
They are relevant. It creates foundation. And I can prove that.
I'll take up the issue outside the presence of the jury at the conclusion of this witness, and if need be, bring the witness back in. But next question, please.
And these need to be offered into evidence as well. You stated that there's been no contact. How would the alleged defendant obtain photographs from you if there's been no contact?
Objection.
Grounds.
Assumes the fact, not in evidence.
Grounds.
Sustained. Assumes facts not in evidence, not relevant.
How's it not relevant? Photos just don't pop up out of the blue.
Mr. Brooks assumes facts not in evidence,
No,
and at
facts.
this point,
I got the pictures
conduct
right here.
after
Facts.
the alleged date of violation here is not relevant.
Alleged violation.
You're
For the record.
correct. After the date charged, that the dates that are charged for these allegations, you are absolutely correct.
Thank you. Have you, since the evening of November 21st of 2021, have you attempted to contact the alleged defendant?
Objection.
Grounds.
Relevance.
Grounds.
I'm going to excuse the jury. I'll rise for the jury. Thank you. Be seated.
That's awful funny. Your Honor, I find it.
Hold on. All right, sir, I'm going to let you make an offer of proof as to why you believe the photographs and the questioning about contact after the alleged incident is relevant.
It's relevant because these were sent by the witness.
It assumes a fact, not an evidence, but
You
what
want
is...
the letter
hold
too?
Hold on. Tell me the basis you believe there's been communication and why you believe it's relevant to her testimony.
It's relevant because it was testified to her first time testifying, and then also by was the last guy, Guth, that he was told that the witness was supposed to be so deeply afraid of me and all this type of stuff. So if you're so deeply afraid and worried about somebody and this and that, why would you
Sir,
to have
do you want
contact?
to open up the door to the other act's evidence of
That's
you
not
use-
opening.
No.
That's not
Hear me
opening the
out.
door.
Hear me out. Oh, yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
These witnesses have been incredibly careful to abide by my rulings. Sometimes in a court of law, when there are pretrial rulings, the testimony of a witness needs to be said in such a way not to run afoul of that. This witness, Detective Guth, I believe Detective Casey and others, Corey Runkle, and even Nicholas Kirby yesterday, this court has all had to stop them so that they didn't run afoul, or they've stopped themselves so that they didn't run afoul of the court's pretrial ruling on other acts evidence between you and this witness. And I have been very, very careful to make sure that doesn't come in. But if you keep questioning her about whether she's afraid or not, or why she wouldn't have contact or not, you are opening the door to that testimony. All of my rulings have been made to prevent what could be seen as prejudicial evidence. The standard's not prejudicial. The standard's whether it's unfairly prejudicial. But you can open the door to that, sir.
It's unfairly prejudicial that I have a document stating that November 20th never even happened, but yet and still the witness can get on the stand and lie on the stand.
Have you turned that document over to the state?
Come on, man. Y'all know that's not right. Y'all know that's not right.
Then you need to immediately turn it over to the state right now. It may become relevant, but no one has seen it. When did you receive the document? Hold on. When did you? I'm having you make an offer. But when did you receive the document?
Okay, but I just want to state for the record, Your Honor, that's kind of biased because the state did the same thing yesterday with creating an exhibit right on the fly that didn't even exist that I didn't have. But
that's not true. That's a misstatement of the evidence.
That is true.
No.
She said it herself.
No. Marking an exhibit is not creating an exhibit.
No, not marking an exhibit. She said
we're not going to go down a tangent, sir.
Right,
I'm going to focus on this, and I'm going to give you the opportunity to make a record.
It's not fair. It's not fair.
When did you receive this document that you claim was sent by this witness?
It's not claim. It's for a fact.
Sir, it hasn't been established yet. I need to make a record.
So do y'all want the letter?
I want to see the letter.
What?
I want to see the letter.
Okay, so I got to.
And I want to know when you received it.
I got to bring that in. Every time, this is what I don't get. Every time I'm presenting something that needs to be made for the record and placed in the evidence, it's a problem. But the state can do it, no problem.
It's not, sir. There are proper procedures, and I want you to make a record. If you don't make a record, then I can't make a ruling.
It threw people off a loop. They weren't ready for it. They scared of it. That's what it is. Come on, man.
Mr. Brooks.
Come on, man. Stop.
When you
Stop
aren't even
letting
me
You're a public servant, Your Honor. I respect your courtroom. I respect you. You're a public servant, though. Your job is to be the referee. Is it or is it not? You stated so yourself on record that your job is being the umpire.
Your Honor, can I ask Ms. Patterson please be excused?
Yes, you can be excused. My apologies.
My apologies too, but it needs to be some truth. Especially when we're talking about stuff that didn't even happen, but they're allowed to get on the stand and say that it happened when they know it didn't happen.
So I'm going to make a record about what he's referring to in count 77. Okay.
And what happened to that paper? Because it was on the table. Then when I come back in,
I need to make a record of a variety of things.
So who took my paper?
And you keep interrupting me repeatedly today. I have shown an abundance of patience this morning. I've warned you repeatedly about being removed from the courtroom. And then every time I try to get into it, you, meaning an explanation and make a record, you interrupt, you attempt to divert everyone from what is being done this very second.
I didn't attempt to do anything.
Yes, you do it repeatedly, okay, sir.
Whatever.
So you're doing it once again.
Whatever. Just make your record.
The document that Mr. Brooks wanted to show Detective Guth and this witness was a letter sent from the state of Wisconsin to the court regarding count 77. The state sought to dismiss that count, and they have prosecutorial discretion, and I granted the request that the charge be dismissed.
Why was the charge dismissed?
And that's, I can't answer. It was dismissed because the request was made, sir. They don't need a reason. There's an abundance of case law about prosecutorial discretion. And they chose not to pursue that. My guess is maybe to simplify things and to keep this tidy. I don't know. You know what? I'll indulge you. Attorney Opper, would you like to provide a basis for why the state sought dismissal of that charge prior to the start of this trial?
Yes, Your Honor, because as Ms. Patterson just testified a short while ago, she did not have any visible marks or injuries from that event. And we did have the photographs of her injuries. We did not want to confuse the record as to whether or not there was a battery that occurred on November 20th.
Your Honor, I object to that. What does the letter read?
You have the letter. You showed it to me, sir.
And I've been trying to find it ever since I came back in here, and now all of a sudden I can't.
And now you're impugning, though, like somehow you're impugning the integrity of this court, of the bailiffs of this state. You're accusing, frankly, everyone of moving your papers.
Did I point the finger at anyone? Did I say anyone did anything?
Not directly, but indirectly you did,
So
sir.
how can you make the assumption that I'm saying?
Can I please make the record without you interrupting?
Yes, you may. Yes, you may. I apologize.
I appreciate that. Thank you. But you made repeated comments, sir, about I can't find my documents, I don't know what happened, things of that nature. When you came back out, you took multiple minutes before you even asked your first question of Ms. Patterson. And if I need to, I will have a bailiff put on the record that no one touched your table.
Your Honor, did I say anyone touched my table? I didn't
You
say
implied it, sir.
But did I say that?
You stated it implicitly.
I never asked the bailiffs, hey, did any one of you touch my table? I never said that to them. I just said, I can't find my paper, which is the truth.
And the way that you said it, like,
I didn't point anyone out, though.
And like, well, that's kind of interesting. I don't have a document that was just on my table. That is what you said.
That's what I said, but I did not point the finger at anyone.
So,
I can
you
see
have
if
the
I
letter.
came in, Your Honor, with all respect, I can see if I came in and said, hey, one of you moved something off my table, or if I would have directed that towards the state, or if I would have directed that towards the clerks or something like that, then that would be more of a validity to what you're saying.
I need to continue with the record, sir. It's very apparent to me, sir, that every time, I can't say every time because that would be an absolute, but many times throughout this trial, and especially the last 2 days, when the court makes a ruling that you disagree with, or I want to make a record about some behavior of yours, or a further record about a ruling that you that was not in your favor, that you start peppering me with questions or comments, statements, you question me about the law, you ask is it verified law. It is, from my perspective, a clear attempt to kind of turn us in a direction away from what we're doing, perhaps even to stall and to delay.
I'm sorry.
That's my perspective. That I'm making a rule. You're doing it again.
I mean, because it has no validity.
So, I am trying to make a record outside the presence of the jury about a line of questioning you want to ask Ms. Patterson. Now, I've reviewed repeatedly up on the bench 90608 and 90616, which are two of the primary ways you can attack credibility. I've referenced one of those previously. 90608 is evidence of character and conduct of a witness. I'm not going to read through it all, but it's limited to character for truthfulness or untruthfulness. It's not specific instances of conduct. It's character evidence, which frankly wouldn't even come from the witness who's testifying. All right, then there's the statute on bias, 90616. All right, and none of the questions as I heard them went to a permissible topic under bias of witnesses. You generally said credibility. You did not give me any further explanation as to why you believed it was relevant to credibility. Now we have you claiming that there's some document that was sent by the witness after the charges were filed that apparently contained photographs. And you can clarify the record momentarily when I'm done, that you believe goes to the credibility of this witness. So I need to ask a few questions about that, sir, to determine whether it has relevance to those issues. Number one, when did you receive this letter?
I received this multiple letters, actually, over a period of time. It wasn't, I referred to this one because this one had the pictures. But
and why do you believe it was from Ms. Patterson?
To answer your question with clarity.
Thank you. Does it have a date on it, the letter?
No, I didn't bring the letter, I brought the pictures. Because I thought, from my interpretation, I thought showing the pictures would be okay. How did I get these? So my mind was saying, show the pictures. They didn't come out of thin air. The witness knows that they sent me the pictures. They know that.
Well, again, it assumes facts that aren't here. You're assuming this witness sent it. I don't know. But even if she did, what relevance does it have to her credibility before this jury?
It goes to the credibility because she's put on this facade of being so afraid of someone, but yet still, you know that we're not supposed to have contact, but you still sneaking behind and saying, oh, I wonder how you're doing, and oh, this and this and that. Oh,
I don't think she's ever said she was afraid. I think that was the officers who may have stated that, but I don't believe she ever said that. She specifically said today, when you asked her why did you, it was either why did you go back or why did you have, I'll look at my notes, and she said, I don't know.
It was why weren't you forthright with all the details? That was the question.
So again, I'm going to ask you, even if this letter's from her, these pictures are from her, how does it relate to her credibility before the jury?
Who else could these pictures be from?
I'm going to ask you point blank. Did you get a letter that's signed from her?
I got. What do you mean signed? No
How do you know?
Letters.
What's your why do you have a belief that they are from her?
I have multiple letters from her.
You're not answering my question. Why do you believe the letters are from Erica Patterson?
Because they were sent from Erica Patterson. Why else would I?
Were they signed by her?
What do you mean signed?
Did she write her name on the letter? Was it the content of the letter? No, I'm not kidding you. I need to make a record, sir. You're making a statement that these letters are from her and that they're relevant to her credibility.
Your Honor, I'm going to go out on the limb here.
And I'm asking you why you hold that opinion.
I'm going to go out on the limb here and assume, which I know is true, you've never been in my position. You've never been in jail. So you've never received a letter from someone writing someone in jail. No one is going to... When you
You're
say
not
to
answering
me,
my
when
question,
you say to
sir.
me,
What's the basis why you believe they're from Miss Patterson? Is there some information in them that only she would know? Did she sign the letters? Is it penmanship that you recognize? Why do you believe they're from her as opposed to somebody else sending you information? Could be your mom, could be, I'm just saying, could be anybody else. You got to answer my question. It's called an offer of proof.
But you still got to understand why this is mind-boggling to me. Like, how I got a child with this woman. Why would I not know her handwriting?
But you have to lay a foundation for these letters, sir. That might be through your own testimony. So that I'm trying to figure out why you believe they're from her. Not all this other stuff about I'm in jail and I have a child. I'm trying to I need to know. It's called an offer of proof.
Are you serious?
What do you believe? Why do you believe they're from her? I am serious.
Because they're from her.
But you're assuming.
Like, how else am I supposed to answer that?
I've given you a few reasons why it would lend to that opinion.
So it has to be put in a legal
The
term.
bottom
or
line is I
something?
need the letter. So if you're gonna question her on that, the state absolutely has a right to see the letter. So you need to provide that letter. The bottom line is I'm not gonna allow any questioning without having that letter.
So
The
what
state
about-
has the ability to question you about that, or question this witness, and to look at the veracity of what your claims are here. So I may take an early lunch. If that's in your cell, then you can go get it and bring it. But without that letter, I'm not allowing this line of questioning. Do you have the letter with you in court?
I just said no. How
Okay.
many times I got to say the same thing on record?
You know, sometimes, sir, I don't hear what you say because you interrupt me so much or you answer quietly. And I'm taking notes and I'm focused on probably a dozen things at the same time.
But if I say something under my breath, everybody seems to hear it. Everybody seems to hear
In
that
a
just
quiet
fine.
courtroom,
And
yes,
everybody
we can hear it very
and
clearly.
everybody assumes that it has to be disparaging. Or,
Once again, you're doing this tactic
Because
where you try to
it's not a
go
tactic,
off
it's
of what
facts.
we're talking
It's
about
facts.
to some other reason.
It's facts.
to
Because
some
I
other
find
thing.
it hard to believe that
I'm going to
all
let
of
the
a sudden
state.
nobody hears what I say.
I'm going to let the
Come on,
state
man,
make
stop.
a record of why they
Stop.
believe it's objectionable, because I haven't let them do that. I've given you multiple opportunities to tell me why you
So
believe
I
it's.
didn't get these pictures from nobody else. Why was
The
somebody
record will
else
reflect you have 2 pictures that you believe were from this witness.
that I know is from him?
No, that you believe.
That I know.
All right, I'll ask the state their position on all of this.
My position, Your Honor, is that these pictures, first of all, should not be admissible. 1, because of a discovery violation. We've never seen them before. 2, because we have reason to believe that he did not get them from Erica Patterson. He is on a jail phone call talking to his mother, Dawn Woods, about Dawn Woods sending these photographs to him. Now,
that's a lie. I object to
Let
that.
the state make their argument without interruption, sir.
That's a lie, though.
3, I believe that these photographs are designed to make a suggestion to the jury that Erica Patterson is a bad mom. I think that is what the defendant is trying to do. And if we're going to go down that road, then we would be forced to counter that claim. First of all, it doesn't make her an incredible witness, if it's even true. And second of all, if we go down that road, we would be forced to counter that claim by pointing out that not only does the defendant not live with the child in question, he doesn't live with any of the other children that he has. He impregnated Erica Patterson when she was a minor in Nevada, and for doing so, he was convicted of statutory sexual seduction, pled guilty in March of 2007 to that felony offense, and is a sex offender on the registry as a result. So if there's any causation that would lead to Erica Patterson being a bad mom, Mr. Brooks has a direct role in that causation.
And that's
Furthermore,
I object to that.
I'm not
because
done.
that's a lie.
Let him
Because at
finish.
the end of the day,
Let him
if
finish,
we gonna open the door
Mr.
on that, no,
Brooks.
since he want to make a record and not be accurate, so let's be accurate all on the record. Since you think you know so much,
Once
so
again,
we can
Mr.
open the
Brooks
door
is
on.
being
We can
loud,
open the door on how old she told me she
disrespectful,
was when we
interrupting.
met. We can ask that question
He is
too. Then
over the
Did you
top,
ask that?
animated
Did you
right
know
now.
that?
Mr. Brooks, I'm ordering you to sit down and to let the state
No,
finish.
no, I'm not going to sit here and let somebody be inaccurate on the record and lie on the record.
Right. Under Illinois versus Allen, I've warned him repeatedly. He's being removed from the courtroom. And you know what? Let me dial that back. We're just going to take an early lunch, 1 hour. We'll be back. And unless he brings that letter and he can show it is inadmissible, she will not be questioned. And under 906.11, I will declare the cross-examination closed. Thank you. We're in recess. 1 hour.
Get your facts straight.
All right, everyone, that was a very cool stream. That was a cross-examination. Oh, no, I think there's a part where there's another part to that. I think we'll watch the next time. Did Erica Patterson ever come back? Did his state ever question her again? I forgot. There's another part to that, I think. Another part. It's been a while myself. I'll make sure. Let's see. Yes, Erica Patterson returned to the stand and was questioned again during the trial. So now the state did not question her again. Instead, Brooks attempted to re-cross-examine her. So we could have seen that part or not, but yeah, she does come back twice. So there's another time she was there. Oh, you're welcome, Lori. Rory, I love it so much. I stayed longer than 15 minutes. I got my second one. Yes, yes. All right. And, well, I'm glad that you had a good time, Regina, Lori, G, and everyone else. Well, this was a very fun stream. And tradition that I know from somewhere else is the old super chats on deck thing that they would say. And Elaine said earlier, Alien, you always have been kind. Hope your channel does well. That was nice of her. And also Elaine said it was a change of topic, but she was worrying about Wendy Adelson gets arrested. I need to be all over it like venereal disease. That's what she said earlier. So, and we'll certainly be, if Wendy Adelson does get arrested, we will certainly cover that. All right. Okay, thank you all. Have a very good night, and peace.